head splitting, mouth dry, body heavy as though it doesn't belong to him. Just the act of opening his eyes took Huma a long time, accompanied by waves of dizziness. Now, he was half leaning in a room that resembled a hall. In the middle of the room was an 8 Immortals table covered in dust, a few low stools, and against the wall was a stove made of blackened stones. A few paper figures leaned against the wall, their faces painted with eerie smiles. Yellow and red talismans, covered in twisted symbols, were plastered all over the room. Clang instinctively, he tried to move, but his shoulders felt both heavy and painful. An iron chain extended down from the beam, splitting into 2 ends, each connected to a hook. And now, the 2 hooks were piercing through Huma's clavicles, their bloody tips protruding from his chest. He had been locked here for 6 or 7 days. Yet, until now, he still didn't know why he was imprisoned here. He had just graduated from university and landed a promising security job at a cutting-edge lab that was said to be at the forefront of the world. Then, a sudden explosion hit, and he was sent floating. In a daze, drifting aimlessly, he didn't know how long had passed until he was drawn to a strange sound. Following the sound, he suddenly felt himself plummet rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, he was in this place, chained up. For the past 6 or 7 days, every night, an old woman would sit in front of him, silently chanting scriptures, casting spells, waving strange talismans. Sometimes, she even tortured him with excruciating pain, like being boiled alive, and then she would feed him strange meats and medicinal soups. No matter what he asked her or what he did, she would ignore him, as if he didn't exist. In any case, he was chained by these 2 hooks, pacing in and out of consciousness, unable to resist whatever she did to him. Why did she imprison me? What strange things is she chanting at me every day? Huma had no answers to these questions. In this period, he was often dizzy, feeling as though he was floating. After all the torment, he was weak and exhausted. Occasionally waking up, he would feel dry-mouthed and parched, as though his body had been completely hollowed out. A water jar was only 3 meters away, near the dirt wall. The chain attached to the roof was looped over the beam, allowing it to slide. Theoretically, Huma could move around the room, but moving came with an immense cost and pain. It took him several long seconds, enduring the pain from his shoulder blades, to slowly rise to his feet. Then, trembling, he supported himself against the wall, inch by inch, moving towards the water jar. The bones in his shoulders ground against the hooks, creating an eerie, cold sound. A small amount of fresh blood seeped out as he moved, but not much. Perhaps it had already drained. Finally, he reached the water jar and saw the clear water inside, with half a gourd floating on top. Huma scooped up a small ladle of water, careful not to overexert his arm, brought it to his lips, and gulped it down. The heat in his body and the throbbing in his head seemed to ease a little, but as soon as he solved the thirst problem, hunger gnawed at his stomach. Instinctively, Huma glanced at the rough porcelain bowl covered on the 8 Immortals table. After hesitating for a while, he forced himself to move over. He uncovered the bowl and saw a square piece of boiled meat, reddish in color, on the plate underneath. For his starving self, this was extremely tempting, but he still resisted. That eerie old woman, besides chanting and casting spells at him, would occasionally feed him strange things, herbs, talisman water, and most importantly, this unknown meat. Whether he had an appetite or not, she would force-feed him, making him chew and swallow. Every time he ate it, it was an agonizing experience. This led to him not wanting to touch the meat, no matter how hungry he was. I have to escape while she's not here. I must escape. Huma silently reminded himself, realizing the most urgent issue. After making sure no one was around, he endured the dull pain and raised his right hand, gripping the hook that pierced his left shoulder. Slowly, he exerted force, trying to push the hook out of his flesh. Intense pain assaulted his brain, making his head throb. The hook had already fused with his skin and flesh, but Huma gritted his teeth and kept trying. Creak. Just as the pain intensified again, a sudden gust of wind blew the door open, and the light in the room dimmed. Is that strange old woman back? Huma's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look, only to see a short, skinny middle-aged man. The sunlight streaming in from behind blurred his face. Someone else? Huma felt a sudden surge of hope. In all these days, he had only seen the strange old woman and a little girl with red ribbons in her hair. This was the first time he had seen someone else, and the desire to be rescued surged within him. But before he could speak, he froze. If this man was the old woman's accomplice, wouldn't calling for help lead to more torture? Moreover, even if he didn't ask for help, this person should have noticed the hooks in his shoulders. If he were an outsider, wouldn't he find it strange? As Huma stared at the man, trying to gauge his reaction, the man seemed oblivious to his appearance. He stiffly turned around, glanced around, and then asked in a dull voice, "Where is the old woman? Darn it, it seems he's familiar with the old woman." Huma thought to himself. His hopes for rescue were dashed, but maybe he could get some information from him? The old woman went out. He tried to remain calm, saying, "What business do you have with her?" The man's voice was dull. "I'm here to settle a score with her." Settle a score? Hope surged in Huma's heart again. Could this man be an enemy of that strange old woman? She's out. She often goes out during the day. Based on the time, she should be back soon. He suppressed his excitement and continued slowly, The old woman is coming back soon, so I need to hurry." The man suddenly turned to face Huma. He was no longer silhouetted by the sunlight, but his face was still unclear. All Huma could hear was his sharp, weak voice. "I was living peacefully in the forest, but the old woman suddenly had someone cut me down, broke me into pieces, and made me into a coffin. Tell me, is that a deep grudge?" Huma was about to agree with whatever he said, but something about his words didn't sound right. He froze for a moment. "I only needed another year or two to achieve immortality." The man continued, his voice sounding like he was crying. "But the old woman ruined my future. I lay buried in the dirt with the corpse of that old master of the Chui family, smelling him rot bit by bit. I could feel the maggots crawling in his body, feel his rotting fluids flowing onto me, seeping into my body. Tell me, isn't my grudge with the old woman a blood feud?" Huma's scalp tingled as he listened, stumbling back a few steps. Only now did he realize that the man's walking posture had been very strange. His knees didn't seem to bend, and his movements were stiff, as if a plank was sliding along the ground. As his emotions grew more intense, inch by inch, he approached Huma, and suddenly, Huma's vision cleared. He could finally see what was beneath the man's black robe, and had the face that had always been obscured. It wasn't a face at all. It was a dirty, black plank. At that moment, Huma began to smell the foul stench coming from the man. It was a coffin board, and that coffin board was now shrieking at him. "I'm here to settle the score. She ruined my path to immortality, so I will take her grandson." Instinctively, Huma wanted to run, but his body was too weak, his legs too unsteady. He felt a wave of dizziness, watching helplessly as the coffin board moved closer to his face. The putrid smell and the sharp voice flooded his ears and nostrils, overwhelming his senses. "Ham!" Just then, he heard a soft cough from the doorway, followed by an old, raspy voice. "You gained a little spiritual cultivation and started wandering in the forest, causing harm to people, even pregnant women. I pitied the difficulty of your cultivation and thought to let you guard the Chui family's corpse for 20 years before releasing you. Yet not only are you ungrateful, you've come to harm my grandson. This time, I'll just burn you." Immediately after, a piercing scream filled the room, followed by a gust of wind that brushed past Huma's face. When he finally regained his senses, he saw a smooth coffin board lying on the floor. A little girl with 2 small pigtails was crouching on top of the board, smiling at him like some kind of beast. And that vicious old woman was standing silently by the door, her back hunched. Can even a coffin plank become sentient and seek revenge? And why did it call itself the grandson of this strange old woman? Why was I locked up in such a cruel way? The bizarre phenomena unfolding before him, along with the intense unease bubbling within, hit Huma's already recovering mind like a tidal wave. Fear, confusion, and bewilderment clouded his thoughts. making him dizzy once again, as though the world were spinning. But this time, he forced himself to stay conscious, straining to keep his eyes open, focusing on the old woman. The old woman, standing by the door, had been eerily staring at Huma all this time. Beneath her messy hair, her eyes seemed not to move or blink. She noticed that Huma, though on the verge of collapsing, managed to stay upright, her gaze becoming somewhat complicated. After a long silence, she slowly lowered her eyelids and murmured softly, "You woke up earlier than I expected, and your spirit is stronger too. It looks like you're almost healed." Is she finally willing to talk? Huma braced himself, realizing this was different from before. He had tried countless times to shout at the old woman, sometimes fainting, sometimes waking in pain. Occasionally, when she approached, he would try to struggle and resist, but she always remained cold and unmoved. At times, he even doubted if she could speak. Huma immediately fixed his gaze on her, his voice trembling. What is happening to me? Why did you lock me up?" "You're sick." The eerie old woman slowly walked in, sat down on a small stool, and said in a low voice, "I'm treating your illness." "Treating an illness?" Huma's voice nearly cracked. "Does treating an illness require this? You pierced my shoulder bones and locked me to the beam, chanting scriptures day and night, burning talismans, pouring hot oil on my body, and torturing me as if you were peeling off my skin and pulling out my tendons. And now, you're saying it's to treat my illness? Isn't this clearly punishment? Or maybe, is she performing some dark ritual on me?" The old woman seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said in a sinister tone, "You are very ill. No matter how ill, no one gets hung up like this for treatment, right?" Huma's mind was in turmoil. He blurted out loudly, "Stop pretending. Just let me down." The old woman listened to his shouting, her face calm as she slowly put down the bundle she had carried back. It was as if she had reverted to ignoring everything Huma said, just like before. But the little girl with the 2 small pigtails suddenly piped up in a sweet voice. "Brother Huma doesn't remember Grandma. The Meng family sent a ghost to kill Brother Huma, but Grandma is powerful. She called Brother Huma's soul back. But Brother Huma kept trying to run away, so Grandma had to fix his soul and body together. Every day, Grandma chants calming spells for Brother Huma, feeds him medicine, and even cut a piece of meat from the Tai Sui Lord for him to eat. Now Brother Huma doesn't try to run anymore, but Brother Huma doesn't recognize Grandma or me, little Hong Tang." By the end of her speech, the little girl seemed a bit downcast, her lips pouting. But what she said left Huma feeling utterly bewildered. What is all this? In his mind, he recalled the continuous buzzing of the chants over the past days, the strange talisman water and concoctions he had been forced to drink, the twisted images, and the endless torture. The nightmarish situation filled him with unspeakable fear. He only just had his soul fixed. It's normal not to remember things. As the little girl finished her tale, the old woman, her face darkened, began taking items out of the bundle. There were candles, paper money, and a large square piece of meat wrapped in red paper, soaked with grease that had seeped through the paper. Her voice was slow, and after a long pause, she added, "You'll get better. The last seedling of the Hu family won't be killed by the Meng family." By now, Huma's mind was in utter chaos. He recalled her sinister gaze from before, filled with hatred, and could no longer keep calm. He wanted to shout angrily, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he suddenly thought better of it. Tightly pressing his lips together, he looked up at the old woman and tentatively asked, then, "If I'm better now, can you not let me down?" Everything else was secondary. Since they insisted on talking like this, his priority was to get them to remove the hooks first. Sure enough, under his worried gaze, the old woman's expression seemed to darken further, and she slowly shook her head. "Although you're better, it's safer to keep you fixed for a few more days." Just as Huma's heart sank, the old woman suddenly seemed to make a decision. She glanced at him. Her gaze was so sharp that Huma quickly looked away. He could feel her scrutinizing him, and perhaps she had noticed the bloodstains from his earlier attempt to escape. Then, unexpectedly, he heard her voice soften. "However, It's indeed uncomfortable to stay hung up. If you want to be let down, then fine, let's undo it. Huma was momentarily taken aback. Then, I'll do it. Just as he was about to ask how it would be done, the little girl in red suddenly exclaimed excitedly. She was tiny, less than a meter tall, with thin arms and legs, but her movements were surprisingly swift. In a flash, she leaped onto Huma's back. Her little feet, clad in embroidered shoes, planted themselves on his shoulders, and her small, pale hands grabbed the iron hook. She tensed her body and pulled with force. Pop! A wave of intense pain shot through Huma, and before he could react, one of the hooks had already been pulled out. The girl quickly shifted, rolling on Huma's back, grabbing the other hook, and using the same method. Blood flowed freely from his shoulders, and Huma felt a sudden lightness wash over him. But immediately following that came a surge of pain. His vision swam with stars, and his body collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. All he could hear was the sound of giggling, and a flash of red blurred his vision. The fiery pain in his shoulders was soon followed by a cold, bone-chilling sensation, jolting him awake. When he opened his eyes, he saw the little girl in red, her tongue stretched out, licking his wounds. The long tongue slid over the gaping holes in his shoulders, and the bleeding stopped instantly. Even the intense pain subsided. What on earth? Is this little girl? Huma recognized something was wrong, but in his dazed state, he couldn't dwell on it. The girl had already flipped him over and was licking the 2 gashes on his back. Though Huma's body was thin and weak, he weighed over 100 pounds, yet she moved him with ease using her slender arms. The rapid changes left Huma's mind reeling, his breath coming in heavy gasps. Throughout this ordeal, the old woman merely sat on a stool, pouring herself a cup of cold tea, her gaze distant as if deep in thought. The room was silent except for Huma's labored breathing, heavy and loud. She seemed to feel a sense of slight relief. After a long while, she stood up and said to the little girl, "Little Hong Tang, take care of your brother for a while. I need to check the Chui family tomb." The Chui family patriarch's death was suspicious. I tasked that piece of locust wood to watch over him for 20 years, but it seems the storm a few nights ago washed the tomb open. The coffin board came back to haunt me, and that Chui patriarch's corpse probably won't stay quiet. The old woman walked to the door, but seemed to remember something. She turned back and warned Huma, "You've only just recovered, and your body is still weak, easily attracting evil spirits. Don't go wandering about. When I come back, I'll finish healing you." "Not run?" Huma, still muddled, barely heard her warning. In his mind, he could only think, I'd be a fool not to run. Even with his eyes closed, he could picture the old woman's sharp, cold gaze. The torment and suffering from the past few days lingered in his mind, along with the vivid memories of being dipped in boiling oil and flayed alive, pain unlike anything he had ever felt. It was as though he was enduring the tortures of the 18 layers of heck every day. He still remembered the old woman's sinister gaze as she watched him in his dazed state, the strange meats she force-fed him, the dizziness and agony in his head after eating them, and the feeling of something growing within him, like a monster. He was already at his limit. He had no idea what horrors awaited if this continued. A sacrificial ritual? A soul transfer? Raising a spirit? What exactly did she mean by healing him? There were countless questions swirling in his mind, but Huma knew one thing for sure: he had only one chance. If he got hooked up again, everything would be over. His panicked mind forced him to grit his teeth, silently gathering whatever strength remained in his body, struggling to stay awake. Estimating that the old woman had gone far enough, Huma suddenly opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he saw the little girl in red squatting nearby, watching him. Their eyes met, wide-eyed, both remaining silent. Huma felt a sinking feeling in his chest, forcing himself not to dash out of the house. The old woman had left, but she had left behind this little monster to watch him. If he truly wanted to escape, he would have to deal with her first. With a clear plan in mind, Huma needed to think carefully about how to proceed. The little girl in red in front of him looked no more than 5 or 6 years old, perhaps even younger. She had pigtails and thin arms and legs, with delicate, doll-like features. It seemed like a single punch could make her cry for a long time. But Huma was quite sure that if he punched her, the one crying would likely be him. Her strange SPED, incredible strength, and the way she licked his wounds to stop the bleeding all indicated that she wasn't an ordinary child. No kidding. How could someone who stayed with such a creepy old woman be normal? So, the key was figuring out how to deal with her. The room was deathly quiet. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Huma barely dared to breathe, but it seemed he couldn't hear her breathing either. With thoughts racing through his mind, he tentatively asked, "What's your name? How are you related to the old woman?" "My name is Little Hong Tang. Grandma picked me up outside." The little girl was squatting on the floor. She was so small that her squat looked awkward, almost like a grasshopper. She spoke with a childish, innocent tone, but there was a clarity in her speech that most 5- or 6-year-olds couldn't achieve. Huma continued thinking, trying to come up with a plan. "How old are you?" This question seemed to stump little Hong Tang. She counted on her fingers for a moment and then said, "I've been with Grandma for 7 or 8 years now, but I don't know how old I am." 7 or 8 years. Huma immediately confirmed that this was no ordinary child. She hadn't even grown bigger than a 7- or 8-year-old, and if Grandma picked her up 7 or 8 years ago, what about the time before that? Who knows, maybe she was like the coffin plank from earlier. Another one of the old woman's evil spirits. This taking care of him business was probably just her way of keeping an eye on him. Noticing the way she kept squatting there and staring at him, Huma's mind started working faster. Carefully observing, he noticed that besides watching him, her gaze kept drifting towards something on the 8 Immortals table. Following her gaze, Huma saw it was the piece of meat the old woman had brought back, wrapped in red paper, sitting on the table. Over the past 7 days, she'd been feeding him this strange meat, and Huma could still recall the disgusting, greasy taste. Could it be that the little girl was craving that meat? "Do you want to eat it?" He pondered quietly and asked the little girl slowly. "I don't." The little girl shook her head at first, but then her mouth began to water uncontrollably. "It's really tasty." Huma was now certain that while this girl wasn't normal, she wasn't particularly clever either. He cautiously lured her, "You can try it. It smells amazing." The little girl clearly became more tempted, but she shook her head even harder like a drum. "I can't." The meat was specially cut from the Tai Sui lured by Grandma, just for brother Huma to eat. "What's this Tai Sui lured now?" Huma held his patience and continued coaxing her. "It's fine. Grandma gave it to me, so it's mine. Now I'm giving it to you to eat. Grandma won't know." The little girl was clearly tempted, her little neck bobbing as she swallowed her saliva, hesitating. "You won't tell Grandma?" Huma promised, "If Grandma asks, I'll say I ate it all." Gulp. This time, the little girl's gulp was loud enough for Huma to hear clearly. She hesitated for a moment, looking at Huma's sincere face, then at the meat on the table. Suddenly, as if she'd made up her mind, she leaped onto the table with a swift motion. Her tiny body effortlessly jumped onto the table, her small, pale hands grasping the piece of meat. Nom. She opened her mouth wide, and her mouth stretched all the way to her ears. Her neat, delicate teeth turned into sharp, jagged fangs as she took a huge bite. "What the heck is this?" Huma was startled by the sight, almost losing the resolve he'd built up. But the meat's appeal was stronger than he expected. The little girl devoured it like a starving beast, paying no attention to anything else. Huma took this opportunity to carefully inch toward the door. Once he reached the door, he looked back cautiously. She was still eating, her back turned to him, her small body hunched over the table like a ravenous little beast. Not even an earthquake could distract her from that piece of meat. Huma took a deep breath, quietly opened the door, peeked outside, and ran out with all his strength. Whoosh! It must have been around afternoon, but stepping outside, Huma found the light a bit too bright. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he stumbled forward, running as fast as he could. His peripheral vision quickly took in the surroundings: rows of shabby, low wooden houses and tile-roofed buildings, a bumpy dirt road, livestock penned in wooden enclosures, and a stone mill with a well nearby. But there were no familiar sights from his memory, no cars, no streetlights, not even an electric pole. Faint silhouettes of people occasionally flickered in his view. These people wore dull, rough cloth clothing, carried farming tools, and wore straw sandals, exuding an ancient, rustic atmosphere. Oh my! Someone noticed Huma, and to his surprise, they seemed more frightened of him than he was of them, fleeing in panic. Whispers and hushed conversations reached his ears. "Isn't that Grandma's little grandson? How is he still alive?" The panic and unease in his heart grew even stronger. He was terrified that the strange little girl might catch up to him, and even more so that the eerie old woman might suddenly appear. He especially feared that the crowd, among which some seemed to have run off to report something, would attract more attention. All he could do was keep running, using every last bit of his strength. Without knowing how far he had run, his heart felt like it was about to burst from his chest. Where am I now? Looking around, he saw sparse grass and paddy fields, along with a tall wooden fence and dense, dark forest beyond. It seemed like he had reached the edge of the village. Before he realized it, evening had arrived. The sky darkened, and the surroundings became eerily quiet. After such a frantic escape, his body was now severely weakened, and his head was spinning. It felt like his body was filled with lead, and he could barely move. Just as he was about to stop and catch his breath, supporting himself on his knees, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. A vague, unintelligible whisper, carried by the wind, drifted into his ears. Though he couldn't understand the words, the sound sent a chill down his spine. He jerked his head around, eyes darting everywhere. All around him were piles of hay, with a few ancient trees, gnarled and towering far taller than the ones in his past life memories. Following the direction of the whisper, his eyes eventually focused. He saw the source of the sound. It was a black goat standing next to a haystack. Its yellowish-brown pupils stared directly at him, unblinking. Huma stared back, wondering if the eerie feeling and the strange whisper were just his imagination. Then, to his horror, the black goat slowly stood up on two legs. Like a person, it spread its front legs wide, balancing only on its hind legs, still staring fixedly at Huma. Its mouth stretched into a twisted smile. At that moment, Huma's scalp tingled, and he stumbled backward in fright. Caw, caw. Before he could figure out what was happening, a strange laugh rang out nearby. Whipping his head around, he saw something perched on an old branch, a monkey-like creature. No, it wasn't a monkey, it was a person. A person, stark naked, their skin deathly pale and unnaturally thin, with limbs far longer than normal. They crouched on the tree like a monkey, their eyes an eerie blood red, staring at him and laughing excitedly. Little brother. Before Huma could fully process the overwhelming terror, a sweet, sickly voice called out from nearby. Turning again, he saw the source of the voice, a beautiful woman. She was mostly hidden behind a haystack, only her lovely face visible, with red lips slightly parted, calling to him in an enticing voice. The sound seemed to carry some sort of magic, making him subconsciously want to approach her step by step. But Huma stopped after taking just one step. He saw the woman's beautiful head slowly emerging from the haystack. Behind that head was a long, winding, dark red snake body, its scales rasping against the straw with a chilling sound. What is all this? Huma finally snapped out of his daze, the invisible fear gripping his entire body like a jolt of electricity. A dense, suffocating sense of dread enveloped him. He couldn't catch his breath, his vision went dark, and he was about to collapse. But just then, he heard a cheerful voice. "Brother Huma, stop playing around. Grandma is calling you home for dinner." The moment that voice appeared, all the eerie phenomena vanished, and Huma exhaled the breath he had been holding in. Under intense, twisted pressure, Huma obediently followed the little girl and read back home for dinner. His numb brain, after being shocked so intensely, suddenly became completely clear. Everything he saw shattered all his rationality, yet he lacked the strength to question it. The sky had already darkened, and a small oil lamp was lit in the small house. The old woman was waiting for him at the Eight Immortals table. Surprisingly, The meal in this simple hut was quite rich. Out of breath from running, and still dazed from the fright those ghostly things had given him, Huma didn't know how long he had fled for. All he saw was that on the eight immortals' table, there was already a plate of pickled vegetables, 2 bowls of porridge, and a plate of square-cut meat. So, Huma obediently sat at the left side of the table, with the old woman sitting at the head. Little Hong Tang was now squatting on a beam above, poking her head down to watch. The flickering lamplight cast shifting shadows, and in the darkness outside the house, it seemed like something was always peeking in. The old woman said nothing, silently eating her meal. She only touched the pickled vegetables on the plate. The little girl on the beam said nothing either, blinking as she stared at Huma sitting by the table. The atmosphere was eerie and oppressive. Finally, Huma couldn't take it anymore and cautiously broke the silence. So, what are those things? Both the old woman and the playful little Hong Tang on the beam turned their heads to look at him, and the atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Evil spirits. After a moment of silence, the old woman slowly spoke. Once night falls, those things come out. You were hurt so badly, you've forgotten the rule that you can't go out at night. Hearing this response only made him feel more anxious. Huma muttered a word softly, not knowing what else to ask. There's no need to be so afraid. The old woman glanced at him again and slowly added, You've just barely recovered. Your body is weak. It's normal to encounter evil spirits. As long as you listen to me, eat more meat, you'll gradually get better. Meat? Huma reluctantly looked at the square-cut piece of meat on the plate. The piece that little Hong Tang had eaten earlier was gone. This one looked like it had been freshly cooked. But even though it was freshly made, it still carried a cold, eerie quality. The grease had already congealed, gleaming a strange white under the oil lamp, sitting alone on the plate. He had been force-fed so many times before, but still couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. He was sure it wasn't pork, nor beef, and certainly not human flesh. It wasn't like anything he had ever eaten. Moreover, the shape of the meat always reminded him of the sacrificial offerings used for the dead in his past life. His internal resistance made it hard for him to pick up the chopsticks, but the old woman stopped her own eating and stared at him with a ghostly look. Do you not trust me? Facing her gaze, Huma felt a slight shiver in his heart. I trust you. He took a deep breath, immediately pulling the plate closer and bowing his head to devour the meat. Based on his past experiences, after eating the meat, he would face some kind of indescribable torture. Running away wasn't an option, so at least he could fill his stomach to endure it better. The greasy meat was chewed to pieces and forced down his throat. His extremely hungry body gradually started to feel some relief. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but as soon as the meat entered his stomach, it seemed to start digesting immediately. It felt like the meat came to life inside him. It squirmed through his organs and bloodstream, repairing his body. This strange sensation made him feel oddly invigorated, and even the wounds on his shoulders felt a bit lighter. Seeing him finish the meat cleanly, the old woman's expression seemed to soften a little. She slowly said, Good boy. After eating, go rest in your room early. If you get up at night, just relieve yourself by the wall, but don't go outside, and don't look out. Those things are still there. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the old fire pit to pay respects to the ancestors, and everything will be fine. Things? Huma had many more questions he wanted to ask. He vaguely remembered the excruciating tortures of previous nights, like descending into heck itself. But tonight, were they really just going to let him sleep? He wanted to ask more, but when his gaze met the old woman's face, hidden in the shadows of the oil lamp, he instinctively recoiled. Stealing a glance toward the door, all he saw was complete darkness outside. There wasn't even a hint of moonlight. It was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It seemed like even the light from the oil lamp inside the house was being compressed, as though the thick night was filled with countless strange things, all staring at him with eerie eyes. Without realizing it, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Obediently, he cleaned up his bowl and chopsticks and retreated into the small side room. The room was narrow, with only a wooden plank bed and a blanket that seemed freshly put out, thick but stiff. He didn't dare sleep, huddling in the small, dark room with his ears straining, his mind focused on the main room. Outside, the old woman's muttered chanting began again, faint and mysterious, barely audible. Creak, creak. Along with the chanting, another strange sound mixed in. Peeking through the door crack, Huma saw that little Hong Tang was gnawing on a bone, grinding her teeth. The unease in Huma's heart reached its peak. Hugging the blanket, he silently knocked on his own head. Strangely enough, after this fright, his mind seemed clearer than before, and the dizziness he had been feeling gradually faded away. But beyond the terror, his mind was also filled with endless questions and doubts. So, did I get reborn into this boy who also happens to be named Huma? That creepy old woman's grandson, who was killed by an enemy, and she tried to summon his soul back, but ended up summoning me instead? And all the torture and torment before, was it really to treat me? But the key issue is, she thinks I just woke up and can't remember anything, but the truth is, I'm not even her grandson. It was all too absurd, too strange to believe right away, but after seeing how bizarre this world was, it seemed like anything could be possible. He had a strong urge to figure everything out, but at this point, he didn't even have the courage to look out the window. It was as if the night had imprisoned him in this tiny wooden bed. In a world like this, Huma didn't want to sleep, but after running so far with his weakened body, exhaustion set in, and whether it was due to his fatigue or the old woman's chanting and little Hong Tang's teeth grinding having some strange hypnotic effect, he eventually drifted off to sleep. In a daze, he found himself in a deep, dark place, with red mist swirling around him. His body silently pushed through the mist, walking forward, until suddenly, he stopped. Ahead of him was a broken platform, with a dilapidated incense burner on top. Behind it loomed a vast darkness. He could vaguely see the shadow of a statue hidden in the darkness, but it was too indistinct to make out clearly. Instinctively, Huma took a few steps forward, though he couldn't hear the sound of his own footsteps. When he approached the platform, he realized it resembled an altar in a temple, and the whole space looked like an abandoned temple, dilapidated and forgotten for many years, with no trace of incense or offerings. The plates on the altar were all empty. The incense burner was half filled with cold ash, untouched by fire for who knows how long. But strangely, beside the incense burner was a red stick of incense, as long as a finger, placed upside down. It looked brand new, and there was something familiar about its presence. Huma stood before the incense burner for what felt like a long time. His heart stirred slightly, and for some unknown reason, he instinctively picked up the half-burnt red incense and gently placed it into the incense burner before slowly pulling his hand back. Hiss! Once the incense was placed in the burner, it inexplicably lit itself. The faint red glow seemed to bring a bit of life to the desolate, abandoned space. Wisps of smoke curled upward, light as a phantom snake, drifting into the empty air around him. Sensing something, Huma held his breath. He quietly watched the smoke disperse, feeling that something was about to happen. But nothing did. The incense burned quietly, much faster than normal incense would. Even when it was almost completely burnt down, nothing happened. Just as Huma started to relax, feeling like his tension had been for nothing, the smoke suddenly snapped taut like a solid object, stretching straight into the depths of the red mist. This clearly unnatural phenomenon caused Huma to hold his breath even more. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed, codename Erguotu, calling reincarnators from Oldine Mountain. Can anyone hear me? What? The unexpected words struck Huma's mind like a blow, causing him to stumble back, his body trembling. He looked in the direction of the voice, too stunned to respond. And just then, he felt a cold sensation at his ankle. A strange feeling spread through his entire body, and Huma immediately woke up, realizing he was still lying on the narrow wooden bed. Little Hong Tang, dressed in red, was holding his ankle with her cold little hand, her eyes unusually bright, staring at him intently. Like a shock of electricity, Huma snapped to attention, yanking his ankle away. "What are you doing? You're such a coward." Little Hong Tang gave him a glance, giggling as she said, "Brother Huma is awake. Grandma is taking us to the old fire pit." "The old fire pit?" Huma, still groggy, turned his head and saw sunlight streaming in through the small window. It was already morning. Was the voice in the dream real? Or was it just that I longed for my previous world so much that I had such a strange dream? Huma silently pondered the bizarre temple from his dream. Along with the voice he had heard just before waking up, a sense of oppression filling his heart. He quietly lifted the blanket and got out of bed. In this eerie environment, he hadn't dared to take off his clothes or shoes, so getting up was easy. But that he hadn't laid down at all last night, so who covered him with this blanket? Outside the room, as expected, the old woman was already leaning on her cane, carrying a bag on her back, waiting for him. When she saw Huma come out, she said coldly, "Let's go." Huma, both afraid of her and subconsciously wanting to please her, took 2 steps forward and said, "I'll carry the bag." The old woman seemed a bit surprised, giving Huma a deep look. Maybe it was because he hadn't slept well, but Huma had heavy dark circles under his eyes, his face pale, drained of any color, and he seemed listless. The old woman's expression grew heavier, and she shook her head. "Your shoulders are still injured. You can't carry heavy things. We'll go to the old fire pit first and pay our respects to the ancestors." Huma didn't know what the fire pit had to do with ancestors, but feeling exhausted and foggy-headed, he didn't bother to ask. The path was paved with stones, with puddles left over from recent rain, making it muddy and damp. A morning mist hung over the village, covering everything nearby and far with a mysterious aura. It was truly a world completely different from what Huma remembered, ancient and remote, carrying a strange sense of desolation. For some reason, facing this world, Huma felt a faint sense of dread. At that moment, his left hand suddenly felt cold. Looking down, he saw that the little girl, Hong Tang, had come up beside him and was holding his hand. "Come on, brother Huma." She looked up at him, giggling brightly. She looked just like a little girl who was scared to leave the house and instinctively reached for an adult's hand to walk with. But she's just a little monster. Inside, Huma didn't want to hold the girl's hand, but he didn't dare to shake it off, so he forced himself to endure it. Holding her hand, he followed the hunched figure of the old woman in front of him. This was Huma's second time leaving the house. Unlike yesterday's chaotic dizziness, this time he could clearly see the world around him. It seemed they were in the middle of a mountain range. No matter which direction he looked, towering peaks and dense, green forests surrounded them. All around were layers of wooden houses, connected by uneven stone paths that sliced irregularly through the village. This time, Huma observed more carefully, still finding nothing familiar from his past modern world. From the clothing of the villagers to the farming tools, the crude stone mills, and the wet wells, everything had an ancient, timeless feel. Clang. As they walked, a family up ahead opened their door. But as soon as they saw the 3 of them, they quickly stepped back inside, quietly closing the door. The village woke early, and the roads were already dotted with groups of people, but everyone avoided them when they saw the old woman approach. Those who couldn't avoid her stood awkwardly, smiling at the old woman. Huma even overheard quiet conversations from within a house. "Old lady who still has great abilities. That who family boy had such a powerful possession, but she managed to save him. Oh no, is she heading toward the old fire pit? Do you think the ancestors will recognize little Huma? Sure. Hong Tang doesn't like the villagers." As they walked, the little girl suddenly looked up at Huma and said, "Grandma has always helped them by treating their illnesses, never charging any money, and even giving them herbs. But now they're all avoiding her, afraid that she'll borrow their lives to give to brother Huma." Borrow lives? Huma looked at the little girl, unsure of how to respond. The villagers were afraid of the old woman, and so was he. So, this old woman was some kind of healer, or perhaps a shaman, for this village? In his past life, it wasn't uncommon in ancient villages for one person to be responsible for both treating illnesses and exorcising spirits. With wary looks from the villagers, the old woman, the little girl, and Huma crossed through the village and arrived at a slope on the northern side. Several people were already waiting at the bottom of the slope. At the forefront stood an old man wearing a sheepskin coat, a long iron pipe tucked into his waist, his face wrinkled with age. old lady who, seeing the three approach, the old man hurried to meet them. He glanced at Huma, then quickly looked away and, hesitating, addressed the old woman. It looks like little Huma has recovered well, but are you sure? You want to take him to the old fire pit? The old woman slowly raised her head to look at him, then glanced at the other nervous middle-aged men behind him. Why not? No, no. The old man quickly shook his head, speaking in a low voice. Little Huma has only just recovered. Shouldn't you let him rest a bit longer? That's precisely why he needs to go to the old fire pit. The old woman's tone was firm. If the ancestors won't protect him, who will? The old man's face grew even more troubled. But the old woman didn't say any more and began walking forward. Little Hong Tang, excited, tugged Huma along after her. Seeing this, the old man didn't try to stop her any further. The people behind him all smiled awkwardly and nodded at the old woman as she paced. Once she was out of earshot, however, they huddled around the old man, speaking in hushed tones. Chief, do you think? There's nothing we can do. The old chief replied. Who in this village would dare stop the old woman? Do you want to lose your conscience? We'll just have to wait and see what the ancestors decide. When they reached the top of the slope, Huma saw a flat area with a large pit about 20 square meters wide. The sides of the pit were lined with earthen bricks, and it was long and rectangular. The pit was filled with ashes. He could vaguely see dark red embers hidden beneath the surface, with thin wisps of smoke rising, as if the fire inside had never gone out. What caught Huma's attention most was a half-burned skull lying in the ashes. Only half of it remained, its hollow eyes staring right at him. Huma's heart skipped a beat. Is this old fire pit used for burning people? Kneel. The old woman had already walked to the edge of the fire pit, unpacking the bag she carried, and softly instructed Huma. Obediently, Huma knelt. Little Hong Tang didn't kneel. Instead, she squatted nearby, smiling brightly as she rested her chin in her hands, watching him. Kneel closer, so the ancestors can get a good look at you. Seeing that Huma had knelt too far back, the old woman frowned and motioned for him to come forward. With no other choice, Huma moved closer until he was barely a meter from the fire pit. He could feel the heat radiating from it, oppressive and stifling, making him break out in a sweat. Even breathing felt difficult. The old woman took out incense, bowls, meat, and talismans from her bag. One by one, she lit the incense, offered the meat, burned the talismans, performing each ritual with the utmost respect. Then, bowing her head, she began to pray. The Hu family entered the village 20 years ago, worked the fields and protected the neighbors. Now, the Hu family has fallen on hard times, haunted by ghosts, tormented by enemies. Today, we ask the ancestors to protect my grandson, and in return, we'll offer more incense and prayers. With her eyes closed, she mumbled the prayer over and over, repeating the same words. Huma didn't catch everything the first time, but soon he began to understand, and seeing the old woman's serious and devoted expression, he felt a slight pang of emotion. This old woman really cared about her grandson. What a pity. But just as that thought crossed his mind, a cold wind suddenly swept over the fire pit. Huma's vision blurred, and in an instant, the heat radiating from the fire pit turned icy, chilling him to the bone. This cold seemed to seep directly into his bones, freezing him completely. At the same time, whispers filled his ears, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. It sounded like 100 people murmuring at once, the voices merging into an indistinct maze that flooded his ears. Not only that, but his eyes suddenly began to ache. Instinctively, he raised a hand to rub them, and then he froze. In the old fire pit, that half-burned skull had grown an eye, cold and eerie, staring right at him. Then he saw a hand reach out from the ashes. Another hand followed, and then a face, a second face, a third face. More and more ghostly hands and faces began to emerge from the ashes, pale and translucent, their expressions cold and indifferent. Were there dozens? Hundreds? Thousands? They were everywhere, entangled together like a centipede with countless arms, all stuffed into the small fire pit. Bodies layered over each other, twisted and fused like a mace of people crushed together. Countless faces stared at Huma, their eyes blinking in unison. Some gazed at him with cold indifference, others with confusion, some with fear and curiosity. Buzz. The scene overwhelmed Huma's mind, and fear bubbled up from his chest, nearly stopping his heart. He stood frozen, staring dumbly at the endless crowd of ghostly figures rising from the fire pit. The cold wind howled around the pit, while the old woman's chanting grew more frantic. Little Hong Tang had retreated to a safer distance. The bizarre crowd of ghostly figures kept coming out of the pit, like a growing, distorted tree of human bodies. They stood above Huma, gazing down at him in silence. None of them reached out to touch him. The old woman kept her head bowed, chanting endlessly, as though she didn't even need to breathe. But the faster she chanted, the quicker the 3 sticks of incense she had lit burned down, their ash falling rapidly to the ground. When the incense finally reached the base, the old woman stopped. Her messy hair hid her expression, but her low sigh of disappointment echoed in the air. Disappeared? When the incense finished burning and the mother-in-law's prayer voice suddenly stopped, Huma's eyes suddenly blurred. The biting cold wind around suddenly disappeared at this moment, just as it had come without any warning. Huma once again felt the heat coming from the old fire pit, and the sweat on his body seemed to burst out again without delay. When I looked again, the strange human figures in the old fire pit had completely disappeared. It was as if what I just saw was just an illusion. My mother-in-law sat next to the fire pit, quietly without saying a word. After a long time, she slowly packed up her things. Xiao Hongtang also came closer quietly. She pouted her lips and seemed a little unhappy. What is the situation now? Huma didn't even dare to breathe. He just looked at him silently and quietly changed from a kneeling position to a sitting position. He didn't understand what this meant and didn't dare to interrupt. Mother-in-law who? At this time, the old clan leader and several other people who had been watching from the bottom of the slope saw this scene and bravely came over. Looking at the mother-in-law who was packing up her things with her head down, they seemed to be very embarrassed. After all, the old Hushan brothers were not buried in the old fire pond, and the ancestors didn't recognize Xiao Huma. You see, how about we think of other ways to give Xiao Huma? I will. The mother-in-law suddenly said with a cold face. Even if the ancestors don't recognize him now, they will recognize him when I enter the fire pit. Don't think of any other ideas. This is the last offspring of my Hu family. I won't let anything happen to him, nor will I let him hide in the village for the rest of his life, unable to even leave the house. Mother-in-law, you misunderstood. No one wants anything to happen to Xiao Huma. The old clan leader and others hurriedly explained, while helping the grandmother up and talking to the side. Brother Hushan and grandmother, what you have done for the village over the years has been seen by everyone, but the ancestors are not living people after all, so they can't tell the difference. Please come over here first. We have something to discuss with you. Perhaps, if we want the ancestors to recognize Xiao Huma, there are other ways. I watched my mother-in-law being helped to the side by them, and she seemed to be saying something nervously. Huma also quickly stood up from the ground, helped her mother-in-law carry the packed bag, and stood aside. When he was a little further away from the strange old fire pit, he asked Xiao Hongtang what he was wondering. What does it mean that the ancestors don't recognize me? Brother Huma, do you really not remember anything at all? Xiao Hongtang tilted his head and looked at Huma curiously, which made him feel uneasy again. At least Xiao Hongtang didn't ask any more questions and said clearly, the old fire pit is where the ancestors are burned. All the old people who passed away in the village would be burned in the old fire pit. Our ancestors have been like this for generations, except for those who were not ambitious when they were alive, like the Chui family's grandfather. When he was alive, he stole from people and ate things he shouldn't have. So the Chui family despised him and didn't let him into the old fire pit. They wanted to find a place to bury him outside the village. Even so, my mother-in-law was afraid that something might happen to him, so she found a coffin to watch over him. Is there such a custom in the village? Huma thought of the densely packed figures he had just seen in the old fire pit and understood their identities. I felt a chill in my heart, but at the same time I was a little confused. Why burn so many ancestors in one place? What's the use of the old fire pit? Protect your children and grandchildren, Xiao Hongtang said with a smile. In the old fire pit, there are spirits of our ancestors. They can ward off evil spirits, exorcise ghosts, and accumulate blessings for our descendants. The more ancestors you burn, the more effective it will be. Usually they protect the village, so that those evil spirits outside dare not come in. If anyone in the village is attacked or entangled by evil spirits, just come to the old fire pit and pray. Even at night, if you have to leave the village for something, come and grab a handful of ashes and put them in your pocket. It is more useful than any amulet. Is it still possible? The more Huma thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. At first, when he heard that so many people were burned in the old fire pit, and then thought of the densely packed shadows, he felt a little horrified. This was obviously a place full of evil spirits, but how could he feel at ease when so many people were burned in one place? But now I understand that this village has its own simple reasons for survival. Since there are so many evil spirits in the world, there are naturally ways to deal with them. Regardless of whether he is a bunch of gods or Buddhas or anything else, there is nothing more reliable than asking for blessings from your own ancestors, right? But if I could ward off evil spirits by just grabbing a handful of incense, ash, and putting it on my body, why would I bother with so much trouble? Brother Huma is different from others. There is no one from the Hu family in the old fire pit. Xiao Hongtang's words resolved Huma's doubts and made him understand his current embarrassing situation. The Hu family is from outside, and none of their ancestors are buried in the old fire pit. My mother-in-law wanted to talk to the ancestors and asked them to help bless Brother Huma first, but the ancestors didn't agree. So when Brother Huma encountered an evil spirit, no one cared. Even if he took the ashes out of the village, it wouldn't work. But when Grandma dies and is buried in the old fire pit, the ancestors will recognize you as Brother Huma, and someone will bless you. So that's how it is. Xiao Hongtang was innocent and spoke in a childish voice, not as organized as an adult, but Huma understood her. One of the embarrassing things about my original body is that no ancestors were buried in this fire pit. Logically speaking, the Hu family has been in the village for more than 20 years and has contributed a lot to this village. Even the original body's father died for this village. But unfortunately, the original body's father died outside the village and his body was not found, so there was naturally no way to burn it here. The mother-in-law wanted to plead with them, but unfortunately they ignored her. Perhaps the old patriarch just now was so nervous because he guessed this and was afraid that his mother-in-law would be hurt. He looked up at this gray and plain world and thought of the evil spirit he encountered that day, and even the thing that just came out of the old fire pit. He was not at all relieved by figuring out the situation. Instead, he felt a tremor in his heart. Today, my doubts about this world can no longer be so firm. But in this world full of insecurity, he still couldn't find any sense of security at all. Maybe I can only rely on this mother-in-law? At least judging from the way she prayed devoutly just now, it seemed that she really cared about me. No, she cares about her grandson, but she is a fake. Huma didn't dare to say this. He had been feeling dizzy before, but now he was awake. Although he was not sure what the current situation was, he was alive and it was real. Deep in his mind, he could still vaguely remember the empty and helpless feeling he had before he woke up. It was a huge panic and uncertainty, a feeling of confusion and powerlessness that one could not control his own destiny. Compared with the sense of security that I have now, that is the most terrifying fear. So, he can't say. Life is like this. Living is the greatest instinct of human beings. Since I'm alive, I don't want to die. Just as Huma was thinking about it, her mother-in-law finished talking to the old patriarch and others in the distance, and then slowly walked back. Huma, who had a certain understanding of her situation in her heart, hurriedly picked up the bag, went up to her, and took the initiative to support her. Mother-in-law, shall we go back? Go back. The mother-in-law didn't say much, just nodded, and with Huma's support, she slowly walked down the hillside. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked, "Did you see the ancestors just now?" Huma was a little surprised. He looked up at his mother-in-law's eyes, and those strange shadows came to his mind. "Shouldn't I see it? You really saw it." Grandma looked at his suspicious expression, Her eyes seemed even more tired, and she said softly, "You have already settled your soul. You shouldn't have seen the ancestors, not even Xiao Hongtang." I. Huma looked down at the little girl holding his hand and felt a chill in his heart. This is really a ghost. No one can see her? Along the way, in the eyes of others, isn't it like I'm holding onto a ball of air? Grandma, the village says that only people who are about to die can see their ancestors in the old fire pit, but Brother Huma has also seen them. I don't want Brother Huma to see me when he can see me. Hearing that she was mentioned, Xiao Hongtang, who was following beside her, suddenly asked, "Is Brother Huma dying soon?" "No." Grandma shook her head slowly and whispered, "Not only can dying people see it, but people who have just come back to life can see it too." Huma's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he quickly lowered his head. "It can be cured." The mother-in-law didn't turn her head to look at him, but slowly, as if talking to herself, she said, "After all, she just came back from the gates of heck, so it's normal for her body to be weak. When a ghost comes back to life, seeing the yang energy is like entering a frying pan, and the soul growing in the flesh is like peeling off the skin and pulling out the tendons. You've made it through all the levels, so the rest won't matter. Just take good care of yourself and eat more meat, and you'll definitely get better." Huma's back was soaked with cold sweat. He could only support her stiffly and walk back carefully. "Please vote for and collect my new book. When will this day end?" After returning from the old fire pond, Huma no longer had any intention of escaping. "Now, not only can I not think about running away, but I have to stay by my mother-in-law's side every day." The unintentional words of his mother-in-law seemed to have solved his doubts. So, those memories of torture were just side effects of returning to the world of the living. Had his mother-in-law really been saving him? "It seems that she really treats me well and watches over me every day. Even when she goes out during the day saying that she is going to cut the tai sui and cannot let me follow her, she will let the little girl in red clothes stay with me." Now he didn't know where he was or what dynasty he was in, but he was sure that this world had too many strange and scary things. Not to mention at night, even in broad daylight, he often felt uneasy. It was fine when he stayed with this mother-in-law or in that gloomy house. Once he left the house, or was away from his mother-in-law, or when Xiao Hongtang ran away because of playing, he began to feel uncomfortable all over, always feeling that something was looking at him eerily. I looked back suddenly, but I couldn't see anything. Sometimes when I was distracted, I would suddenly hear laughter behind me, or feel a strange gust of wind. Creepy and disorienting. In this situation, let alone escaping, even if I wanted to find someone to inquire about the situation, I couldn't do it. The people in the village seemed to be more afraid of me than I was of the evil spirit. It's bad enough to be suspicious all the time during the day, but it's even harder at night. The failure of worshipping the old fire pond seemed to put a lot of pressure on the mother-in-law. Not only did she cut that strange meat for him to eat every day, but she also burned talismans on herself from time to time and burned incense on the bedside. At night, she would mutter and chant scriptures in the outer room all night long. Huma felt that he was awake, but also in a trance, and often couldn't tell the difference between truth and falsehood and illusion. He couldn't tell whether he was well now or not. But he was certain of one thing. He was suffering from a nervous breakdown. Day after day, the pressure doubled and Huma had a headache. Once, he couldn't help but sneak out of the door after being woken up. I first poured a glace of water for my mother-in-law, and then asked carefully, "Mother-in-law, don't you need a rest?" My mother-in-law looked up at him, and you could see that her eyes were bloodshot. She still took the water, drank it silently, and whispered, "Just sleep well. Those evil spirits will become more powerful as the night goes on. I need to chant sutras for you, so that they dare not come over. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to sleep peacefully." Huma had never expected that this would be the reason, and he felt guilty for a moment. "But in this case, don't you need to rest?" The mother-in-law suddenly looked up at him, her eyes extremely cold. Huma was slightly shocked. Did he say something wrong? But she has endless herbs to deal with during the day, paper figurines to make, and bone talismans to carve. She also has to go out of the village every day to get help from someone to cut the meat for the tai sui. And at night she has to recite sutras all night. Isn't it right for me to say that I'm worried about her? Just as I was feeling anxious, my mother-in-law slowly withdrew her gaze and said calmly, "It's okay, mother-in-law. Just think of a solution. I already have an idea." Huma nodded quickly and went back to the side room. Xiao Hongtang, Grandma said she had an idea. What is it? After all, Huma had something to hide, and was afraid that if he spoke too much, he would be exposed, so he didn't dare to ask his mother-in-law many things. When he couldn't hold it anymore, he grabbed Xiao Hongtang and asked her quietly, "In this world, no one dared to talk to me, except this little girl who should be scary in theory. Instead, she was silly and easy to ask questions. Getting married." Xiao Hongtang poked her head out from the beam with a smile, shaking her two pigtails, and said, "You are married to someone with the 4 surnames, so you are one of the 4 surnames. The ancestors of the 4 surnames will certainly bless you." Huma never expected this idea. I didn't have time to get married in my previous life, but now I'm able to get it all in one go here? He suddenly became a little nervous. Who should I marry? Xiao Hongtang pouted and said, "I picked someone from the Zhao family." The Zhao family? Huma didn't know who the Zhao family was, but he vaguely heard his mother-in-law and Xiao Hongtang talk about it. In Daong village, the Hu family was an outsider with a small surname, but there were several other big surnames who had lived here for generations. People with such big surnames have many ancestors buried in the old fire pond, so they are the most blessed by the old fire pond. The children of these big surnames are not easily harmed by evil spirits. But he was really shocked and subconsciously asked, "Does it look good?" Xiao Hongtang was excited when she heard this. She is very beautiful, famous for her good looks, and a flower in the village. Village flower level. Huma thought about it seriously. He seldom went out, and most of the people he had met in this village were dark, dull, and slow. There were a few women, but they were short and dark, wearing baggy cotton jackets and trousers, and they were really not good-looking. But in every place, there are always some outstanding women who can be called the flower of the village. I think they can't be too bad, right? I felt a little more cheerful inside, and had a little more anticipation for no reason. I couldn't help asking, "How old is he? Do you know?" "Not very old." Hongtang tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "He was only 17 when he died." Huma was stunned for a moment. "Dead?" "Yes." Xiao Hongtang said happily. "If she were alive, she would marry into your Hu family, but there would still be no Hu family members in the old fire pond. But if you were to marry into the family, you would be blessed by the ancestors in the old fire pond, but there would be no one left in your Hu family. So mother-in-law is helping you find a ghost marriage. After the ghost marriage, your wife will be able to protect you in the underworld, and you can even burn paper for her." This matter was not long ago. The clan leader and others helped to think of the idea, and mother-in-law considered it for a few days before agreeing to it. "It's just that the Zhao family is a little greedy and asked my mother-in-law for a lot of dowry." What the heck is this? The sesame seeds almost exploded at once. It was only then that he understood what the old patriarch had said to his mother-in-law after worshipping the old fire pit. "But I have never been married in my 2 lifetimes, so when I get married I have to have a ghost marriage. Even in the previous life, this kind of ghost marriage would make people feel creepy inside. Not to mention that there are so many ghosts in this world. If it really happens, won't it entangle me for the rest of my life?" Other things would have passed by in a daze, but I had to talk to my mother-in-law about this matter and try my best to get it done. So I was anxious and moved a small stool to sit by the door and wait for my mother-in-law to come back. My mother-in-law came back when it was almost dark. She was leaning on a crutch and holding a large piece of meat in her hand, tied with a ganja rope, swinging back and forth. Huma recognized it at a glance. This was the meat of Tai Sui, and the pieces were bigger than what he usually ate. "Are the gifts ready?" "That." Huma stood up and was about to speak when he saw his mother-in-law's tired face. The words came to his lips, but he took them back and hurriedly supported his mother-in-law, taking the meat from her hand. "Sit down and rest for a while." While putting the meat into the jar, she poured a bowl of water for her mother-in-law and placed it in front of her. The mother-in-law glanced at Huma, slowly took the bowl, and drank it bit by bit, with a seemingly complicated expression. "Don't sit outside for a long time. Even though you are feeling better now, You still need to stay out of the wind." After the mother-in-law finished drinking the water, she handed the bowl to Huma. Huma wanted to pour her some more, but she slowly waved her hand and said, "I took you to the old fire pond before, but the ancestors didn't recognize you. It's not their fault. The dead are dead. They only recognize relatives, not reason. When I die, you carry me to the old fire pit, and our Hu family will truly have a foothold here." Huma hurriedly said, "Don't say that, mother-in-law. It's better for you to be healthy than to be blessed or not." After hearing this, the mother-in-law fell silent for a while, and her eyes seemed to tremble. "Yes," she sighed and said, "I can't lie down in the fire pit yet, but you need someone to protect you." The clan leader was afraid that I would be disappointed, so he gave me an idea the other day and wanted to find you a relative. When Huma heard this, his heart skipped a beat. They were finally getting to the point. He was hesitating about how to persuade her to refuse. Then I heard my mother-in-law sigh and say, "I thought about it and decided to refuse." Huma was somewhat surprised and looked up at her mother-in-law. "You are weak and you are not able to bear the torture of that evil woman." The mother-in-law said slowly, "Besides, you are the last in our Hu family. We are counting on you to have children and sons and daughters in the future. If you marry into this family, you will either have to keep a ghost wife for the rest of your life, or you will have to divorce her and marry someone else. Both are unreliable things." "So that's the reason?" Huma felt relieved immediately. While patting her mother-in-law's shoulders, she said, "I will listen to you." That night, after he fell asleep, he was dazed and saw a slim young girl in red clothes coming to his bed, crying and wiping her tears, saying, "My family asked me before. I didn't want to get married, but your mother-in-law gave me a lot of gifts, so I agreed. But I was ready to climb on your bed, but your mother-in-law broke off the engagement. Your family is bullying me. How will the people below look at me?" New book, please vote and collect the sesame has become numb. He never thought in his life that someone would actually get into his dream and call him a scumbag. "I never thought that I would live under the same roof with a gloomy and weird mother-in-law and an inhuman little girl, even voluntarily." When he just woke up, he was still thinking about escaping and figuring out this world. But now, he just lay down. "My mother-in-law told me to do whatever she asked me to do, and I should be a good grandson. When my mother-in-law asked me to eat meat, I ate it with big mouthfuls." Xiao Hongtang was drooling from the food, but he still ate it all up. "My mother-in-law didn't allow me to go out at night, so I stayed in this small room and even pee-ped along the wall. Large size, bear with it. There is no way. The world outside is so dangerous. Of course, I have a temper too. Even though my mother-in-law forbids me to do some things, I still do them. For example, housework." Although he couldn't figure out what the Tai Sui Ro was, Huma gradually felt its magic. The wounds on his shoulders were very serious piercing wounds. When Xiao Hongtang licked his wounds with her tongue, the bleeding stopped and he didn't feel much pain. But that didn't heal the injury. It was more like giving himself anesthesia. His arms were still weak and he felt a dull pain from time to time. But after eating Tai Sui meat for a few days in the village, the wounds healed incredibly quickly. Once you eat that kind of Tai Sui meat, you will soon feel the warmth spreading from your lower abdomen to your entire body. The wounds seemed to heal little by little under the influence of this heat. When lying quietly, Huma could even feel that the granulation tissue at the wound was slowly growing and connecting together. In less than 6 or 7 days, the wound had already scabbed over and seemed to be filled with new flesh and blood. As his strength gradually recovered, he became more diligent and rushed to sweep the floor, chop wood, wipe the table, and even fetch water, just hoping to leave a good impression on his mother-in-law. After taking a nap occasionally, my mother-in-law saw Huma's back working diligently, and her eyes seemed a little complicated. She advised Huma to rest more and not to tire himself out, but Huma just agreed. This was the only thing he had the initiative over now, so how could he listen to her? After all, no one knows what will happen in the future, and I don't know how long I can keep it a secret. I am even more confused about what to do next. Maybe if I behave well now, when my identity is exposed, at least I won't be scared to death? Amid this undercurrent, life appears eerily calm. An old man, a young boy and a kid, fell into this cramped house and lived like a family. until he was awakened again by the thick, dark red fog. Am I in that weird dream again? Huma walked slowly forward and once again saw the dilapidated incense table and the statue trapped in the shadows. After a little observation, he was sure that he was not dreaming. The scene in this dream was exactly the same as the last time. The red incense stick that I had inserted into the incense burner last time was now inserted neatly in the incense burner, and the smoke was curling up and slowly dissipating. If this was really a dream, why did it seem so real and the scenes were connected? This dream is real. So, the call I heard in the dream was also real? Huh. While thinking about this question, Huma suddenly noticed that there was a slight change inside the incense burner. He clearly remembered that the incense stick was almost burned out last time, but this time, it had actually grown a little longer, almost 2 fingers long. How come the fever has lasted longer after a few days? This subtle discovery gave him a slight surprise. He didn't understand the principle, but he knew that if he lit the incense stick, he might still be able to hear the same call as last time. Admittedly, this seems like a dangerous thing to do. In this strange world, it seems that we should be careful no matter what we encounter. But this depressing and gloomy life I'm leading now is almost driving me crazy. Okay? Even if it's just a straw, I won't let it go. He calmed his mind and waited patiently, watching the incense stick inserted into the stove. The curling smoke floated into the red mist, but it did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly rotated like a tiny snake, wandering in the dark red mist. Huma vaguely felt that the smoke from the burning incense seemed to have its own life, as if it was looking for something for him. There was clearly no wind around, but the smoke seemed to be blown by the wind, drifting from left to right, changing its shape from time to time. Until about a minute later, Huma suddenly heard a vague sound. The smoke from the burning incense stick trembled slightly, gradually stabilized, and turned into a line, connecting to a certain direction in the thick fog. At the same time, the voice became clear again. Codename Erguotu, calling the reincarnated in Lowing Mountain. Is anyone there to hear me? Repeat. Old Inshan is calling the reincarnated one. Is anyone hearing me? Huma's heart trembled. If I just suddenly heard it last time and woke up immediately, then this time, it was unusually clear. Clear and real. It was still the same voice as last time, but it sounded a little more tired than last time. He called out urgently, seeming a little desperate. Darn. Are they all dead? No one heard it? The incense is almost gone. This is my last call. Hearing the words last call from the other party, Huma's heart was slightly moved, and he said tentatively, I got it, you are. After saying these words, he held his breath, unsure whether the other party could hear him. But then, that voice sounded, full of surprise, and even the straight wisp of smoke trembled. Sure enough, there is someone. I knew that I was not the only reincarnated person in this ghost mountain. Brother, help me. Humawan didn't expect the other party's response to be so down to earth. He hesitated for a moment and said, Who are you first? Who else can we contact? The other party's voice seemed a little anxious. You are an unlucky person who fell into this weird world? Brother, I'm in Fox Coffin Village in Lowing Mountain. Are you far from me? Or, if there is a ghost, please send me something to save my life. A talisman, a tai sui, or an old item will do. Unlucky guy? Before he could finish, Huma was somewhat surprised and heard a remarkable message from his words. There are many people who have come to this world? The question he asked subconsciously caused the other party to be silent for a long time before he asked in a strange tone. Is this your first connection? Huma was a little uncertain and remained silent instead of answering. Call. The other party's voice suddenly sounded a little disappointed. I ran into a little trouble, and I thought I could find someone to help me, but it turned out to be a rookie. It looks like I can't escape this time. I can only blame myself for being greedy and thinking of taking all the benefits for myself. No, what's going on? Listening to the other party's frustrated mumbling, Huma became a little anxious. Where on earth are we? Brother, we all want to know what this is all about and where this is all about. The other party's voice sounded a little tired, and he sighed. I don't know about you, but the few people I contacted all came to this darn world as soon as they opened their eyes. This place is too dangerous. Tai Sui has been born. Evil spirits are everywhere. Hundreds of ghosts are pacing through. There are swarms of monsters. This place is simply heck. There is no place as scary as this one in heck, and there are not so many weird things. Huma thought of the white-faced men, upright sheep, and beautiful snakes he had seen before, and he understood them greatly. He asked an urgent question. What should I do? What else can I do? Just stay alive. The other party's voice was somewhat discouraged, and he said, If you see a god, worship him. If you see a ghost, hide from him. If you have the ability, learn some skills. Of course, the most important thing is to make sure no one discovers your true identity. Otherwise, the consequences will be worse than encountering a ghost. Real identity? Huma felt as if his mind was in a mess and could only ask mechanically, What will happen if we find out? You are a complete newbie, brother. The other party felt that Huma's words were a bit absurd, so he smiled bitterly and said, This world is terrible, isn't it? Is there any need to ask this question? Since coming to this world, I have never slept peacefully, and I have never even left the village. This world is full of evil and terrifying things, including the strange flesh mountain, the bewitching evil spirits, the black wind disaster that snatches everyone's soul, and the legendary yellow spring road. Without waiting for Huma to answer, the other party continued helplessly. But can you imagine that the people in this world are most afraid of us? Us? Huma was a little confused for a moment. Why are you afraid of us? They think we are ghosts. The man's voice seemed to carry some helplessness, as well as some resentment and gloom. An evil ghost that crawled out of heck, possessed the bodies of living people, and hid in the human world. They regard us as the most terrible evil. Once they discover our true identities, they will extract our souls and strip us of our bones, leaving nothing behind. The evil ghosts crawling out of heck hide in the human world. Huma was startled by the other party's strange words. Since he woke up, he has been taking care of such a gloomy mother-in-law, thinking only about how to avoid the evil spirits that are always staring at him, and he knows nothing about other things. But all of a sudden, because of an unknown man in the dream, I learned that I am now a ghost, and also a kind of evil spirit? How could I be an evil spirit? I am clearly just a college student living in a normal world. At most, I am just a time traveler. But when he thought of this, he was suddenly stunned. Yes, in his previous life, he clearly remembered that he had died in the explosion. He even vaguely remembered that he seemed to have been floating around for many years until he heard the strange spell and was attracted to fall into this body. The mother-in-law originally wanted to call back the soul of her little grandson, but she accidentally called back her own soul. So, what am I in the eyes of my mother-in-law? A horrible fact gradually appeared before his eyes. So, I am evil? My incense is almost burned out, and that thing is about to find me. At this moment, the person connected to the other end of the incense stick began to sound a little anxious. Brother, it is the responsibility of the old people to teach the newcomers the rules of survival, but I really can't take care of you now. I can only tell you that our current situation is extremely dire. Both the evil spirits and the people of this world are eager to kill us. Remember, identity is the most important thing. Never let others know your identity. We had a companion who was only 5 years old in this world. Because she accidentally let slip a word, her biological father in this world used a millstone to grind her into slag, and her soul was completely destroyed. The people in this world will not be reluctant to attack you just because of family affection. They will only think that you are an evil ghost who has taken over their children, and they will hate you even more. Huma still had countless questions in his mind, but he also noticed that the incense sticks seemed to be getting lighter and messy. I don't have time to tell you more. I can only tell you. The other party also said anxiously, Tai Sui is the most important thing. I don't know what your current situation is, but you must find a way to get the Tai Sui meat. This is the best thing. It can save me and help you. Green Tai Sui is best, but if that doesn't work, white Tai Sui will also be fine. Of course, if you can find blood Tai Sui. Alas, that is almost impossible, unless one is reborn into a noble family. In short, no matter what means, we must get these things. Hearing his anxious look, Huma no longer dared to interrupt him. She just tried to distinguish his voice, which was already a little unclear, and remembered it firmly. "Oh no, that thing came in. I'm going to seal myself with the life-sealing technique. Brother, I can only hold out for 2 months at most. If you have the chance to meet other people, tell them to go to Fox Coffin Village, at the bottom of the East Bridge. Here is a grave of 100 corpses." I remember hearing that the voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Huma hurriedly spoke loudly. He hoped that his answer would give the other party more confidence. For some reason, I felt a strong sense of worry in my heart about this person whom I had never met before and with whom I had only spoken a few words. It was quiet all around. All sounds disappeared. Huma saw that the incense stick, or the incense stick he had inserted into the incense burner, was no longer a straight strand, but had become scattered again, just like before it was connected, as if it was blown by an invisible wind, swaying all around as if searching. So, I'm not the only one who came into this world and is struggling. He subconsciously took a few deep breaths, and, trying hard to collect the information that this person just left for him. As I thought about it carefully, I began to feel terrified. The most important thing is to keep your identity secret, otherwise you will end up in a fate worse than death. So, that mother-in-law? I had a feeling of uncertainty in my heart, and from time to time, the sinister look of the mother-in-law occasionally flashed before my eyes. Don't panic. At least my mother-in-law hasn't discovered my identity yet. Otherwise, with her ability, why would she keep me here? Now she just thinks that she has just been rescued and has forgotten a lot of things. Feeling a little nervous, I had to comfort myself. Besides, since I am not the only one in this world with the same fate, then, is it possible for me to find other people and get some help from them? He lowered his head to glance at the incense in the stove, which was still about 1.5 fingers long. But the smoke from the burning incense was not stable at all. It was just hazy and drifting around. Huma suddenly realized, that guy seemed to have been calling for a long time, but only got a response from me. Does this mean that there is really no one else around? After realizing this, he stopped waiting and took out the incense from the stove and put it aside. Even though it was just a quick conversation, he realized that this was a precious resource. Leo Yinshin? Fox Coffin Village? I repeated in my mind the place name that the old man had just mentioned. It sounds like he should be in a very dangerous situation, but he seems to have some way to protect himself and can hold on for about 2 months, but his incense has burned out, which means that he has no way to ask for help from others during this period of time. Then maybe I am the only one who has a chance to save him. Huma was tempted for a moment, but then he shook his head in distress. Who can I save now? Now I can't even leave the village, and I don't even dare to leave my mother-in-law and Xiao Hongtang. Even the Erguota guy only told me that if I had the chance to meet other companions, they would bring people to rescue him. Since he had been calling for so long and no one was found, how could I possibly find them with my little skill? There seemed to be a shadow in his heart, and Huma woke up quietly, feeling a layer of cold sweat on his back. A little light came in from the small window above my head. It was not yet dawn, but Huma had already seen some light coming in from outside through the simple wooden door of the side room. My mother-in-law seemed to have gotten up and was packing something. Xiao Hongtang seemed to be chewing something and suddenly shouted, "Brother Huma's awake," then continued to crunch. Huma originally wanted to pretend to be asleep to calm down, but after hearing this, he could only slowly grope his way up. He pinched his cheeks hard and regarded his performance in front of his mother-in-law as the most important thing on his head. He slowly got out of bed and walked to the door. When he opened the door, the oil lamp on the 8 Immortals table in the main room shook slightly. His mother-in-law, who was sitting on a small stool packing things, also slowly turned around and looked at him. Huma had just put on a smile when her mother-in-law suddenly asked, "Did you sleep poorly last night?" At night, when Grandma covered you with a blanket, she saw that you seemed very nervous and said some nonsense that I couldn't understand. Ah. Huma's hair went numb and his heart almost beat out of his chest when he heard this. Before I could ask anything, my mother-in-law had already withdrawn her gaze and asked, "Did you have a nightmare? Eating too much Tai Sui meat can cure diseases, but it also has some side effects. You'll have strange dreams. Some people won't eat it, and some will go crazy. But only this kind of meat can heal you." "Yes, I understand. Huma was sweating profusely and could only agree vaguely. After a slight hesitation, he bravely squatted over and helped her clean up. After realizing the relationship between Tai Sui meat and Xinxiang, I am not so opposed to it anymore. On the contrary, he had just sorted out his thoughts and felt a little curious. Pretending to be calm, he put the bacon, brown sugar, dry tobacco, quilt, and other things that his mother-in-law had placed beside him into his bag and asked carefully, "Mother-in-law, you always told me to eat meat, saying that it can ward off evil spirits, but what exactly is this meat?" When she heard his words, the mother-in-law looked at me with a sad look. Xiao Hongtang, who was gnawing on chicken feet in the corner with a crunching sound, suddenly turned around and looked at Huma. Huma was very nervous, but he secretly comforted himself. Now that I have just come back to life and have no memory of anything, it is reasonable for me to ask such a question, isn't it? It would be strange if he ate this strange meat every day without asking any questions. It seemed as if he had waited for a long time, or it seemed that it was just an illusion that he was too nervous. He heard his mother-in-law sigh softly and said, "Master Tai Sui is here to suppress all evil spirits. You were hurt so badly before, so I can only ask Tai Sui Lord every day to cut some meat for you to nourish your body. It's not just you who eats it. In our village, the clan leaders and elders also eat Tai Sui meat to prolong their lives. However, they only eat white Tai Sui, and they don't dare to eat too much. Those that are better than Bai Tai Sui are called Qing Tai Sui, but these have all been taken away by people in the city." Huma listened and felt a little moved. "What about me?" The mother-in-law slowly stood up and said, "You are seriously ill, and ordinary food is not enough. The food I eat is specially obtained for you. Call me Blood Tai Sui." Blood Tai Sui. What I have been eating for so long is actually the blood Tai Sui that the old man mentioned. Shouldn't this thing be extremely rare, something that ordinary people wouldn't even think about? How could he have been eating it all along? Is this village too rich, or is it that this mother-in-law in my family is actually an invisible rich old lady? For a moment, I felt a strong curiosity about this extremely precious blood Tai Sui. What's the use of eating it? Why don't I feel any changes in my body? But the injury is healing faster than usual. However, although he was shocked in his heart, Huma could only suppress the expression of astonishment on his face. Theoretically, he was still in a state of forgetfulness, so he should not know how precious the blood Tai Sui was. She just lowered her head, trying to control her slightly trembling hands, and helped her mother-in-law pack up the bundle. The bundle, along with the two roosters beside them, were tied with ganja ropes around their legs and carried. He said nonchalantly, then changed the subject. "Mother-in-law, where are we going to pack these things? I'll take you out to find a master and teach you some skills." The mother-in-law didn't even look at Huma and said slowly, "The ancestors of the village don't recognize you, so we will think of another way to help you avoid evil spirits." Learn skills? Huma then realized that her mother-in-law prepared these things as gifts for her apprenticeship. He also took this opportunity to divert his attention. "I can't think too much about the blood Tai Sui matter, for fear that my mother-in-law will see the shock on my face. After failing in her previous attempt at the old fire pit and rejecting the ghost marriage, the mother-in-law has been worried about her condition. In addition to using Tai Sui meat, or the best blood Tai Sui, every day to help her stabilize her condition, she seems to have been thinking of other ways. Well, the master she is going to take herself to worship now must be the third method she thought of. But what kind of master is this that she wants to take me to worship? Speaking of abilities, she herself seems to be very capable in this weird world. Is there anyone here who is more powerful than her?" But even though he was full of doubts, he didn't ask a single question. He had long ago summed up a set of survival rules for himself in this world and around his mother-in-law, which were to ask less, inquire less, and observe more and think more when something happened. After all, he could hardly take a single step in this world now. So what other choices did he have? I could only behave myself, changed my clothes, supported my mother-in-law, and walked out step by step. Looking at the direction, it is not entering the village, but walking step by step outside the village. Not from the village. When they arrived at the edge of the village, Huma was already slightly surprised. Does she really want to take me out of the village? After being awake for so long, Huma has realized that there are many more evil spirits outside the village than inside. Today was also the first time he left the village since coming to this world. Gazing at those towering trees from afar and the deep and gloomy scenery, my heart trembled slightly. I don't know how many evil spirits like upright sheep and white-faced monkeys are hiding in this deep forest. But then I thought, it should be okay as I'm with my mother-in-law and Xiao Hongtang, right? After leaving the village, you can see a path trampled by people, leading to a tall and dense forest full of weeds. It was so quiet all around that even the sound of birds could not be heard. The woods are too deep and too dense. I don't know what this world has been through, but the mountains now have a suffocatingly lush luxuriance. It was clearly noon, but the woods were dark and depressing. There was thick weeds under my feet, which made a path that had been walked by countless people almost invisible. The dense and winding branches on both sides are intertwined and crisscrossed. When I pace by, they seem to have life, always stretching out silently, quietly climbing onto my shoulders and wrapping around my legs. But when he turned around, he saw that there was nothing unusual on both sides. He could only suppress the vague uneasiness in his heart and followed his mother-in-law closely, going deeper into the forest little by little. The deeper we went into the forest, the denser the trees seemed to be. The branches and vines entangled in front of them, making them feel like they were walking into a thorn bush. Deep in the dense forest, it always seemed as if someone was watching me. Stop for now. Just at this moment, the mother-in-law who was walking in front suddenly stopped and said something silently. Huma immediately stood still and held his breath. He glanced at both sides and was suddenly shocked to find that the place where he was standing was filled with scattered branches without him noticing. They were so dense that they almost entangled himself and the mother-in-law in front of him. But looking forward or backward, I found that the path trampled by people was as clear as before, and there were not such dense branches. Are these branches alive? Huma felt a chill in his heart. They had entangled him and his mother-in-law, and the entanglement became tighter and tighter without him noticing. What were they trying to do? This is my little grandson. Everyone, recognize him. Don't let a flood wash away the Dragon King Temple in the future. Just as I was thinking about it, my mother-in-law suddenly spoke in a cold voice, and then slammed the crutch in her hand heavily to the ground. With a rustle, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew past. The dense branches entangled with Hushur and Granny seemed to be cut by an invisible sickle and fell to the ground with a swish. There was a faint sound as if something was in pain, accompanied by a miserable groan. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after this gust of wind, the surrounding branches swayed, as if they were scared and moved aside one after another. The road in front of Huma and her mother-in-law was obviously much wider. So amazing. Huma's scalp suddenly felt tingling. I don't know whether I was amazed at the sudden power of my mother-in-law's cane, or was terrified that the forest seemed to have real life. I had heard about the dangers outside the village before, but I didn't know there were so many dangers. Fortunately, I didn't really escape from the village at that time, and fortunately, I came out with my mother-in-law this time. In such a world, Huma's rationality and worldview of not believing in ghosts and gods in his previous life have all disappeared. He dared not speak loudly and could only follow his mother-in-law silently, walking all the way into the deep forest, being careful not to touch anything. He was in awe of this world, especially since even his mother-in-law seemed very cautious. In addition to these branches and trees that exude an evil aura, the forest is filled with all kinds of strange things. There was a small puddle that looked normal on the surface. When it appeared in front of the path, the mother-in-law frowned and led Huma to take a detour. However, not long after they walked, they saw the small puddle again, which was exactly the same as the previous one. We took a detour again, and this small puddle was surprisingly stubborn and appeared again. The mother-in-law also sighed helplessly and asked Huma to hand over the live chicken he was carrying. The nail scratched the chicken's neck and cut its throat. He threw it into the puddle with a splash, and then turned around to avoid looking at what was happening in the puddle. Soon, a strange chewing sound was heard behind me. After a few minutes, the mother-in-law said, "Turn around." Huma turned around and saw that the puddle had disappeared, and they continued to move forward on the flat road. For example, when pacing by a broken wooden stump that looked like it had been struck by lightning, my mother-in-law also stopped. She asked Huma to bow to the wooden stake, then walk 15 steps forward and wait for her in front. She herself stayed behind, muttering to herself, as if communicating something with the wooden stake. Are there so many weird things? Huma found it difficult to understand these strange phenomena. They were vaguely scary, but also somewhat novel. He couldn't help but ask Xiao Hongtang next to him, "How do people in our village dare to come out?" Xiao Hongtang entered the forest and seemed very cautious, not saying much. When she heard Huma's question, she poked her head out from behind a nearby tree and said, "Others out there won't encounter so many of them. They have a lot of yang energy and they carry the ashes from the pond. Brother Huma is more fragrant, different from others." Huma's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but say, "Mother-in-law is so powerful. Can't she chase them away?" "My mother-in-law is a ghost," Xiao Hongtang said. "Ghost hunters usually don't chase away evil spirits, they only attract them." Running away? Huma thought silently. Is this an identity or the name of some kind of ability? Not far away, he saw his mother-in-law still chatting with the stump struck by lightning, so he took the opportunity to ask, "Do you know which master my mother-in-law wants to take me to worship?" "Go south out of the forest." Xiao Hongtang thought about it and said, "Then the mother-in-law must have taken Huma brother to find the second master." Huma's heart moved slightly. If the second master lived outside the village, he must be very powerful. Curiously asked, "Who is more capable, the second master or the mother-in-law?" "Have no idea," Xiao Hongtang said honestly. Xiao Hongtang is close to her mother-in-law, but she is afraid of the second master. Xiao Hongtang helped her mother-in-law deliver something to the second master, but she didn't dare to enter the house. She threw the things at the door and ran away. Huma thought silently. It seems that he has some skills to make Xiao Hongtang so scared. I was suddenly shocked. My mother-in-law didn't see my problem, but if someone more powerful saw it, would she? Let's go. At this time, the mother-in-law finally came back and looked ahead and said, "We met an acquaintance. Let's talk about the past. Let's hurry on our way. One more stick of incense and it's up." Huma was almost losing his sense of time and space in this gloomy forest. He didn't know how long he walked in the forest, but he finally walked out of the forest when he was sweating all over. Looking up, he saw a low hill in front of him. At the end of the hill was another larger forest. Looking far away, it seems that you can see some kind of dark red, bloated and wriggling huge piece of meat in the depths of the forest. I don't know if I'm dazzled, but when he withdrew his gaze and looked at the hill, he found several low stone houses there and vaguely seemed to see some swaying figures. He immediately looked at his mother-in-law and confirmed that this was the place where his mother-in-law wanted to take him. He quickly perked up and followed. When I got closer, I found that this place looked like a small farm. There were several vegetable plots around it, and there was a large piece of flat land with compacted soil and a millstone in the middle. On the surrounding walls, there were 2 rows of weapon racks, on which one could see broadswords, spears, lotus hooks, rope darts, and other items, as well as several heavy stone pillars. At this moment, in front of the house, a tall old man was sitting on a bench. Next to it was a small teapot and a plate of dry tobacco. In front of him were 2 rows of more than a dozen young men, shirtless and wearing black pants, punching in a methodical manner. Is this a place for boxing practice? Huma was a little surprised at what he saw at this moment, thinking to himself. What surprised him even more was that he had witnessed the endless dangers outside the village. If the old man had special skills and could live outside the village by himself, it would be fine. But how come he had such a group of young people with him? Aren't the young men in the village allowed to approach the edge of the village without permission? Or does the old man have some extraordinary ability that allows him to live outside with these teenagers? Things that kill and fight are of no use to us, and we can't deal with the Ming family. The mother-in-law seemed to have seen through Huma's thoughts and turned around and said, "I asked you to come here so that you can learn another skill from the second son. If you can learn it, then without the protection of the old fire pond, those evil spirits will not dare to approach you casually. Besides, it's safer for you to stay with the second child than with your mother-in-law. I'll have to take care of some things in a few days, and I'm worried that I might neglect you and not be able to take good care of you. Ah, Huma's mind raced. Are you asking me to stay here? Earlier, the first thing he did when he woke up was to escape from the room and get away from this gloomy old lady. But the result is needless to say. He was so scared that he only felt safer by staying with her. But now, such a short time has passed. Just when he was just about to adapt to the mode of getting along with her, he unexpectedly got a chance to leave her. In addition, judging from what my mother-in-law said, it didn't seem like she wanted to bring me here for others to see, but just wanted to find someone to take care of me. Sister, did you really bring the child here? Just at this moment, a loud laugh was heard, and it was the tall old man who walked over. He walked up to him with a smile and glared at Huma. Boy, why don't you call for help? Call me second master. The grandmother said something to Huma, then turned and said, he was seriously injured before. Although he was rescued, he doesn't remember much. Oh, that family was really cruel. Upon hearing this, the second master frowned slightly and glanced into the distance at the vast woods around him. He lowered his voice and asked, is the gang still here? The Meng family has always done things this way. They won't give up until they succeed. The mother-in-law shook her head, took the bag from Huma's back, and told Huma to walk away and wait. Then she turned around and handed the bag to the second master, saying, I injured that guy some time ago, but I confiscated it. Think about it, it will soon recover. If I don't get rid of it, I will always feel uneasy. The second master lifted the bundle with one hand, weighed it slightly, frowned and said, Old sister, you saved my life back then. Even if you don't bring these things, I will still take care of Xiao Huma. Let's keep things one, Grandma said. I brought my grandson here to pay respect to the master, not to ask for favors. I took him to the old fire pit, but his ancestors didn't recognize him. Now he can only learn your skills. But the second master frowned and lowered his voice and said, Old sister, there is no problem for me to teach Xiao Huma, but not everyone can learn what I have. He will certainly learn it. When the mother-in-law talked about this issue, she seemed much more serious and whispered, He must also learn your skills. Our Hu family. When she said this, she became somewhat depressed, sighed, and said, There is no other way. Seeing this, the second master was at a loss for words and hurriedly said, Don't worry, elder sister. This is my own nephew. I will definitely teach him with all my heart. But look at this evil guy sent by the Ming family. He was eager to try and seemed willing to volunteer. That's our Hu family's grudge. But the mother-in-law interrupted the second master and said, It's against the rules for outsiders to interfere. Oh well. The second master said nothing more, tucked the bundle under his arm, and said, I won't be polite to my elder sister either. Don't worry, leave the child with me. Go and do your own things. If you need me, just let Xiao Hongtang come and tell me. The mother-in-law didn't say much here, but just gave Huma some instructions, which were nothing more than eating more meat, learning more skills from the second master, being obedient, and not going down the mountain. Then she asked Huma to kowtow 3 times to the second master on the muddy ground. When he stood up, the mother-in-law patted the dirt off his knees, took out the small silver cakes from her arms, put them in his hand, then turned and left. Huma held the silver cakes that still carried her body temperature and watched in a daze as her hunched back slowly went down the mountain. I don't know why, but I was suddenly touched by some emotions. Thinking about the truth that I had concealed, I felt a little bit reluctant. Oh, why are you acting like a woman? You're crying after leaving your mother-in-law? Eri saw Huma's sadness, but he misunderstood it. He smiled and patted his head, saying, Go back when you have learned the skills. Why are you crying? As he said this, he brought Huma to the front of the house. The group of young men who were practicing boxing just now also stopped at this time and looked at Huma with wide eyes. Someone glanced at the stalk-like arms and said with a curled lip, This new guy? He's not strong enough. I don't have any flesh on my body. If I were to encounter an evil spirit, wouldn't it be blown away by a gust of cold wind? Some people also snorted and said, That's the grandson of the ghost-walking grandmother. He is usually very precious. Studying is a headache, practicing martial arts is tiring, and working in the fields is too hot. Sometimes my mother-in-law goes out to treat patients and can't come back at noon, so she has to ask the aunt next door to prepare meals for her and send them over. She is very picky. Are these young men also from the village? Huma listened, but did not take the children's contempt and ridicule to heart. Instead, his heart moved slightly, as if these young men also understood what had happened to their original selves. Because he was afraid of his mother-in-law, he didn't dare to ask directly what happened to him and what happened in the past. Now he thought that he could try to get some information from these people, and by piecing together, he could finally figure out what happened before. Okay, stand still. The second master frowned when he heard this and shouted loudly, and the young men immediately stood up straight. You go too. The second master gave Huma a light kick on his butt and asked him to stand next to the group of teenagers. Then he said loudly, "What's evil or not?" That was a gust of cold wind. My mother-in-law told you to come here and bask in the sun with me to boost your temper. If you want to talk to me, you came at the right time. You should have come a long time ago. I never care about those evil things. To me, those things are just bullies. You can only encounter them because you are too weak. If you have trained yourself to be strong, you can blow those things away with one breath. Second master. In the crowd, the slightly plump boy said with a grin, what Huma encountered is something powerful. In the old fire pit, even the ancestors dare not bless him. Then practice more. The second master glared at him and said, once you have mastered the art, you won't need the blessing of your ancestors anymore. How can a living person rely on a dead person to live? As he spoke, he sat down, rolled up some tobacco, and stuffed it into his pipe, saying, when I was young, I was also heresied by this thing. I was in my 20s at that time. I was careless and forgot to bring my ancestors' ashes when I went out to do business. As a result, when I found an empty room to sleep at night, I was accidentally heresied by a hanged widow. I saw her slipping in through the crack of the door. Her face was pale, and she climbed onto my Kong and pulled my belt to do that thing. Guess what happened next? All the young men suddenly became curious and stretched their necks to wait for what would happen next. Oh! The second master held up his pipe, sat on a small stool with a big horse and a golden sword, and said proudly, 20 times a night. The sun is gone. Second master is really tough. Not only did this group of young boys listen with admiration, but even Huma was shocked. He didn't know whether this unprepossessing second master had really had such powerful experiences and performances when he was young. But from the attitudes of this second master and the other young men, he could see that people in this world had a different attitude towards ghosts, gods, and evil spirits. Not everyone is as scared as I thought before. There is actually such a contemptuous attitude. Of course, it is not ruled out that they are bragging. But you know what? After hearing it suddenly, I felt that the evil spirit was not so scary. If I could really learn the same skills as Eryi, then I would be able to deal with upright sheep, beautiful snakes, etc. Then I am definitely not as powerful as this second master. However, could it be that my mother-in-law sent me here just to let me learn the skills of the second master? Let's not waste any more time. Let's run around for 20 miles before the sun sets. At this time, the second master used the sesame incident to teach the young men a lesson, and then without further ado, he gave the order. If you don't come back in half an hour, you must lift another 50 stone blocks for me. Mountain road? 20 miles? When Huma heard the intensity, he was really shocked. I was still wondering if this was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect that this group of teenagers would actually roll up their trouser legs one by one, and some even kicked their straw sandals aside and ran out of this flat yard barefoot. He ran around the village along the undulating mountain road that was firmly trampled by people. It seems as if this kind of thing has been done a long time ago. They were actually running, and some were laughing and playing while running, chasing each other, looking very relaxed. After following him for a few miles, Huma was completely stunned. What kind of crazy physical strength is this? This group of teenagers of the same age started running with an attitude almost like a sprint. During the entire process, the SPE never dropped and even increased several times. Although I had been well fed during this period and could keep up at the beginning, after circling the village, I began to breathe heavily, sweat profusely, and my legs began to ache. But they seemed to feel nothing at all. and some of them even screamed while running. After a few minutes, there was no one in front of Huma. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Huma heard a burst of laughter and noise coming from behind him, approaching quickly. Some people even turned around and stuck out their tongues and made faces at me. This is not even on the same level. Huma gradually began to feel a little desperate because of this gap. My body was already very weak, and I was hung by an iron hook not long ago. I don't know how much blood I lost. Although he recovered quickly by eating meat and resting, he was still so thin that he looked like he would fall in the wind. Compared with this group of energetic teenagers, I am still a patient who has just recovered from a serious illness. How can I keep up with them? But when I thought about the fact that this was my first day here and my mother-in-law had told me to learn skills from the second master, this might be a test from the second master, so he gritted his teeth and held on. After all, in such a strange world, keeping fit is useful, right? At least when I encounter something strange, I can run faster than others. Thinking of this, he ignored the group of teenagers who were trapping him in circles and just gritted his teeth and held on. What was somewhat beyond his expectations was that he actually managed to survive the 20-mile mountain road that he had never dared to think about. When his body had been pushed to the limit and he was about to faint, it seemed as if there was a stream of warm air inside his body that slowly pushed up and actually supported his body, which was about to reach its limit, allowing him to maintain his current SP-PED. It was just that there was steam rising above my head and sweat soaked layer after layer of clothes. Only when the second master on the mountain shouted, "Enough! Come back!" did Huma run back to the farm. He held onto the wooden fence, breathing heavily. For a moment, I was a little surprised. How could I run down a 20-mile mountain road? Not bad. I was only trapped 3 times. The group of young men had already returned to the farm by this time, and the sweat on their bodies had disappeared. They looked at Huma with some surprise on their faces. Obviously, this group of energetic teenagers originally looked down on Huma's thin body. The pampered lifestyle of Huma's previous life also left these teenagers with a mediocre impression of him. Taking advantage of the opportunity of running in the mountains, I actually just wanted to take him for a good walk and embarrass him. But the result was that they did run faster than Huma, and they did trap him quite a lot. But Huma unexpectedly held on, and his performance was even better than when they first went up the mountain. This performance made them less underestimate Huma. I can't believe you have such a good foundation. The second master was also obviously a little surprised. He called Huma to come over to him and pinched Huma's shoulders and legs. He happened to pinch the wound on Huma's shoulder and subconsciously dodged. Only then did Eri notice that there were 2 scabbed, egg-sized blood holes on Huma's shoulders, and his expression became even more surprised. Such a serious wound obviously shows that he had suffered a serious injury before and has not yet fully healed. After a moment's thought, he asked in a low voice, "Do you usually eat wild meat? Mountain meat?" Huma was a little puzzled and explained, "My mother-in-law gives me meat every day, but it seems to be the meat of the Tai Sui master." "That's it." The second master sighed deeply and said, "Mother-in-law is really good to you. All in all, there is no one in the villages around here who can eat Tai Sui for a meal every day. Not only is Tai Sui eaten as food, but it's also blood Tai Sui." Huma thought silently in his heart, but he also plucked up his courage and tentatively said to the old man in front of him, "Second master, what exactly is this Tai Sui or Shanro that you were talking about?" "Huh." The second master was stunned for a moment and looked at Huma with a strange look in his eyes. "Grandma just said that you don't remember much, but your memory loss is serious. You even forgot Shanru?" When Huma was with her mother-in-law, she didn't dare to ask many questions, as if she would be exposed if she asked. Although I just met this second master, I feel more relaxed than my mother-in-law whom I have been with for 10 days. As for the reason, old perverts always give people a sense of security. I just asked directly. After I woke up, my mind was empty and I couldn't remember anything about the past. "I've been hearing you talk about mountain meat, Master Tai Sui. What exactly is that?" "Second master, I have been teaching boxing all my life, but this is the first time I am teaching someone this." This topic actually made Eryi seem stumped. When the teenagers next to him heard it, they all looked at each other in confusion. But after thinking about it for a while, The second master burst out laughing, threw the last of his cigarette aside, stood up, and said with a smile, "That's fine. You all just sit still, second master. I'll take Xiao Huma to see Master Tai Sui." Now, when Huma saw the second master turning around and walking out, he couldn't help but feel startled. By this time, it was already late in the day, and the atmosphere was thick with dusk. The surrounding deep mountains and old forests were already shrouded in the darkness of night. Thinking back to the day, when my mother-in-law took me through the woods, I had to be very careful, afraid that I would be hit by something. It's nighttime now, and the evil spirits are more active, but he wants to take me out? But the second master didn't explain anything, nor did he give Huma time to think about it. He just strode out of the door, then reached out and picked up Huma. It didn't seem to take any effort. He just threw Huma over his shoulder, then took big strides and walked out of the farm. He was tall and strong, with long arms and legs. Although he was walking, it seemed as if he was running, and he rushed into the woods with big strides. Halala! There were countless sinister creatures in the woods, flying around like frightened birds. With the sesame seeds hung around Erie's neck, he actually felt his body temperature rise slightly, and the eerie atmosphere around him dissipated at the touch of a finger. When I came here, I encountered a lot of evil spirits, but this time when I followed him, I didn't encounter any. Not until he had paced through the jungle and his vision opened up did he suddenly stop, without panting or blushing. The voice was deep and powerful, and he said slowly, "Did you see it? That's the meat mountain, or what the people in the village call the Tai Sui Lord." Huma looked up and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. In the dim light of the setting sun, he saw marks on the flat ground in front of him that looked like wounds on the earth. It was like a crack that split the world apart, lying so abruptly across the earth. But inside this crack, there was a bloody, bloated, and fat substance squeezing out from the crack. Faintly, I can seem to feel its breath. In our village, we call it Tai Sui, while people in the city call it Schwescher. In front of this shocking giant, the second master's voice seemed to become somewhat distant, and he sighed deeply. "I heard from the elders that Lord Tai Sui has been living here for hundreds of years. Cut and give birth and then cut again. The wild meat you eat is what Grandma cut for you piece by piece despite the invasion of these evil spirits. I thought I had posted the timer, but I found out it wasn't Tai Sui." Huma murmured in his heart, "So this is the Tai Sui Lord that my mother-in-law mentioned. But how could there be such a huge and bloated piece of meat in this world, growing out from under the earth? How could they dare to eat something so obviously unreasonable and even horrifying? No, just feed it to me?" The strong impact at that moment was so intense that it took him more than 10 breaths to recover. Countless thoughts suddenly flooded into his mind. He even felt twitching in his chest and almost vomited out all the Tai Sui meat he had eaten before. Otherwise, how can you say you are lucky? At this time, the second master also noticed Huma's pale face, and he believed it. This kid really had no memory. She sighed and patted Huma's shoulder, saying, "You don't know how hard it is for Grandma to cut this Tai Sui for you. Even though you see such a huge mountain of meat now, not every part of this Tai Sui can be eaten. Most of them have black flesh and are called black Tai Sui. Of course, you can cut them off and eat them, but if people eat them, some bad things will happen." Huma suddenly woke up and asked hurriedly, "What? Some people who eat it will become evil spirits. Some people who eat it will not be able to distinguish between the real and fake worlds." The second master said, "Of course, most people died of illness or had other strange problems after eating it." He pointed at the huge meat mountain. There seemed to be a big pit in one section, and there were some places on the surface that looked like layers of cuts. He said, "The side facing the sun, which is white in color, is the one that can be cut and eaten. This is called by Tai Sui. Eating it will not cause any harm. On the contrary, it will make you strong and nourish your body better than eating grains. What's better than the white one is called the green one. Eating it can even cure diseases and prolong your life. Of course, these don't appear as soon as you cut them. After each cut, you have to wait for Tai Sui to slowly recover and grow them back again. The blood-eating gang in the mansion comes down once a year and recruits people from our village to cut meat for them. We only come once a year to earn wages, and keep some for our own village to eat. I, your second master, have been a butcher all my life, and those guys learned this skill of cutting tai sui from me. Of course, it's called cutting tai sui, but that's too disrespectful, so we call it worshipping tai sui. Cutting meat? I still need to learn this? Huma felt that all this was so bizarre and asked subconsciously, "Look at my brain." Eri slapped his forehead and said to Huma, "But you are quite forgetful, aren't you?" Then he said with a hint of warning, "Little Huma, you must remember, I will bring you here to see it, but when you are alone, you must not get close to Master Tai Sui. The flesh of Lord Tai Sui can ward off evil spirits, cure diseases, and prolong life, but it can also easily attract evil spirits. Why are there so many evil spirits around our village? It's because Lord Tai Sui exists here. My skills are far inferior to your mother-in-law's. She is a real ghost walker, and I am just a miner. Those kids learn skills from me, second master, just to wait for the blood food gang to come over, and then work for them to earn some money. Of course, they only do this job for 3 or 4 years, unlike me, second master, who has been doing this job for my whole life." So, after hearing this, Huma gradually came to his senses. "Second master, your ability is to ward off evil spirits?" "That's right." The second master smiled and patted Huma's head, saying, "The second master's ability is to not be easily attracted by evil spirits, so that I can do this job. Don't you know that our village is poor? How many handfuls of grain can we harvest in a year? It is only by worshipping Tai Sui once a year that I can make a little money. Those guys only come to learn from me for the little money." Huma nodded slowly and suddenly thought, "Since the Tai Sui is so valuable, why not cut it and sell it myself?" Tai Sui is indeed valuable. The second master nodded slowly and said, "But without the blood eaters watching, not everyone would dare to cut it. I can't make any money, but it's almost like getting into trouble. Before the blood food gang came, the only person I know who could go and cut the Tai Sui by herself was your mother-in-law. Of course, you shouldn't tell anyone about this." Listening to the second master's words, Huma vaguely understood something. We have seen this kind of thing many times in our previous lives. Africa, which produces blood diamonds, did not make much money from them. Even oil-rich countries are not necessarily all rich. Especially in that triangle where something is produced, the locals are extremely poor. I myself vaguely discovered the similarities between the two worlds. However, I know that my mother-in-law is capable of cutting off the Tai Sui by herself, but Eri seems to have misunderstood. What my mother-in-law cut off was not just by Tai Sui. Thinking silently in his heart, he tentatively asked, "What is better than Qing Tai Sui?" The second master laughed and said, "Of course there are. The Tai Sui Lord is not only in our Oldine mountain, but also in other mountains, and even in cities. There are also mountains of flesh everywhere. The bigger the meat mountain is, the more likely it is to have some rare parts. White Tai Sui is just like green Tai Sui. It is more common and can be cut at a fixed point, but the others are rare. It's like the blood Tai Sui, which is even rarer than the green Tai Sui. If you cut it once, it won't grow back for 3 years. But its utility and value are infinitely higher than Qing Tai Sui. Even an ounce of gold cannot buy it." "So expensive?" I already knew that sesame is precious, but I was still slightly surprised when I heard it, and I was very curious. "What's the use of eating it?" "Have no idea." The second master said, "I have only dug a small piece of blood talisman in my life. I fought with 3 miners and finally got it. But this precious thing is so precious that I can't even smell it, let alone eat it. I immediately gave it to the foreman and exchanged it for a small golden cake." "Hey, you don't know how valuable this little golden cake is," he said with great joy. "In this village, I can marry any woman I want. I can still buy food for several years and build a small hanging house." That. Huma listened and couldn't help thinking, second master usually lives outside the village. The environment is also ordinary. Where is your little hanging building? Where is your wife? Eri seemed to know what he was thinking, and seemed to realize that Huma had no memory now. He sighed. His eldest uncle, Zhao Laojiu, played mahjong with me and won my little golden cake. Didn't you see that the most beautiful small hanging tower in the village belongs to him? It was also with the help of my little golden cake that he was able to marry the most beautiful woman in the Zhou family. How else would I know that the little golden cake is so useful? Huma didn't know what to say for a moment, as if he had touched upon Ye's sorrow. But it was also because of hearing this that he gradually realized what he had been going through since he woke up. I have been eating blood tai sui. He clearly remembered that he ate tai sui every day, and the amount was no less than 1 kilogram. I'm almost dying of fullness. It was only under the threat of my mother-in-law's eyes that I managed to swallow it. If this blood tai sui is more expensive than the price of gold, doesn't that mean I am eating more than a pound of gold every day? But how did my mother-in-law get the ability to eat this thing? Of course, no matter how powerful that mother-in-law is, she can't have endless blood tai sui. Otherwise, why would she stay in this village? Perhaps it was because of this that I ended up here with the second master. Only if I get the blessing of my ancestors, or learn the skills of Eri to ward off evil spirits, can I truly live without relying on tai sui meat? Second master, he thought to himself, trying to make himself look more ignorant and forgetful. How can I learn your skills? It's not easy to learn my skills. The second master was a carefree man. He immediately forgot about the golden cake. He picked up the sesame and threw it on his back. He turned around and walked into the woods, saying with a smile, "My ability requires me to be strong and have sufficient innate ability, and to be able to endure hardships and be patient. Who wouldn't want to make money from the meat mines? But why are there only a few people who want to learn from me? Because they can't learn. You are still injured. I should let you recover, and then take a closer look at your foundation. It's just that Grandma said it was more important. In addition, Grandma fed you so much tai sui meat to cure your illness. It should be Qing tai sui, right? Otherwise, your foundation would not be so good. So, there should be no problem with your body, so I won't bother you. Tonight, I will light the stove for you." Light the stove? What is this? While Huma was thinking about it, he no longer had time to ask clearly, as Eri took him and strode into the woods. This time he did not run, and his body did not become hot. The deep forest seemed much darker and deeper. Huma even heard some rustling sounds around him, but when he looked closely, he saw only some branches that had quietly retracted. If you want to light the stove, the first step is to find you a godparent. The second master was searching in the woods with sesame on his back, but he stopped under a big willow tree by the stream. Who knows how many years this willow tree has grown? Its trunk is as tall as a man's arms, and its branches are drooping, with dark holes in them that look like thousands of strands of hair. Little Huma, kneel down and kowtow, be pious. The second master put down the sesame and said, "Second master, I bear witness that from now on, this is your godmother." Willow tree? Adopt a godmother? Huma was shocked by the strange words of the second master. But now he was in the woods, and he felt that everything around him was a little uneasy. Although he had only been in this world for a short time, he had already witnessed too many strange and mysterious phenomena with his mother-in-law. In comparison, what happened to the second master seemed childish. Therefore, he did not say much, but only used the skills he had practiced with his mother-in-law, without asking any questions, and just let her do whatever she was told. He knelt down respectfully and kowtowed 3 times to the big willow tree. The second master said, "One more kowtow, 3 gods and 4 ghosts. Although it is a good thing for you to kowtow 3 times, I'm afraid your godmother can't bear it." Huma had no choice but to add another one, vaguely feeling that the willow tree seemed to be trembling slightly. All right. The second master called Huma and told him not to get up for the time being. He squatted beside the willow tree, stroked the trunk of the tree with his palm, and muttered, "Huma, the grandson of Hu Bai and a resident of Daong village, is in trouble. Today I come to recognize my godmother and ask for protection. I am not greedy for gold or silver. I only ask to borrow a 3-inch willow branch from my godmother to light the stove. I hope that my godmother will consider our friendship. When little Huma is healthy in the future, he will come back to honor you, my godmother." In the darkness of the night, Huma watched secretly. After the second master finished speaking, he waited quietly for a few breaths. A cold wind seemed to blow, and the willow branches swayed slowly a few times. There is a vague feeling of reluctance. But the second master smiled and raised his head, pinched one of the willow branches that was blown by the wind and hit Huma's head, raised it up a little, pinched it lightly, and broke the branch off, and said to Huma with a smile, "Thank you, godmother. I'm leaving." Huma felt that there was something mysterious in this strange behavior. After they walked away, he whispered to the second master, "Did you accept this, godmother, just to borrow this willow branch?" "Of course." The second master said, "Otherwise, you are the grandson of the ghost lady. Why would you need to ask a little willow monster to be your godmother?" "I call it godmother so that it will happily agree to lend me this willow branch." Huma nodded and whispered, "But what if it doesn't agree?" "Even if you don't agree, you have to cut it off." The second master glared and said, "I have already kowtowed, but you still won't give me such a small gift. Isn't that a disrespect to our second master as a witness? But you didn't seem to ask me if I agreed before you asked me to kowtow." Huma complained silently in his heart. Of course it seemed that agreeing was a good thing, but he couldn't say it out loud. "It seems that only the second master can do this, and my mother-in-law may not be able to do it." Eri took Huma back to the house on the hill. This time they walked slower, and Huma did realize the difference between Eri and her mother-in-law. "When I was with my mother-in-law, I always felt like there were some rustling noises around me, and there were also several strange things. It seemed that even my mother-in-law could only have a good conversation with them, or even give them some gifts. But when I was with Eri, this phenomenon did not occur. Occasionally there would be some prying eyes behind the trees, but they would be very far away, as if they were afraid of something. Following the second master is actually much safer than following my mother-in-law." But the second master admitted that he was not as capable as his mother-in-law. "What is the difference between them?" When we returned to the yard, heads crowded out from the bedrooms on the east and west sides to watch. The second master yelled at them, "Sleep well and don't look around." "Second master, the young master of the Hu family wants to light the stove the day before." The boys were obviously afraid of Eryi, but they were not completely afraid of him. Even when he was scolding them, some of them still boldly asked, "Doesn't he need to learn some tricks? Are you not convinced?" The second master scolded, "Go back to the village and ask your father for Qing Tai Sui." After sending away those curious teenagers, he took Huma and went into the main room. He saw that the interior was simply furnished with only a tattered round table and 2 armchairs with armrests that were polished to a round and shiny state, one of which had a lame leg. On the left-hand side was an earth pit, and next to the wall there was a stone fire, which was now extinguished. An iron pot was thrown on it, and it seemed that it had not been washed yet. Eri asked Huma to wait by the side, and he took the flint and lit the oil lamp and the fire in the room. There was a pitch-black iron kettle on top, water was poured into it, and some walnuts, red dates, and the like were thrown in. Then he turned around, took out a tattered thread-bound book, turned to a page, and seemed to be carefully confirming something. Then he squatted in front of the fire and said to Huma, "Grandma said you don't remember much. I don't know how much you have forgotten, but some time ago, you were targeted by a ghost and suffered a lot. Now you often encounter evil things, right?" Huma nodded quickly. "Yes, from time to time I feel like something is watching me, and I feel uncomfortable all over. But if I follow you, master, I won't. That's because my stove is still burning well, but I can't always be with you, and neither can mother-in-law." The second master said, "So, I plan to light a stove for you, so that even if no one is protecting you, you won't be afraid of those things." As he spoke, he puffed on the tobacco in his pipe, making a sizzling sound. The red light illuminated his face from time to time. Night had fallen and a cold wind blew, adding a touch of mystery and solemnity to his words. "Light the stove?" "Right." The second master whispered, "Our world is not peaceful. All kinds of evil things have come out of the mountains, killing people without compensation. Our Daong village survived thanks to our ancestors in the old fire pond, but we can't rely on our ancestors for everything, right? So, we have been thinking about whether there is any way to make a living in this old forest. There really is a way. Those weird things are actually just a bunch of energy. We are afraid of these negative energies, but in fact they are also afraid of the human energy in us. The stronger the human energy, the more afraid they are. So, these guys are following me, eating meat, running in the mountains, practicing martial arts, and basking in the sun, all to make their bodies stronger. The stronger they are, the less likely they are to be targeted by those evil spirits. But exercise alone is not enough. If you really want to learn how to deal with those things, the first thing you need to do is to light a furnace in your body and lock up your yang energy. It gets stronger and stronger, like a big furnace. At this point, think about it. What evil spirit would dare to provoke you? This is really too unscientific. Huma listened and felt a little excited. I'm not afraid of being unscientific. After all, it's unscientific that I came to this world. If I can learn something, who cares about it? Then, what I need to do? Haha, don't worry, look over there. Faced with Huma's unconcealed excitement, Eerie chuckled and pointed to a wooden stake leaning against the wall in front of him. The wooden stake is dark in color, as thick as one's arms can hold, and about 1.5 meters long, standing upright on the ground. The second master said, "Move this pillar over here." Good. Huma immediately agreed, ran to the pillar, and stretched out his hands to move it. The wood of this wooden stake is dense, so it should be quite heavy. However, Huma has recovered from his injuries now and is full of energy, so he feels that even if it weighs 100 to 200 kilograms, it should be no problem. But when he touched it with both hands, he felt that the stake was icy and bone-chilling. He tried to lift it with force, but it didn't move at all. Is this welded to the ground? He subconsciously looked down, only to see that not even the gap below was filled. This kind of monster made him feel something was wrong, so he looked towards the second master. "Hey, did you see that?" Seeing Huma's curious look, Eryi said, "That's a ghostwood stake. It took root in the ground." Ghost tree? Huma was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know much about this world in the past few days, he had heard some things from Xiao Hongtang, such as the dangers in this forest, and that some old trees had human faces growing on their bark. Once one such old tree appears, the entire surrounding forest will become extremely dangerous. If a person enters it, he or she will often lose track of the direction and be trapped to death inside. Huma had been curious about these things before, but he never expected to see them with his own eyes at this time. Yes, it was felled 2 days ago. The bark was pellet off, otherwise you would have seen the human face. The second master smiled and said, "Even though it was cut down and its face was pellet off, it is still a weird thing. As soon as this wooden stake touched the ground, it took root immediately. Not to mention you. Even the adults in the village can't move it with pure strength. If we want to make it move, there are 2 ways. One is to roast it with fire, and the other is to rely on our own abilities." As he spoke, he tapped his pipe and his chest slowly swelled. He suddenly exhaled a breath, which was like a sharp arrow. Huma only felt a strong wind hitting him from the side, and then he heard a crisp sound in his ears. The ghost wooden stake that he had tried his best to move but couldn't be moved was blown away by the second master in one breath. Huma was both surprised and happy, and was shocked by the second master's move. "Run away." The second master proudly put his hands behind his back, stood up, looked at the door, turned around and smiled at Huma. This is the benefit of lighting the stove. The second master can blow it out in one breath, and ordinary evil spirits will be injured if not killed. This has a name. It's called the true yang arrow. If I bite the tip of my tongue and the blood spurts out, it will be even more powerful. It will be called the blood yang arrow. I, the second master, have never touched a real woman in my life. I have been a maid for 60 years, and only now have I acquired this skill. Huma looked at Erie's tall figure with eyes full of admiration, admiring Erie's abilities. That is, what are you proud of? Now during the new book period, if you like it, please vote. It's very important. I'm crying. Having witnessed the strange things in this world with his own eyes and witnessed Erie's amazing abilities, Huma has now developed a strong interest in the power of this world. He hurriedly wanted to ask the second master to teach him quickly, but before he could say that, he suddenly thought of an important matter, so he suppressed his excitement and asked the second master with a serious look, "Does this maidity you mentioned need to be maintained forever? This ability is indeed good, but if it is true, why does it feel like it is worse than marrying that ghost wife?" "Of course not." The second master was stunned by what Huma said, and shook his head and said, "If you all remain maids, who will give birth to babies in the village? Besides, you are my only grandson. If I don't let you get married, will she forgive me?" He explained. This is just a method that allows you to seal the fire in your body and accumulate it, little by little. The thicker the better. The thicker it is, the stronger you will be, and the more energetic you will be. Of course, he paused, and more greedy for women. In short, once you're ready, you can move on to the next step. Look at those guys out there. They've also taken advantage of these 2 years to work hard and earn money. When they've earned enough, they want to get married and have kids. Of course, after they get married, they can no longer follow the meat-cutting mountain, because the young energy is leaking and the furnace is broken. So this meat-cutting mountain is actually a young job and can only make money for a few years. I have been harvesting for 60 years. I am the only one in the whole village who is harvesting. Why is it that the more proud you are, the more I sympathize with you? Huma couldn't help thinking about it, and then asked the most crucial question. When will it be considered to be ripe? The second master gave him a deep look and said, "When you start to get envious of pig butts, then it's time." Hiss. Huma couldn't help but shudder when he imagined this scene. However, after all, he didn't need to remain a maid forever. So he perked up and said, "So, what should I do?" "It's very simple. I'll just draw a talisman on your body." The second master said, "I tell you this in advance so that you can be alert and be prepared. Once this talisman is drawn, you should eat more meat to increase your physical strength. You should also exercise more and get more sun exposure to make your internal energy as strong as possible. Logically speaking, you were attacked by a ghost not long ago, so you shouldn't be so anxious. If you force the furnace to open, it might make you weak and unable to receive the nourishment. But what my mother-in-law said makes sense. Plus, you've eaten so much Tai Sui meat, so it won't be a big problem." "Certainly." Then he became serious. "You should also be prepared mentally. Once you are locked up, you must not lose your maidity during this period of time. I heard that you love to pee-peck at widows bathing in the village. You can't do that anymore." "How is that possible?" Huma looked embarrassed by what he said. What on earth was the predecessor? Why did it seem like it was not very popular in the village? But seeing that Eri was so serious, Huma thought of another question. "Just not losing your maidity? Well, what about yourself?" As he spoke, he circled his right thumb and index finger together and moved them up and down. The second master took a moment to react and finally understood. He immediately shook his head seriously. "Absolutely not. Hold it in. It will relieve your loveual desire." "All right." Huma could only agree, but then he remembered something. What about in dreams? What if I can't help myself in the dream? He had experience from his past life, and knew that at such an age, who hadn't gotten up in the middle of the night to wash their underwear? In a dream? After hearing this, Eri sneered and said, "That was an evil spirit that entered your dream to make you release your loveual desire. Once I draw this talisman on you, you shouldn't have this kind of dream anymore. Of course, there is a chance that it will happen, but if you really do, if you are still conscious, just hold it in. If you are really unconscious, it doesn't matter if you leak a little. Otherwise, how did I, Eri, maintain my maidity for 60 years?" Huma immediately remembered the heroic deeds of the second master when he was young, and nodded vigorously. "I understand." After everything had been explained clearly, the second master took a straw basket and asked Huma to sit opposite him. Faced with such an important matter, Huma couldn't help but feel a little excited and tried hard to regulate his breathing. The second master cooked it well and was not in a hurry. But after all, it was just the first step in learning a skill, not a big deal, so both of them remained calm. However, not far from the stone house on a low hillside, the mother-in-law, who should have returned to the village, was still standing there. She saw the second master taking Huma out at night to visit Master Tai Sui and find a godmother. She frowned several times during the trip. "I have always felt that this second brother is reckless and unreliable, but I didn't expect that he would be so unreliable." But she just watched from afar and said nothing in the end. My mother-in-law doesn't think highly of second master's abilities and doesn't want brother Huma to learn from second master. Xiao Hongtang, who was standing next to him, suddenly said. Xiao Hongtang doesn't want Brother Huma to learn from Second Master. Xiao Hongtang doesn't dare to get close to Second Master, but she feels comfortable around Brother Huma. But after Brother Huma learns Second Master's skills, Xiao Hongtang doesn't dare to get close to him anymore. The mother-in-law slowly lowered her eyes, and after a long while, she whispered, "It's not that I dislike Second Master's ability. It's just that Second Master's skills are good, but he didn't learn them all. Girl, don't worry about not being able to get close to your Brother Huma. No matter how he learns, he won't scare you." Xiao Hongtang tilted her head, seeming not to understand. Others light the stove with the ashes of their ancestors from the old fire pit. In the stone house, the Second Master had already asked Huma to unbutton his coarse cloth jacket, revealing his pale, thin chest with distinct ribs. "But the ancestors don't recognize you, so I need to take you to find a godmother and borrow this willow branch." As he spoke, he took out the willow branch and put it into the fire. He was mumbling something in his mouth, seemingly asking for blessings from the ancestors. Huma guessed that he had never used the ashes in the old fire pit, so what the Second Master was thinking about now had little to do with him. Maybe Eerie needs to say this when lighting the stove for other people, so he recites it now. After waiting for a while, the willow branch was dried and a piece of it started to catch fire. Eerie suddenly looked up, picked up the willow branch, and quickly drew on Huma's chest with the flame. Huma shuddered subconsciously, but found that the willow branch with sparks on it was not hot at all, but icy cold instead. It was colder than when I touched the ghost wooden stake just now. This chill seemed to be able to penetrate the skin and imprint itself on one's soul. As the Gracish drew strange rune shapes on his chest, he felt a cold line moving rapidly across his chest. He vaguely heard countless strange laughs and taunts with inexplicable meanings, and his vision became blurry. When he lowered his head suddenly, he seemed to see a number of pale hands reaching out from the darkness, pressing on his chest and rubbing it randomly. Huma shuddered suddenly and straightened his chest. Eerie, who was drawing the last stroke of the rune, was also startled. "What's wrong?" Huma looked carefully and found that there was no pale palm on his chest. It was just an illusion. The shallow gray mark that Eerie drew on his chest with the willow branch gave him an unusually clear and cold feeling. The runes formed by the gray marks also gave him a strange feeling. My body seemed to be covered by a cotton jacket, which prevented the heat in my body from dissipating. Completely isolated from the outside world. The heat in the body was just about to be dissipated through the skin when it was blocked back into the body, and the cycle continued. "Remember the trace I made of this talisman?" Yi looked at Huma in surprise, but seeing that the rune had been drawn, he quickly whispered, "From this moment on, the fire in your body will be blocked continuously, and you will follow the trace of this rune to accumulate the fire, little by little, and lead it to your lower abdomen. Over time, a huge furnace fire will accumulate here. This is your furnace. The furnace will burn brighter and brighter, and you will become stronger and stronger until you begin to learn new skills. With this stove, you won't have to worry about bumping into those ghost things anymore. When they saw you from a distance, they retreated away." Huma suddenly thought of a question and asked carefully, "What if an evil spirit entered my body?" "Hee." The Second Master sneered and said, "Even if there really is someone so blind as to get into your body, it would be as hot and unbearable as getting into a furnace, and they would run away in a hurry. If they can't run away, they would probably be burned to pieces by the furnace fire." Hearing the serious words of the Second Master, Huma felt it hurriedly and then felt relieved. "It's all right. I didn't feel like I was about to be burned to death. Instead, I felt warm inside my body, very comfortable. Does this mean that I'm not actually evil?" At the same time, the mother-in-law looked at the light in the stone house from afar for a long time. Then she sighed imperceptibly and said no more. "Let's go." The hunched body, carrying the little red girl in the night, slowly entered the deep forest. Light a big furnace inside your body to ward off evil spirits, eliminate diseases, and fight against weirdness. While Huma marveled at the wonders of this world, he also felt a great deal of comfort in his heart. First, in this strange world, I finally have some way to protect myself. Furthermore, According to what the second master said, once the stove is lit, any evil spirits that get close to him will feel the heat unbearable. Doesn't that mean that, although I'm not an original one, I'm not like the evil spirits in the ordinary sense that would be burned by this body? Is this because of my identity as a reincarnated person, or is it because of some other reasons that I don't know about? Perhaps, the answers to these questions can only be obtained after talking with other reincarnated people. Eerie checked and made sure that the stove was lit for Huma, then took him to the side room to rest. Wow, a big bunk bed full of young men. When I woke up, Huma had been sleeping in the side room of the house. In the outer room, there was only a grandmother who was chanting sutras all night long, and Xiao Hongtang who was not sure whether she was a human or a ghost. He had been hiding in the side room, all alone and frightened, but now he was surrounded by a dozen people of his age. They are all full of energy. They run in the mountains and practice boxing during the day, and they obviously don't pay much attention to hygiene. As soon as he entered the room, he was almost knocked over by the smoke. It's full of the stench of a made boy. You will definitely not be as comfortable as you were in the village when you came to second master's place. As soon as the second master saw Huma enter the room, he immediately frowned, looking very uncomfortable and sighed. Before, mother-in-law spoiled you to no end, but you came here to learn skills, so just make do with it. I can't take you to sleep in my room, can I? Huma thought. I just came out of your room. The smell there is almost the same as here. He nodded and just asked the second master where he would sleep. The second master also took a look and pointed at a boy beside the stove, asking him to move outside to make room for the sesame seeds. This is a large bunk bed with a stove built into the Kong in the left corner. Of course, there is no firewood burning in the stove at this season, but the chimney is still connected to the stove. It was because of this stove that the large bunk bed was divided into two halves, with more people sleeping on one half, 7 or 8 people squeezed together. On the other side of the stove, against the wall, there is only a narrow space of about half a meter, which can only accommodate one person at most. Compared with the conditions in this room, this is just a single bunk. It seems that although the second master said that he would not give Huma special treatment, he still gave him this special treatment. Huma agreed and spread out his own bedding. Look at other people's quilts. Some of them are torn and the cotton is leaking out, while others are so thin that they look like a piece of rag. But what the mother-in-law brought for Huma was a thick and large black cloth quilt, which was just right for laying half down and covering the other half. The other people didn't have any proper pillows either, so they could just put a pair of cloth shoes under their heads and sleep. But the mother-in-law brought a wheat bran pillow for Huma, which made him sleep soundly and comfortably. Go to bed early, get up early tomorrow morning to practice, and don't make a fuss at night. Practice well, and don't let your mind wander. The second master was somewhat surprised to see Huma sleeping quietly without making any noise or complaints. He walked away embarrassedly, always feeling that something was missing. So he put on a stern face and scolded the group of teenagers, then put his hands behind his back and slowly went back to his own room. Oh, I'm so greedy. I just got here, and the stove is already lit. This is such a great treat. Hee, I can't even keep up with running in the mountains, and I'm still trying to light the stove. As soon as the second master left, there was silence in the side room for a moment. Then the boys started to make noises from the looks they gave each other. According to Eerie, the young men here were all as excited as himself, and their fire was higher than his. So of course they were more irritable and had endless energy. They were at an age where trouble would arise even if nothing happened. Plus, his treatment was indeed better than others, so it would be strange if he didn't provoke these people. Huma understood it, so he just kept quiet, ignored everyone else, and lay down quietly to sleep. Hey, Huma, they say your family eats meat every meal. Is that true? Is it true that mothers-in-law raise ghosts? There were bursts of whispers. Some were low and tentative, some were low giggles. But Huma pretended not to hear and said nothing. You have to have a certain understanding of the world before you can relax. Now it is better to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. Haha, he is the young master of my mother-in-law's family after all. He is so arrogant and ignores us. Seeing that Huma didn't say anything, the friends lost interest too. After a while, Some of them whispered about how many days they would have to go back to the village and what they would have to eat. Some also calculated how much money they could make when they worshipped Tai Sui next spring, and how they would be able to find a wife after working for a few years. Occasionally, they would laugh and say to you like, "Sister Dong, you're hard again?" and gradually fell asleep. Huma pretended to be asleep, but he was actually listening to them quietly, trying to deepen his understanding of the village. He waited until everything around him quieted down before he quietly sorted out his thoughts and turned his attention to the talisman drawn on his chest. He could clearly feel that with this talisman, the heat in his body no longer dissipated out of the body, but slowly accumulated. As it gradually accumulates, the body begins to feel bloated. Huma tried hard to calm his mind. He followed Erie's instructions, put his tongue against the roof of his mouth, and, half asleep, focused on guiding the hot air along the talisman drawn on his chest with a willow branch, little by little into his lower abdomen, and stored it in his own furnace. After trying it, Huma was actually slightly surprised. According to Erie, this first step is called practice, and it is a slow and steady process that requires gradual adaptation. This is because the yang energy in the human body is scattered and weak, and needs to be guided bit by bit. It is difficult to grasp that subtle feeling at first when you are not used to it. But when Huma tried it, he actually felt a raging fire in his body. With almost no effort, he quickly followed the cold symbol and led the energy into the furnace. The process was extremely comfortable, and after a while he felt his lower abdomen burning hot and full of energy. When your vital energy is full, your courage will also be strong. Since Humalian's reincarnation, he no longer has the timid and nervous feeling he had all the time. Thinking of the pitch-black night outside, he even dared to go out alone to pee at night. Forget it. But this discovery really surprised him. This is the real useful method, right? Why didn't Grandma let me come earlier? He felt pleasantly surprised, and recalled that when he encountered evil spirits before, even in the old fire pit, he would first feel his body go cold, and then strange hallucinations would follow. Some kind of instinctive consciousness made him think that the fire that was now rising in his body seemed to be completely different from that kind of coolness. When your body is warm, you won't be afraid of the cold. When the fire is burning, how can any evil spirit dare to bother you? This method seems to be better than the old fire pit. Seeking external things is not as good as having a strong foundation of your own, right? If my mother-in-law had asked me to learn this method earlier, I would not be afraid of those evil spirits. Could it be that? Is the mother-in-law really just worried that she won't be able to find a wife in a short period of time after learning this method? There are no answers to these questions for the time being, but Huma feels confident for the first time since coming to this world. If you can achieve such an effect after practicing for the first time, then once your fire becomes strong, you can go anywhere, right? In my heart, I suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of peace and ecstasy, and I enjoyed practicing the gong without getting tired of it. Let the fire in your belly burn brighter and brighter. Then, with a quick gasp, Huma suddenly woke up. I looked up subconsciously and saw that it was still dark outside the window. I didn't know what time it was. The teenagers of the same age around him were sleeping soundly. Some were grinding their teeth, some were talking lazily in their sleep, and some turned over, clamping their legs together in their pants and rubbing them against each other. Now is the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. The young men are full of energy and do not mind the cold, with their thighs and half of their bodies bare. But Huma was awakened by the cold. He slept very well, with the thick quilt still wrapped around him, but his body was as cold as an ice cube, and a faint chill rose up, slowly seeping into his body from his limbs and bones. Only when it reached the lower abdomen was the coldness slightly dispelled, just like the few remaining pieces of charcoal in a cold stove, emitting a faint flame. That is not right. The more Huma felt about his current condition, the more uneasy he felt. Didn't Erie say that after lighting the stove for himself, the heat that was constantly radiating from his body would be sealed? Guiding this hot air to gather in the lower abdomen will form a ball of fire. This fire should continue to grow, day by day. But why does my fire seem to be shrinking? Why does my body emit cool air instead of heat? The sudden strange feeling made Huma unable to fall asleep. He half leaned forward and stared blankly out the window. I saw that the dark purple night sky had been quietly covered with a hint of paleness without me knowing when. In the distance, a rooster that was raised from somewhere suddenly crowed loudly. "Boys, get up and run up the mountain." Outside, near the main hall, the second master's loud voice suddenly rang out. The dazed teenagers woke up from their dreams, put on their clothes in a panic, and ran out. They didn't even wash their faces or brush their teeth. Some of them didn't even wear pants. They rolled off the bed, kicked off their shoes, and ran out. It was the first day Huma came here. He was completely confused, but he had to follow in a daze. The second master stood in the middle of the yard, holding a copper pipe in his hand. If he saw anyone moving slowly, he would kick them out of the yard. Huma also climbed up and walked out of the side room. He was hesitant and slow in his movements, so Eerie almost kicked him. When he saw it was Sesame, he took it back and just hummed, "Go quickly, follow me." Huma felt his cold limbs and wanted to ask something, but didn't know where to start, so he ran out of the yard. After running on the mountain for a while, the young men finally became lively and gradually began to laugh. Some of them hadn't even put on their shoes yet, but they were still running very fast. When they had gone halfway around the hillside, they saw a clear spring bubbling out from under the rock, which had formed a small pool at the foot of the hill. When the young men ran here, they all squatted down and scooped up the spring water to splash it on their faces. Not only did they wash their faces and rinse their mouths, some people were even so crazy as to take off their pants and jump in. But after just a few washes, some people were already running back laughing, shouting, "Whoever runs slower will lick the widow's ace." A group of people suddenly started to make a commotion and hurriedly climbed up from the edge of the pond, and Huma followed. He only felt his limbs were weak, cold, and heavy, and doubts were growing in his heart. Logically speaking, after exercising for such a long time, even if my body is a little cold, it's time for me to become more active. But the more he ran, the colder he felt. His face turned pale, and he didn't break a sweat. Looking at the young men in front of him who were jumping around as if they had endless energy, he didn't want to lick a widow's ace, but he felt his body getting heavier and heavier. But if I really want to keep up, it seems I can do it. His body was cold, which made one place seem particularly hot, his lower abdomen, where the fire was. Last night, after practicing, this place felt hot and full, and it is the same now. As soon as I thought about SBPDing up, I vaguely felt that the fire was spreading from my lower abdomen to my whole body. It was because of this fire that, although he felt cold and weak, he did not actually faint, and he was even able to follow the young men from a distance. But in this way, the fire was clearly getting weaker. Didn't Second Master say that as long as you don't lose your matity, the fire in the furnace will continue to grow? The more he thought about it, the more surprised he became. By the time he reluctantly ran back to the yard, the others had already lined up. At this time, I saw a big pot, a basket, a winnowing basket, and a pile of large coarse porcelain bowls next to it in the yard. The young men who had returned from running in the mountains all took their bowls and lined up to get some rice, looking very hungry. Surprisingly, there was meat. When Huma took the bowl to serve the porridge, he found that there were pieces of bacon as thick as thumbs in the rice porridge. They were cooked with the porridge. When serving the porridge, he put one piece in each person's bowl. The boys were obviously most concerned about the piece of meat. When they were serving the porridge, they all stared with wide eyes and shouted to the chef, "Give me that piece. Your grandmother's leg. You jerk. You look like you've never eaten meat." A chubby boy standing in front of Huma stretched his head and turned around, cursing. They've all been snatched away. Huma was full of thoughts and asked subconsciously, "What is that?" "Mountain meat." The young man said, "By Tai Sui, this is all I have for the day. I only rely on this little bit of stuff to make it through the day." Why is Bai Tai Sui black? Huma was confused, and then he realized that, yes, pickled vegetables are naturally black. These teenagers are all grown men. They need to exercise a lot during their growth period, and they rely on the dried meat pickled by Bai Tai Sui to get them through the whole day. No wonder everyone is so anxious when it's time for dinner. But I heard from Second Master that normally the adults in the village can't even eat this kind of Bai Tai Sui. So, is this a special treatment for the young apprentices? My limbs were cold, and it seemed as if my brain was working slowly. He was not greedy for the tai sui meat, but he was anxious to eat something hot to warm his body. It was finally his turn, and he picked up the bowl like everyone else. But the tall and thin boy who was in charge of the cooking looked at him and said with a smile, "Young master who is trying to steal meat from us?" As he spoke, he scooped out a spoonful of liquid, and when he was about to pour it into the bowl, he shook it again. It so happened that the piece of meat fell back again. Huma looked up and saw the other person smiling, as if asking why you haven't left yet. This person seems to be somewhat hostile to me. But Huma was preoccupied and didn't bother to pay attention. He just served the porridge, picked up 2 steamed buns, walked aside and ate slowly. They don't even have a long table here. When we eat, you squat here and I squat there, making a lot of noise. Some of them were making noise while eating, trying to grab the piece of dried meat in the bowl. But eating sesame feels very strange. The porridge was still hot. Many young men nearby held their bowls and drank it while sipping, fearing that they would get burned. But Huma drank it little by little, and he still felt his body was cold. He could feel the heat of the porridge, and it still burned his mouth. But after drinking it, I couldn't feel any warmth at all, and it disappeared immediately. How could this happen? Even when I was in the village before, I didn't have this feeling. He was vaguely afraid of this cold feeling. "Little Sesame, come in." Just at this moment, the second master came out of the main room, waved to Huma, and called him into the house. "You just lit the stove and ate this bowl of meat." Huma looked in surprise and saw a bowl on the square table in the room, filled with large pieces of stewed meat that were shiny and greasy. When he turned around again, he saw that the piece of meat that the second master had hung on the beam yesterday had been cut off. "Isn't this the gift that Grandma gave to second master as his apprentice?" Huma calmed himself down and recognized that it was the meat he had brought yesterday. It was a large piece of meat, but different from the blood meat he usually ate, and it was darker in color. Then he said to the second master, "That is a gift to you, second master. I will just eat with the others. Eat if I tell you to." The second master glared at him and said, "My mother-in-law gave me such a big piece of green tai sui. That's the rule of your Hu family. But I am so old. Why should I make up for this? Just eat it. Learn this skill as soon as possible and earn money to honor me." Huma was a little touched, but seeing that the second master was not being polite, he sat down and ate slowly, thinking about how to start the conversation. But before he could ask, as he swallowed a few pieces of meat in the bowl, Huma suddenly felt a warm current rising in his chest. The heat slowly expelled the coldness from his limbs, and he felt warm again. Even the cold rune on his chest could be felt again, and he realized that it was blocking the heat in his body. And following the traces of the runes, it slowly returned to the lower abdomen, and the fire also began to grow brighter. This feeling, like the gradual revival of a frozen body, made Huma put down his chopsticks for a moment. "Second master." He tried to keep his voice steady and whispered, "After eating this meat, I feel like the furnace in my body is burning hotter. How fresh." The second master couldn't help laughing when he heard what Huma said, and said, "This mountain meat, or tai sui, is the most nutritious thing. You've eaten it, and your internal heat has been filled up. And Luer's mother's yin qi has drawn your internal heat into your stomach. Isn't the furnace going to get hotter and hotter? It's just like adding good firewood to the stove. The more it burns, the more prosperous it becomes. Otherwise, why do you think those boys are so greedy for that little bit of jerky?" That. Huma understood vaguely, but he was even more uncertain. What if we don't eat tai sui meat? If you don't eat, as long as you suppress distracting thoughts and don't break your maidity, the furnace will burn brighter and brighter. People are the foundation of fire. The second master said, "Your generation is lucky. In the early years, we didn't have to suffer from the calamity. We had to rely on ourselves, but we can still light the stove." Buzz. The second master's rambling words made Huma's scalp tingle, and he carefully asked the last question. "So, if you don't eat tai sui meat, your body will have no heat at all, and even the stove you light will become weaker and weaker. What nonsense are you talking about, you silly boy?" The second master looked at him strangely and said, "If a person's body has no heat at all, then he is dead, right?" When Huma heard this, He was shocked and realized his real problem. I lit the stove and I didn't feel any discomfort, so I'm not a demon. I can even use this fire to ward off evil spirits, but the real problem has never been this. The real question is, am I a dead man? Yes. As long as a person is alive, the body will continuously produce heat, or yang energy. Therefore, Erie's method is very simple, which is to accumulate this yang energy and lead it into his own furnace. The more vigorously the furnace burns, the stronger the person becomes, the more yang energy he has, and the less he is afraid of evil spirits. Even things like tai sui meat are very nourishing and can make the body produce more yang energy, which can also make his furnace burn brightly. But if a person has no yang energy at all without eating tai sui meat, what is going on? Dead. Only the dead are freezing cold, without any heat at all. Not to mention using your normal heat to perform exercises and to fuel the stove. The fire that has already been lit may even go out. Huma figured it all out and couldn't help but feel horrified. He realized his problem, which was that the blazing fire he had lit last night was actually just an illusion. I was able to light the stove successfully last night because of the tai sui meat I had eaten before, or the blood tai sui. This strange tonic allowed me to light the stove successfully and even keep my body warm like a normal person. However, when the heat returned to the stove and the tai sui meat that he had eaten was completely digested, he was suddenly reduced to his original form. This body cannot generate even a trace of firepower. According to Erie, this is the body of a dead person. This body had been cold all the time. Not only did it not generate new fire under normal circumstances, it even consumed the fire in the furnace. It was not until he ate meat again at Erie's place, and it was the invaluable Qing Tai Sui, that this body began to warm up. Only then can you continue to guide the fire into your own furnace. So, why did I suddenly wake up with a cold in the early hours of the morning? He had a vague answer in his mind. Because I didn't eat the meat that my mother-in-law gave me all day yesterday. Once I stop eating that kind of meat, my body will become cold. Not only will it fail to replenish the fire in the furnace, it will even consume the fire in the furnace bit by bit. What will happen once the fire burns out? Humat didn't even dare to imagine it. Okay, you have a lot to learn. Just take it one step at a time. The second master didn't know what Huma was thinking, so he urged him to finish the pieces of meat in the bowl quickly and leave the main room. After finishing this bowl of Qing Tai Sui, Huma felt that everything was back to normal. He couldn't feel any difference between himself now and in his previous life. He was just as energetic and his body was just as warm. Moreover, he could also easily practice the exercise method that Erie taught him last night and direct the heat that continuously grew in his body into the furnace in his lower abdomen. He felt that he was no different from the teenagers around him. In other words, my condition should be much better than theirs. They only have so much to eat every day. What I ate was a big bowl of Qing Tai Sui. But, well, the only thing I don't understand now is the reason for this situation. Is it because of some problems with his original body, or his identity as a reincarnated person? You all follow the second master to learn how to worship Tai Sui, to make money and start a family. At this time, the second master had gathered all the young men together and was scolding them loudly. The second master has nothing to teach you. The first thing is to light the stove. If you don't light the stove, don't even think about joining the meat cutting team. But lighting the stove is just the beginning. You need to run in the mountains, bask in the sun, and practice martial arts. The stronger your body is, the more yang energy you have, and the more courage you have, the more vigorously your furnace fire will burn. Of course, the best thing is to eat Tai Sui, but I, your second master, can't even afford it, so forget about it. The second master made no secret of his disdain for the young men in the village, but after a pause, he continued. So, if you want to learn skills from the second master, there is only one trick. You have to endure hardships, be patient, and most importantly, don't think about women. If you can endure hardships, your body will be strong. Your yang energy will be strong. You will be courageous, ruthless, and have a strong temper. Even a butcher can defeat evil spirits. Here, second master, I am not afraid of your naughtiness or fighting. We have plenty of black ointment. The only thing I am afraid of is that you can't control your temper and don't learn well at such a young age. Our village is located outside the village because we are afraid that you will be tempted by women. Alas, because of you little brats, I don't even dare to raise sheep. All right, let's just practice martial arts today, and then follow me to patrol the woods. The young men listened and cheered. Huma envied the young man's energetic appearance at this age, but he was in a trance, so how could he have the mind to join in the excitement? Little Huma, come here. But the second master didn't know what Huma was thinking at the moment. Seeing him standing aside absent-mindedly, he thought he couldn't keep up with the progress and couldn't fit in, so he smiled and waved to him. Don't be afraid. Our moves are simple. Fight a few more times, and you will be able to do it. This. Huma actually had no interest, but he had no choice but to step forward. Just as he was thinking about what to say, he suddenly heard an illusory call in his ears. Brother Huma, I'm here to bring you food. Xiao Hongtang? Huma recognized the voice and turned around subconsciously, and saw Xiao Hongtang hiding outside the door with only her little head sticking out. He turned around subconsciously and walked out of the village. Eri was surprised. Where are you going? Huma pointed to the door and said, Someone is looking for me. Maybe it's my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law is here? The second master was also surprised. The young men who were so lively just now suddenly lowered their voices, looked stunned, and whispered to each other. Did you see anyone? No. They say the Hu family will go astray. What he is doing is. You're not pretending because you're afraid of getting beaten, are you? Brother Huma, why don't you come out yet? Outside, Xiao Hongtang's cries became more urgent. Huma was surprised for a moment and walked out. Eri was worried and followed him. When he got to the door, he saw a bamboo basket about the same size as Xiao Hongtang lying on the ground, covered with a red cloth. Xiao Hongtang was nowhere to be seen. Yi looked at the basket and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, It's really that girl. Go. Having said this, he put his hands behind his back and returned to the village. Huma stood at the gate of the manor and waited for the second master to return to the manor. Then Xiao Hongtang followed him along the street and walked over. Huma hurried over and asked in a low voice, Where is my mother-in-law? I had some questions I wanted to ask my mother-in-law, and I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He realized that this problem might be very serious, but he vaguely felt that he could not ask the second master directly about this question. It's better to ask your mother-in-law. Grandma went into the mountains to look for someone. Xiao Hongtang squatted on the ground, looked at the basket in front of her, and said, Let Xiao Hongtang bring you food. Delivering food? Huma opened the red cloth on the basket and saw a large square bowl of meat inside. Blood tai sui. There was even a plate next to it with 2 large white steamed buns on it. When will mother-in-law come over? Huma took a deep look at the bowl of meat and realized its importance. My mother-in-law didn't say that. Xiao Hongtang just squatted in front of the basket, holding her cheeks with her 2 little hands, and said to Huma, But Grandma asked me to bring you a message. She told you, Huma, to just stay here and learn some skills. If you feel cold at night, don't be afraid. Just eat meat. Tai sui meat can cure diseases, so you should eat more. If you eat more, your stove will burn more vigorously than others. But you are just getting better. You should use your energy sparingly and don't get tired. This. The way Xiao Hongtang imitated her mother-in-law's speech was very cute, but Huma didn't care. The words spoken in her mother-in-law's tone suddenly made him feel a little heavy in his heart. Mother-in-law, have you already guessed the problems you will encounter after lighting the stove? She deliberately spread these words, which must not be aimless, but more like giving herself reassurance. There is no firewood in my stove, so it can't burn. So she comforted herself, or promised herself that she could eat blood tai sui every day. Or in other words, what she meant was that, although her body was unable to automatically light the furnace now, as long as she continued to eat blood from the tai sui, the furnace would burn more and more vigorously, and then, the state of her body could also slowly change. Even better than others? I couldn't be sure for a moment, but looking at Xiao Hongtang's cute and silly look, I knew I couldn't ask her. She was just running errands to deliver something and pass on a message. After a long silence, Huma picked up the bowl and said to Xiao Hongtang, Tell Grandma, I'll take note of it. Then eat it. Xiao Hongtang smiled and narrowed her eyes. You've finished eating. Xiao Hongtang still needs to take the basket back for Grandma to check. Xiao Hongtang is very obedient and didn't steal anything, although I really want to eat it. Looking at Xiao Hongtang's pitiful eyes, Huma nodded and said, Yes, I see. Having said that, he continued eating. The blood Tai Sui that once made him disgusted turned out not to be Tai Sui, but his own life. While eating the bowl of meat brought by Xiao Hongtang, Huma gradually figured out many things. No wonder Erie's ability seemed to be more suitable for solving his own problems than Lao Hutangzi, but his mother-in-law had to send him here until she had no other choice. Because of Erie's ability, if you don't learn it, you will expose a more fundamental problem in yourself. His original self was already dead. My mother-in-law summoned my soul and forcibly nailed it into this body. Earlier in the village, I had always been relying on the blood Tai Sui to survive, and it is still the same for me now. It's just that I couldn't feel it before, but now that I've lit the stove, I can see it clearly. Lighting the stove did not solve the problem, it just made the problem clearer to you. Or in other words, lighting the stove can solve the problem of being constantly haunted by evil spirits, but it will expose another problem. Tai Sui. Only by eating more Tai Sui can you make your fire furnace burn brighter. So he ate up all the Tai Sui that his mother-in-law sent him without leaving a single bite, and was too embarrassed to look at Xiao Hongtang's resentful eyes. Now that I understood the problem, I felt relieved. After he finished the big bowl of blood Tai Sui, he couldn't bear the 2 steamed buns anymore. He walked back with the 2 steamed buns, looking thoughtful. Inadvertently, he did not notice that the gazes of the young men around him were all attracted when he entered the room. They looked at the 2 large white flour buns in his hands, with their eyes fixed on him. They swallowed a large mouthful of saliva with their throats rolling. Huma was stunned for a moment before he reacted. White flour buns are a good thing in this world. Even this kind of slightly yellow, cold, and hard-steamed bun may not be available for eating during the Chinese New Year. Normally when I was with the second master, I would fill my stomach with sweet potatoes, steamed bread, and corn porridge. My mother-in-law specially asked Xiao Hongtang to bring her some blood Tai Sui in order to cure her illness. But in addition to sending the blood Tai Sui, they also put in 2 big white steamed buns, because they were worried that Huma would not eat well here. The second master shook his head. He thought that his mother-in-law sent Xiao Hongtang over because of something important, but he didn't expect that she was just here to deliver food. He sighed and said to Huma, Come here and continue to learn the moves. These guys have been training for more than 2 years. If you want to keep up with them, you'll have to work harder. Second master. Huma subconsciously wanted to agree, so he walked forward a few steps and saw the young men in the field. I just went out to meet Xiao Hongtang, and they were not idle either. I saw 3 or 4 teenagers in the middle, all of whom were covered in mud, sweating profusely, panting heavily, and some of them had bruised faces and noses. It seems that this is the method that Erie teaches these young men to practice boxing and martial arts, simple and direct. Since you want to learn how to fight, just fight more. You will understand it the more you fight. But in his heart, he remembered what his mother-in-law said, and he sighed secretly and said to the second master, I won't learn it for now, right? Erie's eyes widened immediately. Others are learning. Why don't you learn? Because other people are full of energy and have too much temper, they need this kind of release, but I rely entirely on Tai Sui to sustain my life. So every bit of energy consumed is a bit of energy consumed. This kind of practice will only waste the fire that I have finally replenished with the help of Tai Sui. When she first sent him here, my mother-in-law said that there was no need for him to learn any martial arts and that he only needed to light the stove, but he didn't take it too seriously. It was not until this time that she asked Xiao Hongtang to tell her to save her energy that she finally understood that her mother-in-law had known about her problem for a long time and was reminding her. Huma thought silently that it would be better not to tell the second master about these problems. Judging from Erie's previous reaction, I know that my current situation is beyond his understanding. So he just said, Xiao Hongtang just brought a message. Grandma said that I have just recovered from my injury and cannot be tired. When he heard that it was the mother-in-law who said that, the second master was speechless and had to say, Forget it, just find someone to teach you how to do it. As he spoke, he glanced at the teenagers, who were obviously not very interested. The practice of martial arts that Eri mentioned just now is fighting in pairs. Even if you get beaten black and blue, it's still interesting. It's a good way to vent your energy that has nowhere to go. But teaching martial arts means one-on-one instruction on postures, which is dull and tedious. In addition, Huma's delicate appearance makes these young men dislike him, and they are unwilling to come out to be his master. A fat guy raised his hand. "I'll do it, I'll teach." "All right." The second master glanced at the guy and waved his hands helplessly. "Zhou Dadong, go over and teach him well. If he doesn't learn well, you two will be punished together." Hey. The fat boy named Zhou Datong excitedly came up to Huma and watched the fight between the others with a look of relief on his face. Huma was feeling lazy and asked, "Why don't you learn with them?" "How can that be called learning?" Zhou Dadong sneered. "That's getting beaten. After all, I am the grandson of the clan leader. How can I inherit this village if I am beaten by them every day?" "The clan leader's grandson?" Huma was in awe, but also a little surprised. "You are the grandson of the clan leader, and they dare to beat you up?" "I got beaten just because my grandfather is the clan leader," Zhou Dadong said with a bitter face. "Everyone comes here to learn how to worship Tai Sui from you, but I don't. My grandfather sent me here to learn the rules because he thought I was disobedient." Hit harder. Kick it in the crotch. Don't you see those two big bell crotches?" The second master next to them was loudly reminding the young men who were fighting each other, saying, "Don't worry about hurting anyone. There are not many other things in our village, but the black ointment is everywhere. With the little strength you have, you can heal any injury without using a knife. So the harder you hit, the better. The harder and more ruthless you hit now, the more likely you will be able to defeat others when the real fight comes." Turning around, he saw Huma and Zhou Dadong sitting there chatting stupidly. They were neither twisting their bodies nor looking like they were preparing to practice any moves. I sighed helplessly in my heart. I thought this kid had changed his character, but now it seems that he is still too spoiled. From that day on, Huma started living with the second master. This group of young people who are learning skills have a lot to learn and do every day here with Eri. When they get up in the morning, they start running in the mountains. After coming back, they eat. After eating, they lift stone blocks and practice martial arts. Or they go into the woods with the second master to patrol and eliminate some strange and evil spirits that breed around the village. Or they post red paper to warn other people in the village. When the sun sets, it is time for the second meal. The food is almost the same as in the morning, except that the piece of bacon pickled by Tai Sui is missing in the porridge. In the evening, I often stop practicing boxing. Taking advantage of the sunset, I followed the second master to learn a few words, and occasionally listened to him talk about the rules of the underworld, customs, taboos, etc. He hadn't been here long, but Huma could already tell. This second master had traveled far and wide when he was young. He was literate and knew arithmetic. These teenagers of the same age were sent here from the village to learn the skills of mining. Of course, what the second master taught them seemed to be a little more than what a miner could teach them. They can only earn money from mining for 3 or 4 years at most, but their other skills can benefit them for a lifetime. However, Huma, who realized his physical problems and originally intended to behave more sensible and hardworking, gradually became a negative example among other teenagers of the same age. While others run in the mountains every day, he sleeps until he wakes up naturally. While others lift stone blocks to exercise their bodies, he sits in the yard to bask in the sun. While others scramble to fight for supremacy, he is content to be a salted fish. Highlight one that is not rolled. Sometimes even Eri couldn't stand it anymore and said a few words to him, but he would lose interest after just one sentence. My mother-in-law won't let me. However, when it came to teaching people reading and arithmetic, Huma showed that he was much smarter than other boys of the same age. He learned reading quickly and did arithmetic quickly and accurately. Even the second master was surprised and said it was a pity that such a smart boy would be better if he was more willing to work harder. But Huma was peshless. It was hard for him not to stand out in this field. The cultural principles of this world actually have many similarities with those of my previous life. There are some differences, and the only difference is the slight difference in the meaning. After all, I was a college student who paced all my courses in my previous life. In his eyes, the little cultural knowledge that the second master had was probably at most the level of an elementary school student in his previous life. So he hardly needed to learn, he just needed to adapt. Of course, he usually has to keep it to himself, otherwise he would let the second master sit down and explain it to them himself. Unlike his laziness and slackness in other aspects, Huma's progress in lighting the stove was alarmingly fast during this period. Xiao Hongtang would come over from time to bring Huma some meat, all of which were the best quality blood Tai Sui. The second master was also a very particular person. Although he felt that Huma was not diligent in practicing martial arts, he still made some snacks for Huma, bit by bit, from the large piece of Qing Tai Sui that his mother-in-law had given him to nourish his body. This means that Huma's body rolls every day, and every bit of heat is introduced into the furnace. If others burn straw and corn leaves, he now burns the best quality carbon in this stove every day. If others practice their kung fu lazily, it is just like covering the fire and slowly baking it. Then he who practices diligently every day is like using a blower to blow hard. This caused the fire in his body to grow stronger and stronger, and his progress was alarmingly fast. My mother-in-law really found a good solution for herself. With an adequate supply of blood and food, Huma not only did not feel the cold limbs again, but his body became healthier. He also gradually discovered the relationship between his own condition and Tai Sui. After eating Tai Sui meat, even if it is just white Tai Sui, a warm feeling will appear in the body. Of course, the effect is relatively weak, especially if you only eat a small amount, so it can be ignored. After eating Qing Tai Sui, the heat generated in the body can last for 1 or 2 days. Of course, this is if you don't practice Qigong. If you do, it will be used up in half a day. But eating blood Tai Sui is even more different. Sesame is enough to make your body full of energy for a day or two. When you practice, you can get twice the result with half the effort. During this period, he felt that the fire in his abdomen changed almost every day. From a subtle flame in the beginning, it became a brazier in a few days. After a few more days, he even felt as if there was a real burning furnace in his lower abdomen. The body is warm and full of energy, as if there is endless strength in the body. Every morning when I wake up, the flag is standing straight. Of course, Erie doesn't raise pigs here, and he hasn't been back to the village, so I don't know if he would be jealous when he sees a pig's butt. However, with this raging fire in his lower abdomen, the bone-chilling chill that he had felt from time to time before had indeed weakened a lot, and the strange shadow that he had always seen from time to time seemed to have disappeared. In your daily life, you don't need someone to watch over you all the time, and you can even go out for a walk occasionally. Of course, after dusk, he still didn't dare to go out. Moreover, no one dared to approach the gloomy and terrifying forest, no matter day or night. The good news is that Erie's method is effective, and he has indeed avoided the invasion of evil spirits to a certain extent, and even the fire is fierce. The bad news is that without Tai Sui, the fire cannot be raised but will slowly weaken. So it all comes down to Tai Sui, or rather, mother-in-law. But Huma couldn't understand. This blood Tai Sui is so precious. Where did his mother-in-law get so many of them? How much can she bring to me? Huma doesn't know the answer to this question. All he can do is not waste even a little bit. In the quiet side room, Huma was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly practicing Qigong to bring the fire into the furnace. Huma is not diligent in practicing martial arts, but he is the most diligent in practicing Kung Fu. Whenever there is a chance, you should practice and bring the heat into the furnace and store it. Only in this way, if your blood and food supply is cut off one day, the accumulated fire in the furnace can keep you going for a longer period of time. After all, if you don't practice, even if your vital energy is sealed by the lure talisman and doesn't dissipate, it will still be consumed little by little during your daily movements, sitting, lying down, or strenuous activities. It is only when it is introduced into the furnace and accumulated that it can be effectively utilized. Of course, in the eyes of others, some people would say that his behavior was pretentious. After all, they are at the age where they are lively and active. Asking them to practice fighting styles would make them full of enthusiasm, while asking them to calm down and practice would be somewhat against their nature. Huma ignored it, just estimated every day to keep the minimum amount of heat to support it, and put the rest into the stove. But during the practice that day, I suddenly heard a dissatisfied voice. "You two, go fill the jar with water." When I opened my eyes, I saw a tall and thin young man looking at me coldly and domineeringly. Zhou Dadong, who was lying in a pile of bedding not far away, was also suddenly awakened and sucked a mouthful of saliva. "I told you two to fetch the water." The tall and thin young man got angry when he saw the two of them and said coldly, "Others are practicing martial arts, learning pharmacology, and following the second master to patrol the forest, but you two lazy guys only know how to hide in the room and be lazy, and don't work hard to learn skills. That's fine. Is it okay to order you guys to do something? There's no water in the kitchen. Go to the spring and fetch a few buckets of water until the kitchen is full." The spring is at least 3 or 4 miles away from the farm. 2 buckets filled with water would weigh about 50 or 60 kilograms. Huma frowned immediately. But before he could say anything, Zhou Dadong next to him started to complain. "I told second master that someone stole my quilt at night, so I caught a cold and had diarrhea. You have to go even if you have diarrhea," the tall and thin boy said coldly. "To learn skills, you have to work hard. Are you so lazy? Why don't you go and give it a try?" Having said that, he slammed the door frame, glared at Huma and Zhou Dadong, then turned and left. The boy's name is Chui Xier. He is a child of the Chui family in Daong village. He is also the oldest among the group of boys who follow the second master to learn skills. He had already followed the second master to worship Tai Sui once last year. Since he had learned the skills well, he didn't have to run around in the mountains with the other teenagers to practice martial arts. Instead, he cooked and helped the second master with his work. He was considered the senior brother to these teenagers. He had already learned the skills he needed to learn, and staying here was actually just to do chores for the second master and deal with big and small matters. Huma has been here for a short time, has made few friends, and is very careful not to make enemies with anyone. But it seemed as if he was born to dislike sesame, and this person seemed to have some opinions about sesame. When serving porridge in the morning, Huma's meat jerky was always smaller than others, and sometimes there was none at all. In the first few days after he came, he was always the one who took the lead and acted weirdly. However, because Huma was a low-key person and did not actively communicate with outsiders, and did not make a fuss when a piece of pickled meat was missing in the morning, he had no idea where to start at first. But he did not give up, and gradually, he became more and more excessive and ordered Huma to do the work with a sense of righteousness. "Well, let's go?" Zhou Dadong blinked and looked at Huma with some uncertainty. He was really afraid of Chui Xier, because when they were practicing martial arts, the other party could be ruthless to him. He didn't have the same treatment as Huma. He made it clear that he didn't want to learn any tricks, and he avoided being beaten. "All right then." Huma breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays, strenuous physical labor was not good for his condition, but this intensity was barely acceptable to ordinary people. Besides, I also wanted to take this opportunity to ask Zhou Dadong some questions. Actually, the grandson of the old chief of this village was also the first friend I made here. In the words of Erie, shouldn't you two be friends? Huma used to be spoiled and had many bad habits, and was known in the village for being a loser. But Zhou Dadong was just a bad guy. He ran around in the village all day long causing trouble, and was a well-known troublemaker in the village. To put it simply, these two are the dragon and phoenix of Daong village. However, before in the village, Huma's predecessor did not become friends with Zhou Dadong, and the two even disliked each other. But now that he has come to second master, things are different. Zhou Dadong has become much more obedient because second master has taken special care of him, and he is younger than this group of teenagers. Huma had become a different person inside, with a less stubborn temper, and they became a pair for the purpose of learning some tricks, and they gradually became familiar with each other. Of course, Huma made friends with him because he thought this guy was a bit naive, but he had a lot of gossip and it was easy to get information out of him. The two men carried a shoulder pole, hooked 2 buckets of water, and walked out of the village. "What's wrong with that guy? He seems to have something against me?" Seeing that there was no one around, Huma asked Zhou Dadong in a low voice. He was a low-key person by nature, and his health was not good, so he would not argue with others for no reason and waste his energy. "Even if I don't usually run in the mountains or practice martial arts, that is my own business. and it's not like I'm taking advantage of others. But this guy named Chui Sierra has had a grudge against me since I first came here, and now he's bullying me directly in the face. Zhou Dadong looked at Huma in surprise and said, "Have you forgotten everything about Sister Chui? What's the matter with Sister Chui?" Huma felt deeply helpless. These people all knew that they had poor memory, but they all thought they had only forgotten a small part of it. In fact, I have forgotten everything, okay? But he usually doesn't show it, and often pretends to understand something. Just a few years earlier, Zhou Dadong said, Sister Chui, that is, Chui Sierra's sister Chui Yi, went out of the village to harvest rice and fell ill after returning. She refused to drink any soup, and even worshipping the old fire pit was useless. The Chui family found your mother-in-law, and after seeing this, she said that the mountain god had sent a betrothal gift and asked the Chui family to throw away all the things they had recently found, lock the Chui sister in the room, and tie the doors and windows with red thread. No matter what happened inside at night, the door could not be opened. She went to talk to the mountain god to see if she could talk the matter over. As a result, that night, Chui's sister cried for half the night and was found hanged the next day. Huma was slightly surprised and subconsciously said, even if we didn't save the person, we can't blame the mother-in-law, right? Anyway, the Chui family was very unhappy about this. They even found your house and blocked the door to curse you afterwards. It was my grandfather who pulled them back. I heard the Chui family complain at the time, saying that there was no such thing as a mountain god. They had heard of the powerful evil spirits around the village, and at least the ancestors in the fire pit had told them in their dreams. But no one mentioned this mountain god except my mother-in-law. Zhou Datong explained, "We don't know the details. Your mother-in-law never brought up the matter with the Chui family again. You don't even know. I'm even more confused." Huma sighed in his heart, but he finally figured out why Chui Sierra was targeting him. But he looked at Zhou Datong next to him. "It's okay that he is not happy with me, but why is he so rude to you too? After all, the little fat boy in front of him is the grandson of the patriarch. Are the people in this place so disrespectful to the second generation of the village? It would be better if we didn't mention it." Zhou Dadong looked so aggrieved that it made people feel distressed. "I don't know why, but it seems that beating me up makes me feel particularly proud. The second generation of this village is in such a miserable state." Huma silently thought about the interests involved. After weighing it several times, he gradually came up with an idea. When you reach the foot of the hill, spring water gurgles out from the cracks in the rocks. By inserting a sharpened bamboo tube, you can collect the water into a bucket. When others carried water, they used a shoulder pole and 2 buckets, and they would fill them up and walk very fast. Huma and Zhou Dadong, the talented pair, simply filled 2 buckets and then carried them with a shoulder pole. When they staggered into the farmhouse, Chui Sierra was directing several people on duty to do odd jobs. He came over to take a look and saw that the water the 2 of them had fetched was less than 1/3 of a tank of water. He then turned sullen and ordered them to fetch a few more buckets. When the tank is full, it's time to rest. After the 2 men left the manor reluctantly, they called the boy next to them. "It's time to water the vegetable patch in front of the manor. Get some water and water the vegetables." The young men who were called over looked at each other in bewilderment. Normally, watering the winter radishes was a job that everyone had to do together. Seeing that Chui Sierra was deliberately making trouble for those 2, he said awkwardly, "Brother Sierra, why are you making trouble for them? One is from the clan leader's family, and the other is from my mother-in-law's family." "Oh," Chui Sierra sneered. "So what? With the second master, it all depends on your ability. I just can't stand their lazy look. They eat well, use things well, but don't put in any effort. If that's the case, they might as well save the blood food for us." Seeing this, the young men fell silent. When Huma and Zhou Dadong brought up the second load of water, they saw that the water tank was empty and they understood something. Zhou Dadong didn't dare to say anything in the manor and only said after he came out, "This is too bullying. No, just pee in the bucket and let him drink it." Huma was startled and said hurriedly, "Don't you usually scoop water from this jar? Don't be so hard on yourself. What should I do?" Zhou Dadong was furious and said, "I can't beat him. He has solid kung fu skills. Last time I stole his weapon, he still beat me to my knees and called me Brother Scorpion. I certainly won't. Huma looked at the dull Zhou Dadong and thought to himself, but after some thought, he was still not sure. I have basically never practiced boxing and kicking, and I've made some progress with the fire stove, but that's for warding off evil spirits and ghosts. It's not professional for fighting. Just as he was thinking about it, a red shadow flashed not far away, and Huma suddenly had an idea in his mind. He stood with his carrying pole upright and said to Zhou Dadong, "Go and fill up the water tank first. I have something to do." Zhou Dadong nodded and went to fetch water with 2 large buckets. Huma turned around and said to the weeds beside him, "Come out, Xiao Hongtang." A gust of cold wind blew by, parting the weeds, and Xiao Hongtang appeared behind a crooked stone tablet on the slope, holding a basket covered with red cloth. During this period of time, she has been responsible for delivering meals to Huma. Huma was afraid of attracting other people's attention and was used to eating outside the farm. So he sat on the hillside, opened the basket, and ate the meat inside. "What is Grandma busy with?" While eating, he asked curiously, "I haven't seen her come here recently. Looking for someone." Xiao Hongtang was playing with the stone tablet in her arms, saying, "We found it, but it ran away again. So Grandma went to look for it again. You are so old, and you have to help me cut off my zodiac sign and do all these things." There is a complicated feeling in Huma's heart. He took a deep breath and then continued, "The Chui family has a girl named Chui Yi. Do you know her?" Xiao Hongtang knew that she was married to the mountain god. Huma's heart was slightly moved, and he asked, "Is it really the mountain god who married her? Why did I hear that the Chui family was not very satisfied?" "You can't blame the mother-in-law." Xiao Hongtang was furious when she heard this. She sat on the stone tablet and said, "The Chui family went into the forest to cut trees and picked up a piece of golden barley. It was a betrothal gift from the mountain god. Whoever picked it up would marry their daughter. My mother-in-law told the Chui family that they had to return anything they had picked up recently. But the Chui family hid a small piece and didn't return it. So the Chui family's sister-in-law was taken away by the mountain god in the middle of the night. But my mother-in-law said that the Chui family had picked up something and hadn't returned it. The Chui family denied it and accused my mother-in-law of talking nonsense." "Is that so?" Huma listened, frowned slightly, and said, "What about the mountain god?" "She was driven away by her mother-in-law." Xiao Hongtang said, "That was an evil spirit from outside. When Grandma saw that it had killed someone, she wouldn't let it stay here. Later, Grandma complained about it several times. She should have killed it from the beginning, otherwise Sister Chui, you wouldn't have been killed by that evildoer. No wonder people in the village have never heard of it." Huma slowed down his eating movements and felt a little sorry for his mother-in-law. When he thought about how Chui Sierra treated his nose as if it wasn't a nose and his eyes as if they weren't eyes, he became even angrier. "Our mother-in-law is already suffering from the injustice caused by you, and you still want to keep bullying me?" Suddenly he thought of something and whispered to Xiao Hongtang, "Xiao Hongtang, are you afraid of the second master?" Xiao Hongtang was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously, "Yes." Huma thought for a moment and then asked, "Are you afraid of other people? For example, those people in the village?" "No." Xiao Hongtang seemed to think about it seriously and said, "They are hot. Xiao Hongtang doesn't like to get close to them, but Xiao Hongtang is not afraid. Second master, you can't touch them. It's too hot to touch. They re not hot to touch." "Then I understand." Huma thought silently, picked up a piece of meat, and suddenly said, "If that's the case, can you do me a favor later?" Xiao Hongtang looked up blankly, not knowing what he wanted to do. Huma shook the meat in his chopsticks and said, "It's done. This piece of meat is for you to eat." Xiao Hongtang's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was willing to go through fire and water. "Now that we have carried 6 buckets of water, can we take a break?" After returning to the village, Huma and Zhou Dadong poured water into the jar, which was less than half full. Normally, this big barrel can hold 6 buckets of water, and it will have a full tank of water when poured in. But now all the water has been scooped out to water the radishes, which looks pitiful and is not even enough for cooking at noon. When Chui Sierra saw Huma put down his shoulder pole and was about to go back to the house, he was immediately furious. He threw the hatchet in his hand and glared at Huma, saying, "I just told you to fill the water tank. Didn't you hear me? It should have been full by now. Huma said, I emptied 6 buckets today, and it's still not full. I wonder if the jar is leaking. Let's turn it over and take a look. The friends around all raised their heads quietly and turned over to see if this was normal. Chui Sierra was also so angry that he laughed. He twisted his wrist and walked forward, saying, Before, you said you had an injury and had not practiced. Now you can even carry water. Your injury must have healed, right? Since Second Master is not here today, I'd like to take a look at how you're doing. Huma heaved a sigh of relief and said, Then come on. Are you really going to do it? The young men around were all excited and came over one after another. However, Zhou Dadong, seeing this, quickly and quietly shrank aside. Chui Sierra was a little surprised to see Huma didn't back down, and then he said ruthlessly, You asked for this? Don't go to me and cry when you get hurt. Before the last syllable of the word go fell, he suddenly rushed over. Like a rabbit jumping up and down, he suddenly jumped 3 or 4 meters away with a heavy punch. The young men around were all shocked. This is bad. Brother Scorpion is going to use drastic measures. First they beat the clan leader's family, then they beat the mother-in-law's family. This is really amazing. Plop. But just when everyone around was getting all nervous, a cold wind blew quietly in the yard. Chui Sierra was about to punch Huma in the face, but suddenly his legs tripped and he fell flat on his face. Only Huma could see that Xiao Hongtang suddenly appeared and hugged Chui Sierra's legs. Well done. He praised Xiao Hongtang in his heart, then rushed forward, signaled with his eyes to Xiao Hongtang to spread her legs, revealing the 2 bells in her crotch, and kicked her. Anyway, Second Master said that with the black ointment, any injury can be cured, right? We don't usually practice martial arts, but I have memorized the moves that Eri taught me carefully. And since you have already started fighting, it's not a serious matter. You just don't like me because I'm the grandson of the ghost lady? Don't you always say that our Hu family has a little ghost? Let me tell you, you are right. As a second-generation man, he understood that one should not take the initiative to cause trouble. One should still avoid it, but once it is confirmed that one cannot avoid it, it is better to take the initiative to resolve it. The more proactive you are, the easier it is to come up with solutions. Just think of it as being because of the pickled meat in the porridge in the morning, or the anger that the mother-in-law felt. I'll beat you to death. Chui Sierra fell down, feeling dizzy, and then felt a pain in his crotch. Although he felt a little better, he was also angry and anxious. He let out a muffled roar, stood up abruptly, and raised his fist high. Huma hurriedly took a few steps back, but did not see Chui Sierra's fist falling. Feeling a little suspicious, he saw Xiao Hongtang actually riding on Chui Sierra's neck and covering his eyes with her 2 little hands. None of the young men around could see Xiao Hongtang. For a moment, they felt that the courtyard was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Their hair stood on end for no reason. They were filled with surprise. Not only did Chui Sierra stumble, but he also seemed to be possessed by a ghost, spinning around in circles like a headless fly. Can this be possible? Huma had some unexpected surprises. Xiao Hongtang was more useful than he thought. He took advantage of Chui Sierra's spinning in place, ran over a few steps, and punched him in the stomach. Chui Sierra was really good. He was kicked in the crotch, but nothing happened. He did not dare to show mercy in this punch and used all his strength. However, he did not expect that this punch would suddenly ignite the fire in his lower abdomen. Although it was an unintentional action, the punch's power increased dramatically. There was a loud bang, and Chui Sierra was hit so hard that he spit out a mouthful of blood. He flew out like a rag sack, and his body fell heavily on the courtyard wall, making a gap in the top of the wall, and flew straight out of the wall. Oh! The teenagers of the same age around him all gasped, and the cool air in the yard was almost sucked away. Xiao Hongtang also flew a few meters away. When she saw that she was in trouble, she hurriedly slipped to the ground, picked up the basket, and ran away. Hiss! Huma was also a little surprised. He was stunned for a few seconds before he suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly ran toward the wall. Why are you so weak? Please don't die, Brother Scorpion. It's true that I want to beat Chui Sierra up, and it's also true that I'm nervous at the moment. Huma didn't want to cause trouble, but even a clay man has a temper. Chui Sierra was targeting him in a weird way every day. If he didn't respond, something big might happen. In addition, this guy's targeting was not just verbal. He always deducted money from me when he distributed by Tai Sui in the morning. Although this by Tai Sui was insignificant compared to my daily meals, this thing was my life, and a copper coin was still money. Instead of procrastinating, it is better to do it once and for all. But even so, Huma first persuaded Xiao Hongtang to help him secretly, hoping to give this guy a black eye and teach him a lesson. But isn't this guy the most powerful person in the village besides the second master? Why is it so brittle? While the friends around were still in a panic, Huma had already rushed out of the village and dragged back Cui Sier, who had fallen into the sour juju bush and was unconscious. Looking at his pale face, he shouted for others to go to the woods to call the second master back, while pinching his Ranzhong acupoint and performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on him. He was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat and almost knelt down in front of him. "What's the matter?" Outside the manor, the second master's scream was soon heard. He had just returned from patrolling the forest and had just arrived in time to report the news. As soon as he saw the scene in the farm, he looked at Huma as if he had seen a ghost and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly bring the black ointment. Not all the meat on the meat mountain can be eaten. For example, eating the black Tai Sui will make you sick or even poisoned. But the black Tai Sui is not useless. If you cut it off and add various herbs collected from the mountains, you can make an ointment called black ointment, which is perfect for treating external injuries. The second master is short of everything else, but he has a lot of this black ointment, which he uses to make these guys fight boldly and practice their skills." Eerie grabbed a handful of the black, sticky ointment that looked like lard, tore open Cui Sier's shirt, and rubbed it on his chest. His method was more effective than Huma's. After a while, Cui Sier groaned in his throat and slowly woke up. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Huma looking at him with a worried look on his face. He immediately became frightened and shouted loudly, "There is a ghost! There is a ghost! Don't embarrass yourself, just help me get on the bed and rest." The second master angrily slapped him on the head and almost slapped him back. It doesn't matter whether there are ghosts or not, but it's ridiculous that those who learn skills from the second master are so afraid of ghosts. "Come with me." The second master had Cui Sier helped back to the room. Then he stood up, glared at Huma, turned and walked into the main room. Huma was also worried. Is he going to be scolded? But unexpectedly, after entering the house, Eerie turned around and closed the door. He suddenly turned around and looked at Huma with a look of surprise. "How did you knock him out?" Huma was a little slow to react and said carefully, "I used a little strategy. That is not what I'm talking about." The second master said nervously, "This little scorpion has been with me for almost 3 years. He has been to the blood-eating mine once. The fire in his furnace is very strong, and he is very obedient. His family has arranged a wife for him, but he doesn't even dare to hold a woman's hand. How could you knock him out? Even the fire almost went out. That is how you fight." Huma couldn't explain it clearly, so he used gestures to describe it. The second master's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly called Huma over and put his hand on his lower abdomen. "Practice." Huma didn't know why, but he didn't dare to neglect it. He could only follow the usual method to exercise and circulate the heat in his body. At this moment, if the furnace in the lower abdomen was just a pile of red-hot charcoal, then his practice of the skill would be like blowing wind into the furnace all of a sudden, and the charcoal would suddenly become bright, and then blazing flames would burst out. He felt his body become hot instantly, especially the place where the second master's hand was pressed, which emanated a burst of fire and pushed the second master's palm away. "Oh my God!" The second master took a few steps back, his voice sounding like a groan. "Why is your stove burning so vigorously?" How could Huma answer this? He asked in confusion, "Is this very prosperous? It's already hot, but it's still not prosperous?" Eerie was a little confused, but he suddenly reacted and looked at Huma. "Apart from asking Xiao Hongtang to bring you steamed buns and delicious food, does Grandma usually bring you anything else?" Huma knew that Eerie had already thought of it. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the big eyes and nodded carefully. The second master's voice trembled slightly. "Don't you always bring Qing Tai Sui with you?" Huma was about to nod when he figured out something from Eerie's expression. Although the second master was confirming with himself now, he could tell from his expression that, judging from the depth of his knowledge, he had actually already guessed what Xiao Hongtang brought him every day. Thinking about the relationship between the second master and my mother-in-law, there would be no point in telling an obvious lie at this time. So he just remained silent, neither saying yes nor no. OMG. Erie patted his forehead slowly. His voice changed. Did mother-in-law invite Tai Sui to come home? Second master, are you emo? Seeing the second master's wilted appearance, Huma didn't dare to speak too loudly. There was something clearly wrong with the second master's eyes at this moment. It's just like the person whose dowry has 5 zeros after 3 and suddenly encounters the same situation when he finds a bath center with 2 zeros after 3. He looked at Huma and wanted to speak several times, but then he kept his mouth shut. He had such a big piece of green Tai Sui, but he just cooked it into pieces like meat and gave it to Huma to eat. I originally thought that my behavior was an astonishing waste. If it weren't for his gratitude to his mother-in-law for saving his life and knowing the huge difficulties the Hu family is facing now, he would not be reluctant to give it up. However, this big piece of green Tai Sui was almost eaten by Huma, and he realized that the love he had given up with great pain was just a snack. No, how could anyone eat that precious thing as a meal? Wouldn't it be better to have Xiao Jinbingzi marry a wife and buy a house? Our second master is not new to the world. He went to the city to hang out when he was young. The young masters of the wealthy families don't eat like this. All the food they have is used to keep their old masters alive. Not to mention the wealthy businessmen, even the high-ranking masters of the Red Lantern Society can't afford to eat such blood food. No, you eat that every day, and you're still thinking about my green Tai Sui? Actually, I don't eat it every day. Huma was a little worried and answered in a low voice, occasionally 1 or 2 days. It's not right to eat it once in a while. Erie sighed. That thing is not for people to eat. It is for exchanging money. I think there were 1 or 2 days when I didn't have anything to eat. Huma thought to himself. Besides, if we exchange this thing for money, won't it be eaten by others? Of course I won't say this anymore, for fear of upsetting the second master again. Fortunately, the second master's 60 years of training was very effective. After a cup of tea and 2 packs of cigarettes, he slowly recovered. He sighed and said to Huma, "Never mind, it's a good thing after all. But you should have told me earlier, so I could have helped you change the talisman in time." One big and one small stared at each other. Huma pondered. "You never told me about changing the talisman before. You just said that you can tell when you are done by staring at the pigs, but who would have thought you would advance so quickly?" The second master was also thinking about it, but suddenly he remembered something. "Are you greedy for women?" Huma was stunned by this question. Who wouldn't be greedy? However, perhaps because he was distracted by something in his mind, he did not seem to be in a hurry. "Pay attention, others are taking it step by step, but you are so aggressive all of a sudden, it's easier to cause trouble." The second master warned him seriously. "You can't touch married women or widows in the village. You should even seldom go to the sheepfold. What the heck is going on here?" Huma was speechless. "I may be greedy, but not that greedy." Erie also saw that he was not like those useless people, so he lit the Kong again, took out the willow branches that he and Huma had brought back from the woods, and asked Huma to take off his coat and sit by the fire and wait. He muttered to himself for a while, then set one end of the willow branch on fire and drew on Huma's chest again. It was still the same as last time, feeling cold and chilling. But the difference is that sesame is now full of firepower, and the yin energy in the body is dissipated by the fire energy. Huh. Erie frowned and tried to draw it again and again. But the fire in Huma's body was too strong and he couldn't draw it. It was as if a brush had run out of ink, and it took several strokes before it could barely draw. When the rune barely took effect, the second master looked at the dry and shrunken willow branch in his hand and threw it directly into the fire, sighing. "We have to go to your godmother's and cut another one." Huma asked curiously, "Does this need to be changed frequently?" "Certainly." The second master explained, "When you light the stove, you are using the yin qi to seal the yang qi in your body, so that it can burn more vigorously. But as your fire started to burn, the yin qi from earlier was gradually diluted. At this time, I will need to use Maureen Chi to replenish your yang sealing talisman. For us, this is called changing the talisman. Normally, after changing the talisman once, you can go directly down to the mine. But he was almost specialist. He couldn't even draw a talisman with the entire willow branch. How could he measure the heat? The master never taught me. Huma thought of the blood tai sui that his mother-in-law sent him every day, and he sighed and said, "What's my fault? It's all because my mother-in-law is so kind to me." Huh. The second master looked at him in surprise and said, "You do have some ideas. Since you know that it's not easy for your mother-in-law, don't be lazy." Then he stood up and said, Now that you are ready, I, the second master, should teach you some real skills." "Teach me some real skills?" Huma was a little surprised, but immediately straightened up slightly. Now, in this huge anxiety and uncertainty about fate, nothing attracted him more than this. "These young men in our village followed me, the second master, to learn how to worship Tai Sui. In other words, to cut off our flesh." The second master sighed and said slowly, "But in fact, the second master's ability also has its own particulars and a master. Not only can he teach people how to light a stove to avoid evil spirits, but he also has methods to exorcise evil spirits and defeat enemies. And the most important thing about this move is to teach you how to draw out the fire in your body. I asked Zhou Dadong to teach you some moves before. How are you doing now?" "What?" Huma thought about it seriously and said, "I studied very hard and memorized every move." "How can I not know whether you study hard or not?" The second master remembered Huma's usual laziness and cunningness, frowned, and said, "Try to beat him once and let me see." "Good." Huma immediately stood up and performed the same set of moves in front of the second master. The movements are round and regular, the steps are powerful, and each move is indeed practiced correctly. Huh. The second master was surprised. "You kid really didn't slack off?" Little did he know that Huma avoided activities like mountain running, fighting, and lifting stone blocks, which were physically demanding and also a way to vent excessive energy, just to avoid wasting the fire. But he also knew the importance of saving his life, so when it came to practicing martial arts and old moves, he studied them seriously. He paid close attention to how others practiced and went over them in his mind countless times. When he was okay, he would slowly walk through them on his own. To others, this may seem slow and lazy, but when you slow down, it is easier to control the details of the move. After all, I had been a leading dancer in square dancing in my previous life, so I did have some athletic talent. Compared with the stupid kid, this smart kid is different. The second master shook his head helplessly and said regretfully, "It would be better if you could be more diligent." "You were talking about Zhou Dadong." "I am different." Huma thought silently, but did not interrupt Eri, just listened to him continue talking. "Do you think this move is strange? The punches and kicks don't look like punches and kicks, and the swordplay doesn't look like swordplay?" Eri cleared his throat and said to Huma seriously, "In fact, this move is another way to practice Kung Fu. When you normally practice Kung Fu, you draw the fire into the furnace. That's practicing internal Kung Fu. And this old trick is actually for external exercises, which is to draw out the fire in your furnace and fight evil spirits. Of course, I will just teach you whatever I know. In fact, these young people in our village will never need to practice the outer sect in their lifetime. Even their skills will be wasted once they get married and have children. So I let them practice for fun and don't teach them the real thing." No wonder. Huma finally understood why the second master taught martial arts skills, but not how to use them against the enemy. When he teaches people how to fight, he just tells them to fight each other. If they do it more often, they will learn it. In the early stages of lighting the furnace, we just hope that the fire will burn as brightly as possible, and we dare not direct it outside. At this time, the second master continued to speak. So, the second master will only teach this move when people have reached the level of maturity. However, ordinary young people, who are not talented and have insufficient blood and nutrition, will not be able to reach the level of maturity even after practicing for 3 to 5 years. If you practice it, you'll be useless. Even if you're from a generation with good food and can eat Tai Sui meat every day, it's impossible to reach this level without a year or two. As for you..." Eri suddenly couldn't continue speaking. He had intended to teach Huma the real trick from the beginning. After all, he eats Qing Tai Sui every day. Who has the conditions to do that? So he planned to try sesame in about a month and teach him when the time was right. But who would have thought that in just 10 days, not only was the timing right, but Eri is a bit emo again. All in all, you've reached the right point now. With great effort, the second master perked up and said, "So, now is the time to teach you the real trick." As he spoke, he stood up, walked forward and punched, demonstrating. Look at the first move of this style. I hold my hands loosely and walk forward and punch. It's actually simulating holding a knife with both hands. Of course, you can clench your hands and use them as fists. It's not important. What's important is your posture. When you punch forward like this, exhale and make a sound. The fire in the furnace will rise. At the same time, you can reverse the talisman power and draw a stream of fire out of the furnace and throw it out with this punch. You don't have this skill. This punch is just brute force. After doing this exercise, not only will your strength increase, but it will also ignite our furnace fire. No matter if it's an evil spirit or a ghost, if you get hit by it, you'll be injured at least if you don't die. You were able to knock Chui Sierra out with one punch because you accidentally ignited the fire. Of course, for a normal person to ignite a fire with this punch, that would require hard training. But you, well, the fire was too strong, and it suddenly ignited with your punch. Is that so? Huma looked at it and was already a little excited. Yes, this world is full of evil spirits, so that person certainly can't just rely on lighting a fire and passively defending. We also need to have the means to take the initiative. Seeing Huma's eyes sparkling and face full of surprise, Eri suddenly felt a little elated. It turns out that this kid is not unwilling to work hard at all. He was very smart when he learned literary words, and he had learned this real trick. The look of expectation on his face was obviously not fake. So, this kid just doesn't want to put in the effort? But basic skills are also very important. The more effort you put into the furnace, the more prosperous it will be. Wrong. Eri had just come up with this idea when he thought of the raging fire in the sesame stove, and he became listless again. The punch I just told you about is called Kaishan. He suppressed the distracting thoughts in his heart and continued to speak with a look of reverence, just like the master who taught him back then. You use your fist, that's called the mountain opening fist. You use your knife, that's called the mountain opening knife. As for the second move, the principle is the same, but the method of execution is different. From left to right, this is called Banlankwi. The third move is to turn around and pick it up from the bottom up. This is called the monkey trying to pick the peach. Huma was listening seriously and couldn't help but burst out laughing. It would be fine if you just picked the peaches, but why did you pick them forcefully? The second master blushed slightly, stopped what he was doing, and said, "That's how the name came about. The master I met also taught me that. Don't underestimate our names, but they are all solid skills. Just like this, I can open the mountain, remove the obstacles, and pick the peaches in 3 moves. Plus the true yang arrow I told you about before. That's all the capital for me to make a living." Huma adjusted his state and continued to look at Eri with admiration. What else? No. The second master slowly stopped, put his hands behind his back, and said, "This is what my master taught me back then." Huma was surprised. Judging from the practice of this set of moves, there are still many more to come. Is there? The second master's cheeks were slightly red, but luckily the lights were dim in the room and his face was dark, so it couldn't be seen. He said stubbornly, "Anyway, this is all I learned. I cannot possibly tell you that my master thought I was stupid and only taught me these 3 moves. That's enough." Huma immediately changed his tone and said, "One trick is enough to conquer the world. We already have 3 tricks. Isn't that enough?" Then he stood up and said excitedly, "Teach me. You're still impatient." The second master was very pleased with Huma's words that he could conquer the world with 1 trick, and he kicked away the small stool with a smile and said, "Come." Originally, the second master just wanted to tell Huma that the time was right and he was ready to teach him, but there was no need to teach him so late at night. But now, both the old and the young were interested, so they really started to learn seriously under the oil lamp. Eri patiently told Huma, step by step, how to punch and how to practice martial arts. If he was using a fist, how to perform the move with spirit, and if he was using a knife, what he should pay attention to. One was talking and the other was learning, and before they knew it, it was already dawn. Huma had already memorized all the key points that Eri had mentioned, and all that was left was for him to figure it out and practice on his own. The second master even felt a little unsatisfied, and seeing that there was really nothing more to say, he reluctantly let Huma go back. Although my body is cold, I have eaten too much blood tai sui, so my heat is deeper than others. Lying back on the bed, Huma was still thinking silently. When I learn the tricks that second master taught me, won't I be able to help my mother-in-law? Although he knew in his heart that his mother-in-law was only trying to save her grandson, if she knew his true identity, not only would it be a disaster for him, it might even be detrimental to him. But when I thought of such an elderly person, who was still working hard in this old Inshan mountain to collect tai sui for herself every day, I felt a little awkward. Even though I was her grandson and was enjoying these benefits, I couldn't feel at ease. Besides, helping your mother-in-law is actually helping yourself, right? At this time, in Laoyin Mountain, under a big tree, Xiao Hongtang trembled and told the story that had caused trouble. My mother-in-law sat in front of the campfire, her face gloomy and uncertain. After hearing about how Huma had injured the Chui family kid because he was disrespectful to her, she sighed for a long time, touched Xiao Hongtang's head, and sighed softly. He was always very careful before, but now he did something so reckless. It shows that he really cares about his mother-in-law. The young men in this wilderness village all seek to grow up in a wild way. The fight between Huma and Chui Xier brought out Huma's dominance. There were fewer cold words to him among the teenagers, and more respect for him. As the grandson of the grandmother, he had a superior status in the second master's place, and was originally somewhat mysterious. In addition, his competition with Chui Xier, the most capable person in the village, was so bizarre and strange, and his brutal and ruthless actions made everyone scared. It is said that mothers-in-law raise ghosts. Could it be that there are ghosts following him? Thinking of these rumors, they looked at Huma with some awe. The next morning when the porridge was served, the chef had been replaced, and he gave Huma the biggest piece right away. As for Zhou Dadong, he admired Huma even more. He is the second laziest guy among those who learned skills from Eri and the last in Sesame. Even Huma's moves were taught by him, and he knows very well what level Huma has reached now. But so what? He knows some evil magic. They were incompetent and could not see the key to the matter. They just thought it was scary that Chui Xier tripped when he got close to Huma. As a result, he, who had a close relationship with Huma, was respected by the teenagers and was beaten less often. As for Huma, he did not dare to relax. He understood his current condition very well. He knew that the most important thing was to build up a strong fire in his stove as quickly as possible while he had enough blood and food. Because of his physical condition, he couldn't sweat like other teenagers every day, but he still tried hard to study the moves taught by Eri. Xiao Hongtang continued to bring him food, and with sufficient blood and food, his fire became more and more vigorous. The second master took him to the woods again to visit his godmother. He lit 3 incense sticks, used 2 steamed buns as offerings, and then cut 4 or 5 willow branches back from his godmother. Because his fire was too strong, he had to change the talisman almost every 2 or 3 days. Moreover, each time the talisman was changed, more energy was consumed than before. The first time he changed the talisman for Huma, he only burned half a willow branch and then drew it. The second time, he used a whole branch. The third time, he had to put several branches together before he could draw it. The second master often sighed, but he did not dare to be negligent. Since there were no willow branches left, he took the sesame seeds to his godmother to cut some. He went like this several times, and one day when he returned to the place, he suddenly found that he could not find his godmother by the stream. Eri took Huma and searched for a while, and finally found Huma's shivering godmother behind a big tree a few dozen meters away. "Why are you running around?" The second master was very unhappy. "I brought your godson to visit you, but I couldn't find your house." As he said this, he went up and cut another bundle. After that, he tied it up with a red rope for fear that his godmother would run away again. After a few times, even Huma began to feel a little soft-hearted and said carefully, "Second master, If Godmother cuts it again, I will be bald. The second master said, It's okay. At worst, I can just change the name to Godfather. The wind was howling, and the old willow tree, which had only a few branches and leaves left, was trembling and rustling, sounding like someone was cursing in the street. But although the godmother was wronged, the sesame fire became more and more intense. Gradually, the fire was roaring, and she was full of energy, as if she was refreshed. Now, he dares to go into the forest by himself, let alone Zhuangzi. He also carefully studied the skills that the second master taught him and did not dare to be negligent at all. Until now, the only person who is a bit of an eyesore is still Cui Xier. The day after he was beaten, he lay in bed for half a day and looked very sick, but on the third day he was full of energy again, which made people marvel at the magic of the black ointment. But although his injuries had healed, he was obviously still feeling angry. The other teenagers thought that the first time he fought with Huma was because he was possessed by an evil spirit, and they would definitely fight with Huma again, but unexpectedly, he suddenly became obedient. The second master saw the crux of the matter clearly, and he himself obviously saw it clearly too, so he did not dare to really cause trouble for Huma. But from time to time, he would look at Huma sinisterly from behind his back. But Huma didn't care. Since he came into this world, hadn't he been spied on enough? This little bit of pressure on him is nothing. He was concentrating on practicing to light the furnace. Just 1 month after he arrived at Erie's place, after he finished eating a bowl of blood food brought by Xiao Hongtang, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt that the fire in his lower abdomen had become so strong that it was like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. If I were to describe it in detail, it would be like the fire in the furnace was too strong, melting something. At this time, Huma was lying on the bed, silently practicing Qigong to guide the fire in his body. When this feeling appeared, he felt drowsy and a dark red mist appeared around him. I didn't know when, but I came to that secluded and dark temple again in a daze. When the mist was cleared away, I saw a stick of incense standing on the incense burner in front of me. The last time he exited this dream, he clearly remembered that he had pulled out the incense. But now when I look at it, I see that there is still a stick of incense in the burner, about 3 feet long, with golden patterns on it. There was a little flame that flickered and dimmed, and the dark red fog around it seemed to have become much thicker. That's not right. Huma was feeling strange, and when he looked to the side, he was slightly surprised. He saw another incense stick next to the incense burner, about 2 or 3 fingers long, dark red and slender, which was the one he had pulled out last time. I am a stick of incense, and I became 2 sticks? He vaguely felt that the change in the fragrance was probably related to the feeling he had just had. It seemed that his own heat had reached a certain level and entered another dimension. One of the incense sticks in the temple had reached its limit and another one grew out. Could it be that this fragrance is related to the tai sui that I eat every day? He suppressed his excitement, approached the incense burner, and looked at it carefully. It was as if the bright flame on the incense could illuminate some of the surroundings. He saw that behind the incense table, in a large deep shadow, the vague outline of the statue behind the table was slightly revealed, but he still couldn't see it clearly. I wanted to go around the incense table to get a clearer look, but I found that as I walked, the fog followed me and the space changed, and it seemed that I would never be able to reach the front of the statue. Huma could only slowly stop, but he couldn't help but feel more confused. 1 incense stick has become 1.5. If I continue to maintain this progress, will it become 2 incense sticks, or even more? What exactly is this temple? The reincarnated person I connected with last time said that many people like me have come to this world. Were they also recruited here by mistake like me? These questions involuntarily came to his mind, but unfortunately, no one could give him answers now. He also didn't know whether every reincarnated person had the same temple as himself. This incense has become so thick and long. So has the ability to communicate with others also become stronger? He moved slightly and observed the incense. The branch standing in the incense burner is as big as a fist and half a meter long, which is very different from the slender appearance that he saw at the beginning. The smoke emanating from the incense became much thicker and drifted faintly, accompanied by the red mist drifting to who knows where. Although he knew that this would burn the incense, Huma had no intention of pulling it out. Logically speaking, the reincarnated person from Lao Yinshan should have fallen into a deep sleep by now, and it would be unlikely for him to find other people, but he still had some ideas in his mind, just like keeping his cell phone turned on even though he knew no one had contacted him. Maybe someone will find me? Moreover, these 3 experiences of entering the dream also made Huma vaguely discover that the incense would burn continuously when he was in this temple, as if looking for its own kind in order to connect. But when he woke up, Xinxiang stopped burning on his own. So, now that I have inserted this incense stick into the incense burner, is it the same as turning on my cell phone and waiting for someone to contact me? In this strange and incompatible world, I am so eager to hear the voices of people like me again. Russell. Also, when Huma was immersed in that strange temple and thinking about the connection between all this, the door of the side room where he lived was quietly opened, and a figure quietly walked into the room. It was Cui Sierre who was sleeping in the side room on the other side. He was a tall and thin man who landed silently on the ground. His body was stiff and wooden. Little by little, he moved like a puppet and quietly came to the head of Huma's bed. Looking at the sleeping Huma, his face became paler and his eyes seemed filled with resentment and ferocity. The 2 hands slowly raised up, and they were actually holding a rusty knife. The tip of the knife was pointed at Huma's sleeping face, raised above his head, and a strange and brutal look suddenly crossed his face. The guy trapped in Fox Coffin Village said he could hold out for a month, but now half a month has passed. Huma was still in a dream, thinking silently. Although I have learned a little bit of skills now, it is not enough to protect myself, let alone save others. If I can connect with the 3rd reincarnated person, I can find help for that guy, but there is no movement. Should we forget about this guy first? And when we have a chance to leave this mountain, we can find other reincarnated people to learn about the situation. Through their brief conversation last time, he already knew the reincarnated person and understood a lot of the situation. If I could talk to him again, many of the questions in my mind now might be answered. But he was in trouble, and I was in trouble too. So how could I help him? Hiss. But just as Huma was thinking about all this, the dark red mist around him suddenly began to flow quietly, and the speed of the flow was getting faster and faster. When he noticed something, he was surprised to find that the fog was like a tide in a storm, rolling and spreading. A sharp knife could be vaguely seen in it, which suddenly stabbed at his face. He woke up suddenly and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately startled and saw Cui Sierre's pale face in front of him. And he held the sharp knife with both hands and pointed it at his face. Seeing a knife when he opened his eyes was not enough. What was even more strange was that Huma had just woken up, and his eyes seemed to be filled with a dark red mist from that strange dream. Therefore, he could clearly see Cui Sierre's current appearance in his eyes. He had a face full of fear and pain, and next to his head was another pale head. His limbs were also bound and entangled by another pale and slender body. There was actually another person, clinging to him, his limbs entangled with his head pressed against his ear, staring at him with a pair of blood-red eyes, greedy and ferocious excitement. Is that the white-faced weirdo? Seeing Cui Sierre's appearance at this moment, a picture suddenly flashed through Huma's mind. It was when he had just woken up in this world and wanted to escape from the village, but encountered 3 evil spirits on the edge of the village. The one that is now entangled with Cui Sierre is the white-faced ghost that was squatting on the tree at that time. How did he suddenly become entangled with Cui Sierre's body? Before he could think about it, Cui Sierre's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he swung the knife suddenly, stabbing it towards his own face. At this moment, Huma's whole body was stiff and cold, as if it was out of control. But seeing that the tip of the knife was already stabbing towards his face, he was extremely nervous and suddenly a blessing came to him. Puff. At that moment, the furnace in Huma's body seemed to suddenly burn fiercely, and the fire surged. He suddenly bit his tongue, and the blood, along with the anger, stabbed straight into Cui Sierre's face. Ah! Huma clearly saw that this burst of blood hit Cui Sierre's face. He seemed to be also confused by the spray and took a step back. The white-faced monster that was entangled with him seemed to be burned by fire and let out a sharp and terrifying scream. The slender and soft limbs suddenly loosened from Chui Sier's body. He covered his face with his hands and hit his head against the window. Accompanied by a gust of cold wind, he fled to an unknown place. Taking this opportunity, Huma suddenly sat up and quickly leaned towards the corner. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The teenagers who were sleeping in the side room were also awakened by the scream and shouted in confusion. Someone, in the dim light from the window, saw Chui Sier standing in front of Huma's bed, holding a sharp knife, and was immediately frightened and screamed, "Second master! Second master!" After a few calls, the door was kicked open and the tall second master entered the room. "Turn on the light." Without his reminder, Zhou Datong had already woken up and hurriedly picked up the flint and lit the oil lamp on the wall. Under the dim light, Chui Sier stared blankly at the sharp blade in his hand, then looked up to meet the second master's gaze. Suddenly the knife fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. What happened? At this time, the second master was surprisingly calm. He first stepped forward to feel Chui Sier's breath before shouting at Huma, "White-faced monster." Huma was now very brave and had already climbed out of bed. He said calmly, "I saw a white-faced monster wrapped around him. Come in with a knife. Want to kill me? Light up the lights." The second master had no time to ask in detail. As soon as he heard it, his face became serious. "Turn on all the lights. Those who have the ancestral ashes, give them to me," he shouted loudly, ordering all the young men to get busy and count the number of people, while he himself rushed out of the side room. He went to the weapons rack against the wall, picked up a big knife, and took the ancestral ashes given to him by the boys. He walked around the village, looked at it from front to back, and then scattered the ashes in a circle around the village. Then he came back angrily with his face flushed red. "Second master, what's going on?" The young men had gotten up long ago and gathered together. Some of them had weapons in their hands and asked in fear. It was pitch black all around, and the darkness seemed to be squeezing the faint light around them, making people feel a chill in their hearts. "It's okay. Go to sleep," the second master said in a deep voice. "Don't separate them into 2 rooms. Sleep in 1 room. Well, move Chui Sier to my room. Xiaohuma, you come with me too." Amid the young men's uneasy and suspicious eyes, Huma followed the second master into his main hall. Chui Sier still hadn't woken up yet. The second master felt relieved after checking his breathing and didn't rush to wake him up. "White-faced monster." The second master also lit the oil lamp in the main room, with the same expression of surprise and doubt on his face. "Yes, it looks very strange." Huma told Eri the scene he saw when he just woke up, but he did not say that he received the warning in the dream. He only said that he suddenly woke up and saw Chui Sier standing at the head of his bed. He also vaguely saw the white-faced monster on him. "It's the white-faced mountain monster." After hearing this, the second master's expression became uncontrollably gloomy, and he seemed to be afraid. "How dare this evil spirit come into my farm? How did he get entangled with Chui Sier?" Huma remembered something and whispered, "I don't know anything else, but after that incident, he often stared at me. He looked very unhappy, as if he wanted to pick another fight with me." "Staring at you?" The second master seemed to understand. He looked at Chui Sier with some annoyance and cursed in a low voice. "I told this kid earlier that he shouldn't be so fussy and should be more open-minded, but he just wouldn't listen. He can't change the Chui family's petty bad habits. I have been holding a grudge against you, thinking about you day and night, and ended up attracting that white-faced mountain monster, which almost caused a disaster. Is it still possible?" It was only at this time that Huma finally understood. He is usually very safe in this farm. When the second master is around, even Xiao Hongtang doesn't dare to come in. Now it is late at night and everyone is here, just like how many stoves are lit in the farmhouse. But the evil spirit had entangled Chui Sier and wanted to use his hand to hurt himself, which was not reasonable in itself. But being hated by others can also lead to such a thing? It turns out that my understanding of this world is still somewhat superficial. But the second master cursed angrily a few times, then looked at Huma strangely. "How did you escape this disaster? When I arrived, the gang seemed to have run away." Huma was a little embarrassed. He pointed at Chui Sierra's face and said, I was so scared that I couldn't move. I just remembered the method you mentioned before, biting the tip of my tongue. Blood Sun arrow? Eerie looked at Huma in disbelief. After taking a closer look, he indeed saw the blood spots on Chui Sierra's face. His eyes suddenly widened, and he asked in a trembling voice, You used the Blood Sun arrow? You. Huma was also frightened by his reaction and asked carefully, Didn't you tell me that at the time? Besides you, there are also movies and novels from my previous life, but of course I can't talk about that. I was mainly telling you about the old tricks at the time. The Blood Sun arrow is a powerful method that is kept in the bottom of the box. The second master's expression became strange. It's only been half a month, and you can already use it? Under the oil lamp, the two of them stared at each other. Huma thought for a moment, then he took a slow breath and suddenly exhaled a stream of air. I didn't bite the tip of my tongue this time. It hurts. But this arrow of energy was so powerful that it knocked off a piece of wood chips from the second master's shabby window frame. Oh my God. Eerie was so shocked that he almost jumped up, looking at Huma as if he had seen a ghost. How can this look like he has only been practicing for a month? Your fire is simply too strong, so I'm actively looking for a way out. I'm using my external skills to help you. Huma felt a little guilty. Is this not normal? I have been practicing for 60 years, but I haven't reached this level yet. Do you think this is normal? The second master sighed. Your fire looks brighter than mine, but that's not right. It's not brighter than mine. No, it's just that I am more prosperous than the second master. It's just that the second master's 60 years of boyhood skills are purer than yours. Huma saw how nervous the second master was and thought, this is reasonable, right? After all, my godmother is bald. But after listening to the explanation of the second master, I finally understood that compared with opening the mountain, moving the block, and picking the peach by force, the true yang arrow is the simplest and the most difficult move. It is simple in that you almost don't need to learn it, and you can use it naturally when the temperature is right. Even the upgraded version of the Blood Sun arrow just has the additional action of biting the tip of the tongue. The difficulty lies in the fact that the temperature requirement is too high. The second master learned this move only after accumulating pure yang furnace fire for more than 10 years, and he could only use it 3 times at most in a day. Huma learned it by himself and still felt energetic after using it just once. In Eerie's opinion, this was an unimaginable weird phenomenon. I learned it anyway. Seeing the second master's look, he could only ask carefully, Then what should I do? How would I know? The master didn't teach me back then. Eerie sighed, looking like he had been hit hard, but after all, he had been cushioned by Huma's furnace fire before, so he slowly recovered and sighed. Eerie, I have practiced for 60 years and taught so many children in the village, but to be honest, I have never seen anyone like you. This should be a good thing, but there is also a problem. I have to remind you. Huma was slightly startled and asked cautiously, What? Something happened. The second master looked at Huma and whispered, That white-faced mountain monster dared to come here to cause trouble for you. This is a serious problem. Seeing how serious the second master was speaking, Huma immediately perked up and listened. The second master whispered, Second master, my shabby manner may not be much of a threat in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of evil spirits, not everyone dares to enter. Usually, when Xiao Hongtang comes to bring you food, she doesn't dare to enter the manor. Why is that? The heat here is too strong. Even if an evil spirit comes in, it will feel scorched if it gets close. I chose to live in a manor outside and teach my disciples here because we are too hot-tempered and I am afraid of offending our ancestors. Huma was slightly surprised. Does this mean that the evil spirit that came here is very powerful? Xiao Hongtang usually doesn't dare to enter the farm and will only sneak in when the second master is not around. But she just didn't dare to do it, and she could still come in despite herself. I guess the same thing happened to Baimian Shankue? It's not that simple. The second master waved his hands and said, It's called evil spirits, but it's actually just a general term. There are several categories of evil things, such as wandering filth, evil spirits, evil things, fierce evil spirits, etc. The ones who usually offend the villagers in our village are actually the vagrants. Those little ghosts who died unjustly are also of this kind. They act on instinct, and when they see our village from afar, they are scared and run away. And that white-faced mountain monster is truly an evil spirit, and a very powerful one at that. But even if it is this thing, judging by the temperature of your furnace, it should be afraid of you. At least no one wants to provoke anyone else. But that's the problem. This kind of person has already developed intelligence and knows how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. He knows that your stove is burning brightly and that I am in the manor. Why did he send someone to harm you? Huma thought of something and was slightly surprised. Second Master, what do you mean? Good. Eerie nodded and lowered his voice. This goes against its nature. I suspect something is driving it. Tomorrow, you have to tell your mother-in-law about this. I'm worried that it might have something to do with harming your family. The family that harmed me? Huma was slightly horrified as he thought of the miserable state of his previous life. A mother-in-law with such great abilities was killed and her soul was torn to pieces, giving herself the opportunity to reincarnate. He suddenly raised his head and whispered, Second Master, do you know who that family is? How did I become like this? The Second Master shook his head. The wrinkles on his forehead sunk deeply and whispered, I asked my mother-in-law, but she refused to tell me. I only know that this must be a feud your Hu family made outside. Counting the time when your Hu family came to Daeong village, this must have happened 20 years ago. But that family was so ruthless that they didn't let go even though there was only one old and young person left in your Hu family. This is going to make your Hu family extinct. As Eerie spoke, there was a hint of anger in his voice. He paused, calmed down, and then continued, As for your case, it was about a month and a half ago. I remember that there was a strange wind blowing all night, and then I heard that you were lost. My grandmother was out at the time, chasing away ghosts for the villagers. She was not in the village, and the people in the village did not dare to go out at night. We waited for my grandmother to come back the next day, and then we hurried to look for her. I, the Second Master, also went back the next day after hearing the news and found her together. But after searching in the woods for 2 days, there was no trace of him. I hurried to worship my ancestors, but found that they did not respond at all, as if they had failed. Afterwards, no one knew what happened. We only knew that Grandma seemed to have used some magic to find you with a few people. Then on the 3rd day, she personally carried you back. Speaking of this, Eerie's eyes seemed to become a little weird. Huma asked carefully, What's wrong? The Second Master shook his head and said, Nothing. He vaguely remembered that everyone in the village thought Huma was beyond saving, and someone who had just found Huma swore privately that all Huma people were dead and looked horrible, but the mother-in-law insisted that he was not dead and was saved from the village. Who could have thought afterwards that Huma would actually come back to life? We can only say that my mother-in-law is very capable. Eerie felt a little scared when he thought about this, but since it was too horrifying, there was no need to tell Huma about it now. He continued, At first, everyone thought we were bewitched by the evil spirits in the forest. My mother-in-law didn't tell anyone else, but she told me privately that ordinary evil spirits wouldn't have the ability to enter the village and kidnap people, and still make the old fire pond not react. It must be an enemy of the Hu family who came to find us. She first brought you back to the village, and then she left the village again. That night, everyone in the village couldn't sleep well. They heard ghosts howling in the woods, and there was a strong wind blowing through the woods all night long. That night, not a single chicken, pig, or dog in the village dared to make a sound. No one in the whole village dared to light the lights, because when they were turned on, they turned green, which was eerie and scary. But finally, my mother-in-law came back, but she looked very tired and had been lying in bed all day. When the Second Master came to this point, he tapped the pipe, paused for a moment, and then slowly said, Later, Grandma spent a few days to save you. Everyone else thought you were fine. Not long ago, my mother-in-law came to me in private and told me that the thing that hurt you was only injured by her and was still wandering around outside. She had a lot of trouble to save you, and once that thing finds out, it will definitely come back to hurt you again. To put it bluntly, Grandma sent you to me not only to let you learn my skills, but also to let me protect you. Only if I protect you, she will have time to go to the woods and deal with that guy. That's why I'm worried now. This white-faced mountain monster is coming for you. Maybe it's related to it. Huma listened to the second master's words and remained silent for a long time. I suddenly turned my head and looked out the window, only to see a crescent moon slowly disappearing behind the dark clouds. It was pitch black all around, giving people a huge sense of oppression. In this vast forest that seemed to have no boundaries, there was a ghost, staring at him at any time, wanting to kill him. Xiao Hongtang said, "Grandma was looking for something in the woods. Was it this?" But logically speaking, the mother-in-law should have the upper hand. But if that were the case, would the other party still have the time to send the white-faced mountain leader to harm me? Could it be that? Huma was shocked. My mother-in-law didn't actually have the upper hand? As this thought came to his mind, he felt even more terrified and didn't even dare to think further. It is true that his mother-in-law is very capable, and he knows that very well. But after all, she is not young anymore. She looks like an old woman in her 70s or 80s, and she can't even straighten her back. And this old man had just gone to great lengths to save himself. In order to help himself avoid evil spirits, he chanted sutras all day long without sleeping, and also found himself so many extremely precious blood tai sui to help him prolong his life. Somehow, Huma felt a little sad when he thought about it. What kind of faith can support an old lady to do so many things? In this state, no matter how capable she is, how long can she last? Huma's expression was restrained, but some details were captured by Yi. As a straightforward man, he could feel Huma's psychological changes, especially the clear emotional fluctuations at that moment, and he felt a little comforted. In the past, everyone in the village said that this little Huma was an ungrateful person. He had grown up relying on his mother-in-law to take care of him, but he didn't appreciate it. It was really hard to feel sympathy for him, but people always grow up. The elders are not afraid of their children being immature. They are always looking forward to the day when their children become sensible. When that day comes, they will feel at ease. Second master, I want to go into the forest to help my mother-in-law. After thinking for a long time, Huma raised his head and spoke to the second master seriously. If you can say this, it means that your mother-in-law's love for you is not in vain. The second master also said seriously, "You are indeed quite mature now, but don't rush to make a decision. Mother-in-law is more capable than us. You should ask her for her opinion first." Huma agreed and went back to the side room to pack up. However, he had something on his mind and could not sleep that night. After what happened to the white-faced mountain monster, all the friends were trembling with fear and remained silent. The next day, Eri did not let his friends go out for a run in the mountains, as if he was afraid that they might bump into something if they went out. Instead, he just let them practice martial arts in the village. Huma was also worried and had been waiting for Xiao Hongtang to come. Unexpectedly, he waited until noon and Xiao Hongtang still didn't come. He became impatient and went outside the manor, where he suddenly saw a red shadow flash. "Brother Huma, why did you come out just now?" "Not far away." Xiao Hongtang was carrying a basket and pouting. "I've been calling you for a long time." "Huh." Huma was a little surprised and wondered why he didn't hear it. Turning around, he saw a circle of faint ashes around Zhuangzi, and then he suddenly understood. There was a commotion at Shankue yesterday, and the second master was afraid something might happen, so he scattered his ancestral ashes around outside the manor. Unexpectedly, it not only blocked other evil spirits, but also blocked Xiao Hongtang. He hurried over, took the basket, and said, "Go back early today and talk to mother-in-law about something for me." I wanted to finish eating quickly so that Xiao Hongtang could go back quickly, but I was surprised that when I opened the basket, I found it was empty. "No food," Xiao Hongtang said stupidly. "You ate all the rice in the basket yesterday." Huma was a little surprised. "What about today's?" "I don't know today," Xiao Hongtang said pitifully. "I can't find my mother-in-law." "Can't find mother-in-law? What does that mean?" Xiao Hongtang's words made Huma's heart suddenly skip a beat, and he quickly put down the basket in his hand. "I can't smell the incense my mother-in-law burns anymore, and I can't find my way home." Xiao Hongtang said humbly, "I looked for my mother-in-law in the woods, but couldn't find her. I was also bullied, so I had to come back." However, the second master had already scattered ashes outside the manor, so Xiao Hongtang had no way to go into the manor to look for brother Huma. "I could only wait." Have you been wandering around here all night? Huma finally understood and couldn't help but worry. What does it mean that the mother-in-law didn't light the incense? Thinking about the white-faced Shankue last night, and thinking about Xiao Hongtang who couldn't find her home, her heart became increasingly heavy. She quickly asked Xiao Hongtang to wait outside the manor, and hurried back to the manor. The second master was carefully questioning Cui Xier, who had already woken up, and was scolding him. Cui Xier's face was pale, and when he saw Huma, he immediately shivered subconsciously, but Huma ignored him and just looked at the second master. When the second master saw Huma's heavy face, he understood what was going on. They came out together and whispered, "Did something happen?" Xiao Hongtang said she couldn't find her home. Huma quickly told the second master about Xiao Hongtang's situation, feeling a little uneasy. Something is not right. The second master frowned slightly and whispered, "Xiao Hongtang is a ghost kept by Grandma. Wherever there is incense burning is her home. Only when Grandma lights that stick of incense for her can she find Grandma. The ghost will never forget to light this stick of incense." That mother-in-law. Huma's heart trembled slightly, and he looked up at the second master. "Don't panic when something happens." The second master noticed Huma's worry and spoke in a deep voice, but it was obvious that he was also a little worried. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a few herbalists wearing leggings and straw raincoats coming up the hillside outside the manor. They saw Eri from a distance and said, "Eri, when we came out this morning, the clan leader asked us to stop by and give you a message. There's something going on in the village, so I want you to settle down and go over there before noon. This is very important. Please don't waste your time." Did something happen? The second master's face suddenly turned ugly, and he hurried forward to ask, "Is it related to the mother-in-law?" "I don't know." The herbalist was startled for a moment and said, "We were leaving this morning when the tribe leader stopped us at the village gate and sent you a message." He didn't say anything, but you could tell he was very anxious. Upon hearing this, Huma suddenly felt a little uneasy. The second master calmed down a little and said to Huma, "Come back to the village with me." He went back to the manor to settle down, while Huma waited anxiously beside him. Xiao Hongtang came over quietly and held his hand. "Brother Huma, does Grandma not want Xiao Hongtang anymore?" No. Looking at her pitiful appearance, I know that she is just a child on the outside, and I don't know what she is like on the inside." But Huma's heart softened, and he just treated her as a frightened child, whispering to comfort her. "How could that be? Let's go back to the village to find Grandma together. Just follow me and don't get lost again." Xiao Hongtang agreed obediently and followed Huma closely, as if she was afraid of losing another one. The second master went back to the manor, settled the others, and walked out. He was anxious, and after taking a few steps, he carried Huma on his back, stretched out his long legs, and quickly walked towards the village. Xiao Hongtang followed him in the bushes nearby for a while, but couldn't keep up, so she also jumped onto Huma's back. So Eri carried Huma on his back, and Huma carried Xiao Hongtang on his back, and the two of them and the ghost quickly paced through the deep forest, and their speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. Huma could clearly sense that when Xiao Hongtang got close to the second master, she began to tremble and seemed to be unable to bear it. But she buried her little face in her neck, took a deep breath, and felt much better. Second master is the one who lights the stove, so it's only natural for Xiao Hongtang to be afraid of him. But I am also a stove lighter now, and my stove fire is almost as good as yours. How come she is not afraid of me at all? I didn't have time to care about these strange things for the time being. I just ran after the second master with a worried look on my face. I don't know if Eri has learned any special way to travel. The last time Huma and her mother-in-law crossed the woods, it took them more than 2 hours. But Eri has long arms and legs, and he takes big steps. Although he didn't run, his speed was faster than that of an ordinary person. After about half an hour, he followed the second master and arrived at the entrance of Daong village. From a distance, I could see the clan leader and several older people waiting anxiously not far away. What happened to my mother-in-law? The second master strode closer and asked the patriarch from a distance. Mother-in-law? The clan leader also came forward and was about to speak when he heard what the second master said. His expression was a little strange. What's wrong with mother-in-law? The second master was also stunned for a moment. Isn't it the mother-in-law's business? My mother-in-law hasn't been in the village for a while. The old patriarch also saw Huma behind him, nodded and said, Since I sent little Huma to your village, I have rarely seen Grandma in the village. In the past few days, it seems that she has not returned to the village. But my mother-in-law usually goes out to practice medicine and often doesn't come back for a day or two. Xiao Huma knows about it. Well, I haven't seen you for a few days, which is rare. That. Huma was slightly relieved to find out that it was not her mother-in-law's fault, but she was still worried because she hadn't seen her mother-in-law for a long time. He hurriedly asked, Where did the mother-in-law go? It seems to be heading west to the woods, right? The old patriarch was also a little embarrassed and said, She has been going there for a while, but I don't know what she is doing there. We usually don't ask about mother-in-law's affairs. This is indeed in line with the mother-in-law's habit. Huma looked back and saw Xiao Hongtang also looking towards the woods in the west with a confused look on her face. If she was closer, she could also sense her mother-in-law. In the past few days, she had been following her mother-in-law in the woods over there. But now, she was obviously a little confused and didn't know why. The second master sighed and said, Then why did you call me back so hastily? When the old patriarch heard this, he became more cautious, approached the second master, and said in a low voice, There is an important matter. Today, several nobles from the city came and wanted to go into the forest to find something. They need a guide in our village. I think I can only call you back for this matter. They are all great people. You must serve them well. Maybe you can make a small fortune. Be a guide? The second master was very surprised and looked inside the village. Just them? Huma also took a look, but his expression suddenly froze. I was so anxious that I didn't pay attention just now, but now I look. I find that there are more people in the village. They were all sturdy men with strong builds, wearing black trousers and jackets, with red silk belts tied around their waists. Some of them even had knives on their waists and looked like guards. There were about 17 or 18 of them, surrounding 2 black sedan chairs and a large cart, and standing quietly inside the village. The children from the surrounding villages looked at them with respect and awe. Outside a sedan chair, there stood an old man wearing a gray gown and looking like a shopkeeper. He was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the village. The other sedan had a black silk curtain hanging down, completely blocking the person inside, making it impossible to see their face. Is this the noble man from the city? Huma began to feel curious. What on earth is this world like? But, I'm busy right now. Eri understood why the old patriarch called him back, and his expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. Oh, my mother-in-law is so capable. What could possibly happen to her? Seeing this, the old patriarch suddenly became worried. He grabbed the second master's arm and whispered, You can't refuse this. Do you know how scary the identities of these nobles from the city are? The old shopkeeper of Caoxin Hall came with us. We in Daong village cannot afford to offend him. If things go well, the black ointment and herbs can be sold at a good price next spring. This is not the right time. The second master glanced at Huma and said, I don't know what's happening to my mother-in-law right now. What could possibly happen to my mother-in-law? The old patriarch was startled for a moment and looked at Huma. What's wrong with mother-in-law? Have no idea. Huma slowly exhaled and said, My mother-in-law had always had people deliver meals to me at the farm, but she didn't deliver them today. The person who helped deliver the meals also said that she suddenly couldn't find her. I was worried that something had happened to her, so I came back with second master. Hey, if mother-in-law doesn't bring you food for a day, will she let you starve? The old patriarch complained when he heard this and said, And it's only been one day? No, let your second master go ahead and do his work. I'll find someone in the village to help you look around. Without waiting for Huma to answer, he looked at the second master and said seriously, But you can't delay the nobleman's business in the city. Second brother, you are knowledgeable. Just by looking at this car, you can tell the identities of these nobles. They've been waiting here for an hour or so. We can't delay any longer. Eri's expression suddenly became extremely embarrassed. Huma also let out a low breath, then understood what was going on. He turned around and looked at the boundless forest. Suddenly he said, It's all right, master. I'll go into the woods with you. You're going with me? Upon hearing Huma's words, both the clan leader and the second master were obviously surprised. Everyone in the village had heard about Huma's previous situation. The last time it happened was in the woods. Later, the mother-in-law came over again and wanted to ask the ancestors in the old fire pond to recognize Huma, but in the end they didn't recognize him and he couldn't get the blessing of the ancestors. He said he wanted to learn skills from the second master, but he was only there for a few days. What's the difference between entering the forest now and committing suicide? Don't follow me, or you might delay your master's business. As soon as the old patriarch realized what was happening, he immediately and seriously told Huma, the village should find a way to find a mother-in-law. It won't be delayed. Besides, the place these city people are going to is the same direction as where Grandma went before she disappeared, right? Huma had already figured it out and insisted on speaking. My mother-in-law must have encountered some trouble, otherwise she would not have forgotten to burn incense for Xiao Hongtang. The troubles my mother-in-law encountered could either be solved without help from the village, or only the second master could lend a hand, so I had to go with him. As for the dangers of going into the woods, Huma had figured it out long ago. Now that he had reached a certain level in his practice, ordinary evil spirits could not get close to him. Anyone who dares to get close to him can also take his life even if he stays in the village. Rather than staying in the village without the protection of the second master and waiting in fear for an unknown fate, it would be better to follow these people into the woods. Not only can I get the protection of the second master, but I can also try to find my mother-in-law. Even if it was really a false alarm, once the mother-in-law returned to the village and told Xiao Hongtang about it, both sides would feel relieved. Yes, then let Xiao Huma follow. Eri originally wanted to persuade Huma to stay, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly understood. That is the truth. It would be best for Huma to follow him out now. He also figured this out, but was just a little slow to react. I say, in such a large village, is it so difficult to find a guide? At this time, the old man in a long gown who was standing not far away and looking at the scenery with his hands behind his back came over with a smile and said, "We are in a hurry to get into the mountains. If there is no one in your Daong village who is familiar with this old forest, we can go to other villages to look for one. It is still in time." Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, the clan leader hurriedly smiled and said, "Didn't he come? I'll tell him the rules. Don't offend the noble man. I'll take you into the mountains. I'm familiar with the 800 li long old Een mountain surrounding Daong village." The second master also turned to the old man in the long gown and said, "But I have to take this kid with me to help. You need help to lead the way?" The old man in the long gown smiled and glanced at Huma, saying, "Go ahead, but it won't be counted as his wages. It's not considered wages." The second master said something in a low voice and walked towards the village. "I'll go prepare some dry food." "No need. We have everything here. You guys are indispensable for eating and drinking. Don't waste time and go into the mountains early." The old man in the long gown raised his hand to stop them and waved to the people behind him. "Take down your things." It seemed that the sedan bearers and guards were very capable. Upon hearing what was said, they immediately opened the large carriage, which was filled with boxes and luggage. They carried down all the bags, big and small, picked out a few necessary ones, tied them up with thick ropes, and carried them on their backs one by one. The biggest one was thrown to the second master without hesitation. Even Huma, the other party, was not polite and threw a jacket at him. "Wild boy, you also do some work." Huma took it silently without resistance. Now, with short hair, a coarse cloth jacket, and cloth shoes on my feet, I really look like a wild boy. In addition to finding his mother-in-law, these people also aroused his curiosity. Perhaps through these people, he could understand what the world looks like. It's almost noon. The old man in the long gown took the straw rope handed to him by the person next to him and tied the front and back of his hair around his waist. He also tied his legs, which were wearing silk pants, with leggings. Then he respectfully said to the sedan chair with black curtains, "Shall we set off now?" "Can." A cold voice sounded faintly from inside the sedan. Two strong men came to the sedan chair, one in front and one behind, and put the rope around their shoulders. "They are actually going to carry the sedan chair into the mountains?" Huma watched from the side and was also a little surprised. The roads in the forest were difficult to navigate and the carriages could not enter at all, so the luggage on the carriages was unloaded and carried by people. But the person in this sedan needs to be carried by bearers into the woods? Of course, everything they did was discussed in advance, and no one had any objections. So when they saw that everything was ready, they set off. Huma withdrew his gaze and followed the second master silently. After leaving the village, the group headed straight west. That was the direction where the forest was the densest, thickest, and most desolate in the Oldine Mountain. Huma has been in this world for quite some time now, and has gradually come to understand the basic situation here. It is known that this mysterious area of mountains and forests is the 800 Li Laoyin Mountain. It is the most dangerous place with deep forests and steep mountains, but at the same time, it is also the place where Tai Sui grows and has endless treasures. Although he was always lazy when running in the mountains, but now the sesame stove was burning vigorously and his physical strength was amazing, so it was not a big problem for him to carry such a bag and walk in the woods. It's just that the depressing silence in this forest can't help but make people feel a little desolate. After taking a few steps, a red shadow flashed beside him. Xiao Hongtang came over, grabbed the corner of his clothes, and followed him carefully. Huma noticed that the people on the road did not notice any trace of Xiao Hongtang's presence, so he kept silent and took her on his way. I don't know if it was because the second master followed us, or if it was because of my mother-in-law's identity as a ghost that the last time we left the village, which attracted so many evil spirits, but this time the journey was unexpectedly unusually smooth. Except for some difficult roads that needed to be cut with a sickle, or encountering some snakes and insects, the rest of the time was just peaceful and boring, gradually going deeper into the forest. It's foggy ahead. We can't go. Since Eerie was acting as a guide for this group of city people, he didn't talk as much as he did in the village. He just walked forward silently with his big bag on his back, without saying a word. However, he stopped when he came to an invisible fork in the road that was almost buried by weeds. He said to the old man in the long gown, "We have to go around the river. It's a bit farther. It's foggy. So what?" The old man in the long gown stopped and looked forward. The thick night fog was slowly flowing. That fog is not normal. I think the old toad in the river has come ashore. The second master said, "If we accidentally barge in and a conflict breaks out for no reason, even if we can handle it, it will still be a waste of time." Upon hearing this, the old shopkeeper raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Dusk is the boundary, dividing yin and yang. Living people and evil spirits each go their own way. Looking at the situation now, it's still early before dark. It's different." The second master said honestly, the forest in Laoyin Mountain is different from other places. The yin energy is heavy. Regardless of day or night, it is always dusk. A stranger entering the forest has crossed the border. The old shopkeeper listened with seeming interest, without any fear on his face, but he still looked at the sedan chair behind him. After a long while, a faint voice sounded in the sedan chair. "Listen to the guide." The group stopped talking and just followed Eerie on a detour. Seeing this, Eerie heaved a sigh of relief and whispered to Huma, "When leading these people from the city, I am most afraid of those who think they are very capable and knowledgeable and don't listen to advice. This forest has never seen sunlight all year round and is close to Lord Tai Sui. No one knows what kind of evil spirits, monsters, or ghosts are hiding there. No matter how powerful one is, one must be respectful of this forest to ensure safety. If you are not careful, you may die without knowing how you died." Huma wrote down Eerie's words and paid attention to his every move. Now that his fire is burning brightly, and with the guidance of an experienced man like the second master, even if he goes deep into the forest, he can control the danger to a certain extent. However, this old forest is so deep and dark that there is no trace of human beings at all. Can we really find Grandma by bumping into her like this? Maybe we can only rely on Xiao Hongtang. She is Grandma's little servant. She can sense her when she is close to her. Thinking in his mind, he turned around and looked at Xiao Hongtang, but saw that she was also listless and just followed him by holding his clothes. It was as if I had lost my mother-in-law, and I was even more afraid that I had lost her too. After going so deep into the forest and seeing that it was getting dark, Erie stopped immediately and found an open place near a stream to rest. He brought sesame and picked up some branches, not just for burning firewood, but also stuck them around the courtyard one by one to use as a wall. He also picked up a thick branch and placed it across the space left for the door, saying that this was called a threshold. If a living person spends the night in the woods, it is equivalent to entering the evil land. But by building a courtyard wall and erecting a threshold, you have built a house for yourself. When people live in a Yang house, they are not allowed to enter without permission. If an evil spirit breaks in, just kill it directly, which will not incur the wrath of the people in the deep mountains and old forests. This group of nobles from the city found it somewhat novel, so they followed suit, parked their sedan chairs inside the courtyard wall, cleared the weeds, and built a fire to roast some dry food. They were generous enough to give Huma and Eryi some dry food and bacon, but when Huma tasted it, it was indeed just bacon, not tai sui. Huma noticed that the person in the sedan chair had not gotten out yet. Even for food, no one gave it to her. I don't know if there was food in the sedan chair, or if she was simply out of touch with worldly affairs. But now he was also full of worries and could not care about others. He ate the dry food handed to him by those people, then hugged Xiao Hongtang and fell asleep in his clothes beside the second master. After a while, I fell into a dream, and suddenly I heard a hoarse voice. White wine is calling from Oldine Mountain. Is there any reincarnated person who can hear it? The moment he heard the voice, Huma was startled and woke up immediately. It's not accurate to say that he woke up. He was still asleep, but he suddenly woke up from that dazed state and entered a dream with a strange little temple. Looking up, he saw his own incense burning in the incense burner in front of him. In the dark red mist in the distance, there was an imperceptible wisp that floated lightly through the mist and was spinning lightly around him. White wine is calling out from the Oldine Mountains. At this time, the other party had called for the second time. It sounded hoarse and had a bit of magnetism. Found someone again? Huma calmed himself down and made sure that it was not an illusion, and he suddenly felt excited. I hadn't found anyone before, but now I've unexpectedly run into the second reincarnated person I've seen in this world. You. He opened his mouth immediately, but held back for a moment, his mind racing. He tentatively asked, Lao Bygone received a call. May I ask who you are? The moment Huma responded, the wisp of smoke that came in from the blood mist seemed to have found its target and suddenly entangled itself around its own incense. The voice that had just called out fell silent for a moment, then rang out again, somewhat surprised. Are you the kid from that village? Huma was suddenly startled and asked in a daze. How do you know? Sound. The hoarse voice paused for a moment and whispered, When you connect with people, don't you usually change your voice? This made Huma confused for a moment. How do I change the voice? The other party fell silent again, and after a while he said, There are so many methods, I don't know how to answer you. But you don't even know how to change your voice. Does this mean that you haven't connected with other reincarnated people that many times before? The other party's brain was too quick. He guessed so much information from just one question and one answer, and even revealed his identity. Huma was also a little frightened. But when he met the second reincarnated person in this world, Huma was still somewhat excited. He didn't know how many questions he had accumulated that he wanted to ask these fellows. Now they were just piled up in his throat, so he just asked them all at once. He paused for a moment before quickly speaking. What was your identity in your previous life? The hoarse voice was silent for a moment, then sighed. There's something special about your opening remarks. I've already fallen into this world. What's the point of caring about those things? No matter what we were in our previous life. In this life, we are just poor creatures struggling to survive in this strange world. Are you pitiful? Huma said. I think you are in very good condition. You have a sedan chair to carry you into the forest. The other party suddenly stopped talking, and when he spoke again, he was quite suspicious. You also guessed who I am? It's not hard to guess. Huma also sighed softly and said, There are very few reincarnated people in this old Inshan mountain. One suddenly appeared. It must be an outsider. A group of outsiders just arrived in the village today, and all the people we saw were men. Although you have tried hard to make your voice sound hoarse and unpleasant, you can still tell it's a woman's voice. How can I not guess which one you are? Can you tell from my voice that it's a womaness? The other party was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his voice became soft and pleasant, but he changed back and whispered, "It seems that my skills are still not good enough. Logically, I shouldn't be able to hear it." This. Huma was slightly stunned after hearing her words, and suddenly realized a problem. Her voice just now was indeed hoarse and rough, and it was hard to tell whether it was real or fake. If you listened carefully, it sounded more like the voice of an old man. But I don't know why, but when I heard her voice I felt it was a woman. It doesn't seem like something I could tell, but more like intuition. Could it be that? He suddenly thought that his stove was burning very fiercely, and the fiercer it burned, the more he craves women. Could it be that this characteristic brings me an instinct? Hiss. Why is it a bit? That's all. Although the woman was slightly surprised that Huma discovered her identity, she did not say much and said calmly, "It's nothing to discover my identity. You know I am me, and I know you are you. It makes me feel more at ease exchanging information this way. You seem to have been born and raised in the Oldine Mountains. You must be familiar with this place. Have you heard of the legend of the 100-corpse tomb? A tomb of 100 corpses?" When Huma heard this, he was stunned at first, then felt vaguely familiar with it, and then his mind suddenly brightened. Didn't the first reincarnated person I talked to before mention the tomb of 100 corpses? When he met the second reincarnated person, he already remembered the entrustment of that old man. Even if she doesn't ask, I will tell her about this and beg her to save that person. Unexpectedly, what she was looking for now was actually found by that old man. As I was reminiscing, the other party's voice continued. As a reward, you can also ask me for information of equal value, or 3 pieces of information of lower value in exchange. Exchange? Huma didn't say anything for a while, but his mind was racing. This was only the second time he had talked to the reincarnated person, and the first reincarnated person was in a critical situation, so he didn't have time to say more. Therefore, he was not only unfamiliar and confused with this world, but also unfamiliar with the circle of reincarnated people. I get a vague feeling from this woman's words that the reincarnated people don't just help each other when they're in danger, they even have to exchange information. You are thinking about it, which means you do have some information about this. But just as he was silent, the woman said calmly, "This saves me a lot of effort. If you have any questions or requests, you can ask them first. After all, I have more advantages than you in terms of my status in this world. If you want other compensation, you can tell me, but we need to discuss the method of giving it to you." Good. Huma didn't expect that the other party could reveal so much information from his silence. But no matter what, since the other party is willing to exchange, it is a good thing. Ever since he came to this world, he had accumulated countless questions. He had already prepared them in his mind and only wanted to ask them clearly when he met other reincarnated people. He immediately asked, "The first question is, what kind of world is this? A vicious world, a demonic world, a chaotic world?" The other party's voice was very light, but it had a heavy sense of oppression. He said softly, "What exactly happened? The people of this world don't know, let alone us. I only know that this place was originally in an era called the Yi Dynasty, but I don't know when, but Tai Sui suddenly descended into the world, and from then on the world became chaotic, strange things happened frequently, and demons appeared everywhere, dividing the world equally with the living at dusk. Now, when war is raging and dragons and snakes are rising, you are in this old Inshan mountain. Although it is remote and poor, you can still live in peace. Outside of old Inshan mountain, there has long been chaos and war and supernatural powers. Living a peaceful life has become a luxury." As Huma listened, he found it hard to imagine what the world outside the old Inshan mountains was like. He was silent for a while, digesting the information, and then slowly said, "The second question is, what is going on with us?" Hee hee. Unexpectedly, the other party just laughed faintly after hearing this question. You really did waste an opportunity on such a useless question. However, this is also recognized as the question that is most likely to waste value. All I can tell you is that we don't know what's going on. When I was 3 years old, I suddenly solved the mystery of my life in the womb and remembered my past life. I met several reincarnated people, and they were the same as me. We were all reincarnated inexplicably. After discussing with each other, We only found that the only thing we have in common is that we were all reincarnated with the same name and the same birth character as our previous life. And we all have the ability to find each other through our natal temples. But no one knows why we are here and what will happen in the future. Everyone just keeps their own secrets and survives carefully. When they meet a reincarnated person, they just exchange information to make their own life better. Awakening at the age of 3? Huma listened carefully to every word she said, but suddenly realized a key issue. From what she said, they were all born and raised in this world since childhood. But I am different from them. My previous life was dead, and my mother-in-law summoned the wrong soul to come to this world. I vaguely sensed something was wrong, and suddenly realized, it sounds like others are just reincarnated, but I am like an evil ghost taking over another's body? He was quite surprised and suspicious at this moment, but he held back and did not ask the question out loud. After just a brief exchange with this woman, he vaguely realized that the reincarnated people also had their own secrets. Moreover, since I woke up, I have regarded keeping my own secret as the most important thing, and it has become a habit now. It's time to ask the third question. The woman's voice sounded faintly, but let me remind you that you were wasting your opportunities with the first 2 questions. I don't mean to take advantage of you. You can think about the third question carefully. Yes. Huma also understood in his heart that the first 2 questions he asked were very important for himself who had just woken up, but for these reincarnated people who had lived in this world for a long time, it really seemed like a waste of opportunity. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. For the third question, I would like to change it into a request. Is that okay? The other party was silent, then said, Speak. I hope you can help me find someone. Huma immediately said, She is very important to me. Now I only know that she is in this forest, but I don't know whether she is dead or alive. I need to find her as soon as possible. After saying this, he held his breath and waited for the other party to answer. The woman was obviously silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Are you looking for your relatives in this world? Huma thought for a moment and said, I guess so. She treats me very well. It's rare. The other party answered very slowly, as if he was sighing about something, and then said, This is not difficult for me. I can help you. Rare? Huma felt that her reaction seemed a little strange, but when he saw that she agreed, he was still surprised, but he didn't care about the details. This woman's style and identity all indicate that she is extremely powerful. In addition, she is a veteran reincarnator with many abilities. Since she has agreed to help him find a mother-in-law, he can put his mind at ease for the time being. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard her say, However, I can't help you directly. We need to create some opportunities. Huma was slightly startled. The other party was silent for a moment, then said calmly, Has no one ever taught you that the most important thing for us is to conceal our secrets? Inexplicable intimacy and friendship may arouse suspicion from others. With my identity in this world, there is no reason for me to suddenly become familiar with a poor boy like you who grew up in a village. Therefore, we need to create some opportunities for ourselves. Tomorrow at noon, I will be in some danger. When the time comes, you come to save me. That way, it won't be strange for us to help you again. Is it still possible? Huma finally understood, nodded, and said, I understand. The news you're concerned about. He opened his mouth to say it, but hesitated. This woman's temperament seemed to be different from the first reincarnated person he met. Since she was so clear about it, Huma was also worried that if he said it, she would go back on her word. Let me help you find someone first. The other party seemed to have noticed Huma's thoughts, smiled faintly, and said, I still have time. Just remember to tell me the answer later. This is only possible in dreams. In reality, don't say anything that would arouse suspicion. As her voice faded away, a wisp of smoke quietly retreated into the dark red mist. Huma saw that the incense in front of his incense table had returned to its scattered state of faint burning, and he still felt it was a bit strange. He silently pondered the information the woman had told him and the different situations he and she were in. Then he slowly sighed and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up the next day, I still felt unreal. Little Huma, get up quickly and wipe your face. We need to hurry on our way today. The second master had already returned from washing his face at the stream. He handed Huma a piece of wet coarse cloth and whispered, "We took a detour yesterday and were unable to reach the place the nobles wanted to go. We must hurry up today and finish their business so that we can go look for mother-in-law." Xiao Hongtang didn't receive the letter today. Huma turned his head and saw Xiao Hongtang huddled in a small ball beside the dead tree where he was sleeping, shaking his head. "I'm afraid my mother-in-law's situation is not optimistic." After he ate the softened dry food, his body also felt heavy. He hadn't eaten blood tai sui for 3 days, and his limbs had begun to feel cold, but there was a burning sensation in his lower abdomen that continuously transferred heat to the surroundings. However, he understood that this was actually beginning to consume his own fire. As long as the fire was still burning, he could still live like an ordinary person. But when the fire was consumed, he dared not imagine what would happen to him. Perhaps only by finding my mother-in-law can I fully understand it. However, while wiping his face, he stole a glance at the black sedan, feeling a little curious. The conversation last night should not be fake. Why hasn't she come out yet? After they packed up, the group continued on their journey. The reincarnated person codenamed White Wine still sat in the sedan chair, and the others followed him. The people who carried the sedan chair took turns about every hour. It was not because the bearers were physically weak, but because the road in the forest was rugged and difficult to travel. Even because of carrying the sedan chair, some places where people with short stature could squeeze through had to take a detour. In this way, of course, the road was extended and the SPE was slowed down invisibly. But the second master was used to being a guide, so he naturally wouldn't mind the nobleman's troubles. He just led the way obediently. From sunrise to noon, the group was already feeling a little sleepy. They had also gradually walked into a less traveled part of the forest. Huma had been keeping an eye out, but had not found any opportunities. Until I turned my head accidentally and saw black spots on an old tree covered with vines not far away. Especially about 2 or 3 meters above the ground, the spots vaguely looked like a human face. Ghost tree? Huma's heart moved slightly and he recognized it. As the old trees in the forest age, human faces tend to grow on the trees. Once a human face appears, the old tree becomes spiritual, and the entire surrounding forest becomes evil, making it easy for people to get lost or even disappear inexplicably. If he saw such ghost trees around the village, the second master would definitely cut them down. But in this deep forest, no one cared about them. Some of them not only had human faces, but also had Taoist powers. Logically speaking, it is daytime now, so this old tree should not do anything strange. But the second master had said earlier that the forest was filled with gloomy energy, and these monsters often came out before dusk. Of course, the second master has a strong yang energy, so evil spirits shouldn't come near him. But who knows how many powerful people there are in this Oldine mountain? Huma immediately became attentive. He himself had noticed the old tree. So why was it that the second master, who was walking in front, and the 2 bearers carrying the sedan chair, were just hurrying on their way with their heads down, without paying any attention to the strange old tree that was pacing by them? While he was thinking about it, a slanting branch beside the old tree quietly stretched out towards the sedan chair. Huma was slightly startled, knowing that the time had come, and immediately whispered, "Be careful." As he spoke, he took a step forward quickly, clenched his right fist, and swung it forward heavily. This is the first step of the Kaishan fist, among the moves that Iri taught. When Huma made his move, he had already ignited the fire in the furnace. He threw the punch with great force and power. His clenched fists crossed a distance of 3 or 4 meters and instantly hit the slanting branch. The force of the punch was so strong that it even lifted the curtain of the sedan chair a little. Huma caught a glimpse of some emerald green earrings, a fair face, and something fluffy flashing by inside the sedan. Pa! The branch as thick as a fist that had quietly reached into the sedan chair was actually broken into 2 pieces by Huma's punch. One piece fell to the ground, twisted twice, and then stopped moving. The other end suddenly shrank, like a giant gray python, and in an instant it shrank into the forest and disappeared. Protect the lady. This movement also shocked everyone around. The old shopkeeper almost lost his soul. He shouted loudly, lifted the front swing of his chair, and instantly jumped next to the sedan chair. Even Huma was blocked outside the sedan by him. The guys also became alert, drew their knives, and prepared for battle. Fine. Inside the sedan, it was quiet. After a while, a faint female voice was heard. It's just an old tree that has grown into a mature tree. Yes, yes. The old shopkeeper was sweating profusely and kept saying yes. But I secretly blamed myself in my heart, wondering if I was too tired from traveling so fast that I neglected the risks in the forest. Although the people in the sedan chair would not be injured, this negligence would be a serious mistake for me. While thinking, he suddenly turned around and a black nail was nailed into the old tree next to him. The old tree suddenly trembled and its leaves fell. But the shopkeeper did not look back, but looked at Huma with a strange look. I didn't notice it, the old guy didn't notice it, and the loyal guards around didn't notice it. Unexpectedly, this kid did notice it, but it was also very dangerous. Although the boy had good intentions, he was very impetuous. If he accidentally opened the curtain of the sedan chair and bumped into the people in it, it would be troublesome. This kid is really kind-hearted. While he was thinking, the man in the sedan said calmly, "Boss, give him 5 taels of silver." Yes, yes. The shopkeeper agreed repeatedly and looked at Huma again. The scrutiny on his face had long disappeared. He smiled and said, "Silly boy, you are so lucky. Why don't you thank the young lady for the reward?" He was about to reach out for the silver, but Huma had already reacted and waved his hand, saying, "I don't want the silver." Huh. The second master, who was not far away, was stunned when he heard this. Why not? I came here to lead the way, and after walking for several days, I didn't even get much reward. The shopkeeper also looked at Huma curiously and said with a smile, "Why? You don't think 5 taels is worth it?" How could I not know how to act? Huma acted confused and whispered, "I don't want money. I want to ask Miss Sister to do me a favor. Knowing that this lady is from my hometown, it feels a bit awkward to call her Miss. There's no problem in calling her a young lady." But when he heard his words, the old shopkeeper next to him immediately frowned, and even the second master felt a pang in his heart. This little jerk is too naughty. When people give you silver as a reward, you accept it but don't want the silver and ask for help. The nobles from this city are not so easy to talk to. If you offend them with a disagreement, not only will they roll their eyes, but they may also slap you in the face if they have a bad temper. You. The shopkeeper's face changed, and he was about to curse, but unexpectedly, a voice from inside the sedan sounded faintly. "I'm busy and can't help you much. But since I said I would reward you, I can't go back on my word. Tell me what you want to say." The old shopkeeper and others around listened and put away their expressions, nodding their heads one after another. The second master beside him was stunned. This little fool is so lucky that he actually got the care of a nobleman? What a lucky idiot. Seeing that the young lady, who was as beautiful as a pearl, agreed to Huma, the old shopkeeper also laughed, looked at Huma, and said, "But our young lady is kind-hearted. Since she agreed to you, it is your luck. Tell me what's going on." Seeing this scene, the sedan bearers and others nearby looked at each other in surprise. The second master next to him saw this and couldn't help but feel worried. Although the nobleman in the sedan chair couldn't save his face and agreed to Xiao Huma, the shopkeeper is not very happy. I wonder if Chao Xintong will make things difficult for us when they come to the village to collect herbs. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. If it were other children in the village, they wouldn't be so ignorant of their place. Little Huma, he was spoiled by his mother-in-law, and he thinks that everyone should help him. Huma knew that this kind of foolish boy's luck would definitely happen, and he was just thinking about how to say it appropriately. He had already realized how dangerous and treacherous this world was, so he naturally couldn't be so foolish as to tell everything. He just looked at the sedan chair and said, "My mother-in-law is a ghost hunter. A powerful evil spirit appeared in the forest, so we went into the forest to deal with it. But I don't know what happened. I haven't heard from my mother-in-law, and I don't know how she is doing now. I wonder where my mother-in-law is." A ghost who is running away? The old shopkeeper frowned upon hearing this and said, "Do you have anything your mother-in-law has used? Or something she usually carries with her?" Huma listened and couldn't help but frowning. "All the things my mother-in-law uses are in the village, and I didn't have time to go back to get them. Although everything I have on me was given by my mother-in-law, I haven't seen her for almost half a month. Oh no? When the old shopkeeper saw this, he couldn't help but sneer twice. Suddenly, the woman in the sedan chair said, "Isn't the basket in the little ghost's hand good enough?" A ghost? The old shopkeeper was startled when he heard this. He turned his head sharply and glared at the second master, and Ma, do you have a ghost with you? Yi was nervous. Xiao Hongtang has been following us? How did someone see us? There are many taboos when dealing with these nobles from the city. We came out to lead the way for them, but ended up bringing an evil spirit with us. Maybe they would think that we have evil intentions and are looking for opportunities to harm them. Not only will you not get the reward, you might even be chopped to pieces. Don't be so nervous. The person in the sedan said calmly, "It's just a tamed little ghost. It's quite well behaved and defenseless. This kind of thing can be a big deal or a small deal." Seeing that everyone in the sedan chair said so, the old shopkeeper calmly put away his anger. "Well, a basket is fine. Anything you've used recently will do. Bring it here." Ma nodded quickly, turned around, and took the basket covered with red cloth from the frightened Xiao Hongtang. In the eyes of others, he just turned around and suddenly there was a basket in his hand. The scene looked quite scary, like a magic trick. The old shopkeeper next to him looked at this scene with a normal expression, but the sedan bearers could not help but be surprised. It is said that every blade of grace in the 800-li-old Een Mountain is evil, and it is indeed true. This young boy who was just brought out from the village actually has such a spooky method. However, he didn't know that although Ma's method looked strange, even the second master didn't know how to do it. This is a skill that only a ghost like the mother-in-law can possess. Ma was just borrowing Xiao Hongtang's help and just took the basket. This behavior seems simple and normal to people who can see Xiao Hongtang or know what is going on. But in the eyes of those who are not aware of the situation, it seems a bit weird. Just like Cui Sierra who was fighting with me, he probably couldn't understand why he fell down out of nowhere. You're lucky, otherwise I wouldn't bother with you. The old shopkeeper took the basket from Ma's hand, lifted the red cloth to take a look, and seeing that it was empty, he covered it again. Then he walked a few steps to the side and stood in front of a clump of weeds, holding a basket in one hand and putting his fingers together in front of his chest with the other hand. He closed his eyes and muttered something in his mouth. His speech was very fast, and each syllable was very light. It was estimated that no one except himself knew what he was saying. But as he chanted the spell, there were actually some changes in the surroundings, as if a cold wind came quietly from nowhere. The wild grace around was blown to this and that by the wind, swaying rustlingly, sometimes wanting to fall to the east, sometimes wanting to sway to the west, as if being brushed by an invisible giant hand, or as if something invisible was discussing something. After a while, there was a sudden shake, and then the gloomy wind disappeared, and the weeds gradually became quiet. Ma was very surprised, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but look at the second master. But he saw that the second master was also in awe, staring at him, and whispered to Ma, "This shopkeeper is also capable. He is using the art of controlling ghosts, asking for directions, and moving money. He has unpredictable means." But as they were talking, the old shopkeeper had already opened his eyes, with a strange expression on his face, and looked at the sedan chair. "My 5 ghost spell doesn't seem to work. Old Inshan is different from other places. Your 5 ghosts are not strong enough to use any tricks." The person in the sedan chair said calmly, "Bring me the pin, let me try." The old shopkeeper quickly agreed and ordered a guard carrying a small bag to come over. He opened the bag and took out a pin case, an inkstone, and a porcelain bottle from it. Just outside the sedan chair, he poured the liquid in the porcelain bottle into the inkstone and ground it carefully. After a while, he opened the pin case, dipped the brush inside in it, then held it in both hands and lowered his head to put it into the sedan chair. Ma didn't know what they were doing, but he smelled a strange smell in the small porcelain bottle and turned to look at Eri. It should be the blood of Master Tai Sui. The second master also looked at it carefully and explained to Ma in a low voice. It was refined using a secret method. I have seen ghost walkers and people in the cult use this kind of magic. Most of the things they use are related to Tai Sui. The meat is used for eating or curing diseases, and the blood is used for casting spells. Huma thought silently in his heart. All the strange phenomena in this world seem to originate from Lord Tai Sui. Okay, let's see if you are sincere or not. After a while, a hand with white wrist and slender fingers stretched out from the sedan chair and handed out a delicate small mirror. Look in the mirror and think about your mother-in-law. If you are sincere enough, you can see her. Huma nodded and wanted to go up to take it, but the old shopkeeper took it on his own initiative and handed it to Huma. Huma nodded to indicate that he had taken note, walked to one side, and looked at the mirror. There were some strange runes drawn on the mirror, which looked a bit sloppy, and no one knew what they meant. The mirror, which could have reflected a person's face, appeared fragmented because of the existence of these runes. Not to mention seeing her mother-in-law, she couldn't even take a complete picture of her own face. But Huma had already seen that the person in the sedan had extraordinary means, so he just breathed slowly and thought seriously about his mother-in-law in his mind. Why was he so anxious to go to Lin to find his mother-in-law? Was it because only she would give him that kind of Tai Sui meat? It seems that it is not just that. She really loves her grandson. In order to bring her grandson back to life, she recites scriptures all night long, goes to the old fire pond to plead with the ancestors, and even goes into the forest alone to fight the evil ghost sent by the Ming family, regardless of the risk. I am not her grandson, but I am the one who gets all the benefits. I truly felt the wholehearted sacrifice and dedication of this old lady, and I was truly grateful. When this thought came to his mind, Huma's eyes suddenly blurred. It was as if his eyes were blurred because he had been looking at the mirror for too long. But when the blur appeared, the light reflected from the mirror and the crooked runes drawn on it suddenly jumped up, and the colors and lines recombined to form a blurry picture in his field of vision. Even in my ears, I seemed to hear vague sounds. He saw a huge, ancient tree with bells tied to its branches, swinging in the air like millions of snakes. The mother-in-law was standing in front of the old tree, hunched over, chanting a spell loudly. Every branch on the tree was like a python, waving and weaving around. On the branches, clusters of black shadows swayed with the branches, opening their bloody mouths and biting at the mother-in-law. They were fighting a fierce battle with her, causing darkness and pitch black. Suddenly, one of the branches seemed to sense something and rushed towards the sesame. Huma originally used this mysterious mirror to peek into the scene, but the strange branches were trying to pull Huma into the battlefield. Just when the branch seemed about to touch the sesame, the mother-in-law reached out and grabbed the bell on the branch. She also turned around, looking through the mirror at Huma, and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't look and don't come to find me." But in the warnings of her mother-in-law, Huma saw that the branches of the tree were all trembling, as if there was a strange voice shouting, "Come on, come quickly, your mother-in-law is going to die." All those voices poured into Huma's mind at the same time like a turbulent stream. As they were intertwining, the mirror suddenly shattered. Huma staggered back 2 steps and subconsciously looked at the sedan chair. The sedan was silent for a long time before a faint voice rang out, "You owe me a mirror." Even through the lady's spell, you can detect someone spying on you and even attack them back. The sudden change startled everyone around, especially the old shopkeeper, who stood up in surprise, looking at the shattered pieces around Huma, and said with emotion, "There are indeed many strange ways in this old Inshan mountain." The people in the sedan also sighed. Don't underestimate this old Inshan. 800 miles of old In mountain, and the Tai Sui growing every year, breeding evil spirits. After hundreds of years, what is there? While they were feeling a little emotional, as if re-examining the forest, the second master was obviously more nervous. He stepped over, checked Huma's palm, and asked anxiously, "Little Huma, did you see Grandma just now? Where is she?" She's. Huma also tried hard to recall the scene he saw. She was next to a big tree. The tree is so big that it takes about 3 or 4 people to hug it. There seemed to be a lot of bells hanging on the branches of the tree. Next to it, yes, there are offerings next to it. It takes 3 or 4 people to hug the tree, and bells are hung on the branches. The second master frowned, as if he was thinking hard, and suddenly his eyes changed slightly. "I know where the mother-in-law is. My mother-in-law is fighting with that big tree," Huma said hurriedly, telling everything he saw. "She said she wouldn't let me go?" "Ah." The second master was also surprised. "Then shall we go or not?" Huma's mind raced, and he said firmly, "Go." Under normal circumstances, he would also need to hesitate, knowing the current state of his body and his own abilities, which were nothing in the face of this vast and strange world. Since my mother-in-law warned me not to go there, it must be very dangerous there. But now I have the second master by my side. What's more, besides the second master, there is also the reincarnated person. When fellow villagers meet, how can we not give them a taste of their own medicine? My mother-in-law is so important to me. If she dies like this, how can I live in this world? The second master was a simple-minded person. As soon as he heard Huma say that he wanted to go, he immediately ran away. She couldn't even take care of these nobles from the city. After all, she was just worried about her mother-in-law before. But now she knew that her mother-in-law was in trouble. Huma also hurriedly followed, but the old shopkeeper immediately looked dissatisfied. But before he could open his mouth, the person in the sedan said calmly, "Follow me." Huh. The old shopkeeper was startled for a moment, turned his head to look at the sedan chair, and suddenly understood. What the young lady is looking for is the most evil thing in this forest. No matter whether it is the 5 ghost technique or the round light technique, she can't find any clues. She has to go into the forest to look for it herself. But since it is such an evil thing, the things happening around it will not be ordinary. It must be a big deal if his mother-in-law runs into this kid from the village. Maybe he will have clues about the young lady's affair. He understood what was going on and waved to the sedan bearers. "Let's go and take a look." The second master strode out for about 70 or 80 feet before he suddenly realized that this group of nobles from the city were still waiting for him to lead the way. Now he suddenly left them behind, and he might offend these people. He didn't expect that when he turned around, they actually followed him. I couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Good people will be rewarded. The nobles in the city are so willing to help. He led the way through the forest, twisting and turning. Because he was in a hurry to get on with his journey, steam was coming out of his body. Huma followed the second master and saw that deep in the forest, there were shadowy sounds and some things were hiding, probably being suppressed by the second master. Usually, Eri is very famous around Zhuangzi, and all the evil spirits hide away from him. Now that they were deep in the mountains, the travelers did not recognize the second master and came to see him secretly, but they were also frightened by his anger. Logically speaking, my skills are not bad, but relatively speaking, I am more restrained and don't have that kind of momentum. Of course, this is also the essential difference between the two. If the second master uses the true yang arrow, he can only use it 3 times within a short period of time, but Huma can be used unlimitedly. But no matter how much the second master used it, he recovered after regulating his breathing. Once sesame is used, it is directly consumed and can only be replenished by eating blood tai sui. After running in the woods for an unknown period of time, the surroundings gradually became darker. An ominous aura made people feel cold in their hearts. They didn't know whether they were close to where their mother-in-law was. Huma clearly saw that Xiao Hongtang, who was following behind him, seemed to be a little anxious. He was anxious and quickened his pace, but suddenly he heard a giggle beside his ear. "Little husband, come and see me." The voice was charming and gentle, and it reached Huma's ears very clearly, as if it was sneering at his cheek. Huma's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he had the urge to respond to the call, but he held it back. "Second master." He just raised his head and called the second master, whispering, "Someone is calling me." "What?" The second master also hurriedly turned back, but he looked around in confusion and said, "Why didn't I hear anything? This is not normal." Now Huma could hear it very clearly. The voice was charming and gentle, ringing clearly in his ears, touching his heart. It seems to have a charm that makes people have to agree and follow. Huh. Just when Huma was feeling uneasy, he heard a few scattered responses from behind him. He hurriedly turned around and saw the group of bearers carrying the sedan chair. He and the second master had been traveling quite fast just now, but they had actually caught up with him, and there was no trace of sweat on their foreheads. But at this time, their pace slowed down and they stared blankly into the woods. Some looked to the left, and some looked to the right. They turned their heads in different directions, but their expressions were the same dazed look. Be careful. But at this moment, the old shopkeeper who was walking nearby also noticed something and his face darkened. He suddenly took a step forward and came to the front one, with an obviously more obsessed expression, his mouth wide open, as if he was about to agree to something. He raised his hand and slapped him loudly, which not only made the man react, but also startled the others. Then he glanced coldly at the surrounding forest and whispered, "No matter what you hear, don't agree to it. From this moment on, even if you hear me calling you, you should look up at me first to make sure it's me before you agree." After giving instructions, he said in a cold voice, "That is a beauty ghost. She is good at seducing people, hiding in the dark and calling people's names. If you agree, you will see her, and she will fascinate you and draw you closer. If you can't control yourself and walk to her side, when you look back, you will find that your body is still in the same place. If you don't look back, you will really follow her all the way in a daze. When you enter the underworld, you won't even know you're dead." After hearing this, the sedan bearers nodded hurriedly, gritted their teeth, and lowered their heads to hurry on. Even Huma was reminded and vaguely remembered the beautiful snake among the 3 evil spirits he saw when he first escaped from the village. He hurriedly kept his mind focused and continued to follow the second master on his journey. But he did not agree, and the calling voice became clearer. No matter how far they walked, the voice always rang in his ears, as if the beauty was hiding beside him, hiding behind the nearby tree. And this sound is even more gentle, infatuated, lingering, and soul-stirring. If you don't know, you might think someone is having love nearby. Huma knew that it was an evil spirit that was misleading people, so he tried his best to endure it and remained unmoved. The shopkeeper also just frowned. But just as the sound became louder and louder, the surrounding trees and paths became strangely twisted. Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice rang out from the sedan chair. "What's the point of selling lust in the deep mountains and old forests?" Following this light shout, the curtain of the sedan chair moved slightly, and suddenly a gray shadow jumped out. I only felt that it was as big as a pug, and it was moving very fast. I couldn't see its appearance clearly. It rushed behind a tree with a whoosh. Then, there were sudden bursts of hissing and screaming sounds. All the trees were trembling, and the wind was blowing, and leaves were falling. Not long after, the gray shadow came back, leaving a trail of blood, and it seemed that it was holding something in its mouth. And that confusing voice has disappeared. Well, Eerie and Huma were both a little surprised and looked at the sedan chair with gratitude. The old shopkeeper just watched quietly from the side without saying a word or offering any help. As outsiders entering the forest, they should just stay in peace and avoid provoking these evil spirits if possible. But he had no control over what the people in the sedan did. It's bad luck for that guy. She's a lady from a wealthy family and can't stand hearing your coquettish words and embarrassing movements. Although there was a slight delay, without those strange temptations, they traveled faster and finally gradually approached an area with sparse trees. Walking further, I found that the reason why there were so few trees here was because there was a huge locust tree here that was much thicker and bigger than the surrounding trees, with branches as dense as a canopy. There were many offerings placed next to it, and bells hung on the branches. When Eerie arrived here, he hurriedly stopped and looked at Huma nervously. "Is this the place?" Huma nodded, confirming that this was the place he saw in the mirror. But when he looked around, he couldn't see his mother-in-law. "Is it here?" Huma stood there, looking around vigilantly and worriedly. He looked at the big locust tree, and saw that half of the tree had turned black, with a large number of bells scattered on the ground, and the branches and leaves drooped down. Just now, Grandma was fighting with it? This is the famous Grandma Huai in Laoyin Mountain. As the second master approached the old locust tree, he also slowed down his pace and whispered to Huma. In the villages around 10 miles away, any baby who died in infancy would be thrown into the pig pen, crushed and dried together, and then thrown into the fields as fertilizer. But ever since Granny Huai showed up, they started sending their bodies to her place for burial. Some families who couldn't have children came here to worship her and got pregnant. What the heck is that? Huma thought of the time when the grandmother in the mirror was fighting with the old locust tree. The black orb on the branches looked like babies. He felt weird and horrified. He looked up tremblingly. Why is it fighting with the grandmother? Strange thing is here too. There was something strange in the second master's voice. Grandma Huai is a well-known benevolent deity in our area. She helps children who have died in infancy to be reborn. In our village, there were families who couldn't have children before, and the grandmothers advised them to come to Granny Huai to worship. As long as they are sincere enough, offer sacrifices, kowtow 3 times, and the bell rings. It means that there is a child willing to follow the couple. The more bells ring, the more people will follow. They are all kind-hearted. How could they possibly fight? Sending a baby to reincarnate? As Huma listened, he suddenly thought of something strange, but due to his anxiety, he didn't have time to think about it. Haha, they are not fighting. Just at this moment, I heard a laugh. I turned around and saw that the old shopkeeper, the sedan chair bearers and others had also arrived and stopped at a distance. The old shopkeeper put his hands behind his back, looked around at the mess, and sneered. The old locust tree's spirituality is broken, and evil spirits are everywhere. It must have been possessed by some powerful thing, turning it into a puppet, and that's why it's fighting with your mother-in-law. Then what? When Huma heard his words, he thought of the white-faced Shankue who was driven into the village to find him. It seems that the thing sent by the Meng family is very good at this skill. He was immediately a little worried about his mother-in-law's condition. In his anxious eyes, he saw the old shopkeeper looking left and right, as if he had discovered something. He sighed softly and said, "Your mother-in-law is kind-hearted. She knows that this old locust tree is actually innocent, and these little people living on the tree are also innocent. So she summoned the Een thunder, but it only split half of the old locust tree, leaving it alive." Huma and the second master next to him were both trembling in their hearts when they heard this, and vaguely understood that this was indeed the mother-in-law's style. But before they could rest assured, they heard the old shopkeeper say, "Haha, when fighting ghosts, the worst thing to do is to be soft-hearted. If she had saved the old man's life, she would have suffered a great loss." Huma was shocked and asked immediately, "Then, where is my mother-in-law now?" The old shopkeeper frowned and looked around, as if he was quickly pondering something in his mind. But at this moment, Xiao Hongtang, who followed Huma, suddenly raised her head. He raised his nose and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Mother-in-law!" Before the voice fell, a red shadow flashed and ran quickly towards the direction of the nearby woods. The others didn't know what was going on, but Huma saw it at a glance and immediately hurried to catch up with Xiao Hongtang. Eri also nervously took the machete on his back and hurried to catch up. The old shopkeeper next to him took a glance and knew that they had received the news from the ghost. He was not in a hurry to speculate. The curious sedan bearers also wanted to follow and take a look, but were stopped by him. "Don't join in the fun. There are still some things that haven't been resolved." Huma followed Xiao Hongtang quickly, pacing through a path covered with weeds. He vaguely saw a cliff in front of him. Behind the sparse bushes, he could vaguely see that there seemed to be a cave under the cliff. There was a faint smoke floating out of the cave. Is Grandma there? He was slightly delighted and quickened his pace, but suddenly he saw that the little Hongtang in front of him was knocked down by something black. The red shadow and the black shadow twisted into a ball, making sounds like tearing and gnawing by animals. When he looked closely, he found that it was actually a little man about the same size as Xiao Hongtang, covered in lacquer and emitting a cold and twisted aura. Huma was startled and was about to go forward to help, but suddenly he heard a strange laugh. He quickly stopped, turned his head and looked, and suddenly his body felt slightly numb. I saw 4 or 5 such monsters squatting on the tree on the left and on the ground, with their heads slightly tilted and staring at me with their pale eyes. But the one who laughed was not them, but a goat that came out from behind a tree. It had a pair of horizontal pupils, which made people feel scared unconsciously. The laughter that he just heard was actually its cry, but it was as creepy as a sneer. Upright sheep. This is one of the monsters I have seen before. It is obviously the most normal, but it is also the most frightening. It is controlling the spirit in the locust tree. Just as I was slightly startled, the second master's voice sounded behind me. These dolls were not evil spirits, but they were turned into evil spirits by people. There is no hope of reincarnation anymore. The second master walked lightly to Huma's side, handed him the machete, and whispered, "You can't handle this guy, little Huma. Let me do it. Go and see how grandmother is doing." After hearing Erie's voice, Huma felt much more secure, vaguely feeling that the second master would surely be able to control this evil goat. He nodded, took the machete, and suddenly rushed forward. When those ferocious and twisted baby spirits saw Huma move, they suddenly jumped up from the ground and pounced on him. Huma only heard the sound of a baby crying in his ears, and he felt inexplicably irritated, dizzy, and wanted to vomit. But as he moved, the fire in his stomach started burning, and his movements were swift, only focusing on rushing forward. The second master behind him took a step forward, roared, and repelled these infant spirits. He had 60 years of virility in martial arts, and even his roar seemed to carry some masculine energy that could destroy evil. However, it only repelled the infant spirits. Their small bodies were surprisingly ferocious and terrifying, and they rushed forward again. The second master knew that these infant spirits, who were originally adopted by Grandma Huai and wanted to be given another chance to reincarnate, had now been cut off from their retreat and were infected by evil spirits. They had become ruthless and terrifying. So he did not dare to be careless and used the Banlon Shui style, holding it horizontally in front of him. Those infant spirits were unable to retract their force in time, and their sharp fangs bit into Erie's arm like a string of mice. Erie's arm was bitten until it bled, and a hint of pain flashed across his rock-carved face. But in comparison, the infant spirits were in even greater pain. They would not let go, but after being stained with Erie's blood, white smoke suddenly came out of their bodies, and they felt as painful as if they were doused with sulfuric acid. Then Erie waved his arm and threw them away along with the blood. Several of them disappeared while still in the air. But at the same time, a ghostly laugh was heard, and the goat looked at it coldly and suddenly bent its front knees slightly. It actually lowered its head and leaned forward, as if it was going to kowtow. Old sheep kowtows. Erie didn't take these infant spirits seriously and focused all his attention on the sheep. When I saw it pretending to kowtow, I was already terrified. The village raises sheep, pigs, and other livestock. The livestock in the village are usually not raised for too long and are slaughtered. But there are always some special ones, which may become evil because they have eaten something or just lived for too long. Just like this old goat that has grown old, after a long time, it will learn to stand up like a human and kowtow. But kowtow is not a good thing. One kowtow can knock away a person's soul. In a village adjacent to Daong village, there was once an incident where a shepherd who went out to graze sheep was hit on the head by an old goat and lost his soul. He became dazed and fell off a cliff and died. Facing this evildoer, Yi did not dare to be careless. Seeing that the other party had already kowtowed to him, Yi also took a step forward, knelt on his knees, and kowtowed to him. The two heads collided with a loud bang. After this collision, both of them felt a little dizzy, and the sheep's eyes changed when he looked at Erie. The second master knelt too quickly, and his kneeling went from being a sheep's kowtow to being a head on kowtow. You can turn it into a mutton pot, let it lie there obediently to be milked, or even let it hug a warm quilt when it sleeps at night, but you must never insult it by hitting its head. In the sheep's world, this is the biggest provocation, no doubt about it. The sheep suddenly became furious, jumped high with its two hooves, and charged forward with its head again. Erie also gritted his teeth and continued to collide with it. Bang, 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 bang. The two men fought back and forth and were evenly matched. While taking advantage of this opportunity, Huma rushed forward and grabbed the little red bean on the ground. He stretched out his hand and threw away the infant spirit that was fighting with her. He started to shout at it while it was still in the air. Puff. The fire in the furnace surged up, and a yang energy arrow spurted out, which actually pierced through the infant spirit directly and dissipated into nothingness. Huma, holding Xiao Hongtang in one hand and a machete in the other, strode towards the cave entrance. Mother-in-law. The moment he rushed into the cave, Huma heard Xiao Hongtong's anxious cry. As soon as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he immediately saw that it was not really a hole, but only a shallow one, about 10 feet in diameter. My mother-in-law is now lying in the cave. Half of her body is covered in blood, and she is in a depressed state. In front of her, there were 2 burning candles, a stick of incense, and some broken bone talismans and bottles. The candle was almost burned out, but the light it emitted was full of invisible power. Outside the range of the candlelight, 3 or 5 infant spirits were desperately biting inside, but could not get close. I guess the mother-in-law was injured and forced to hide in this cave, and in desperation she could only use this simple method to resist the baby spirit. Huma had no time to think. He held the knife in one hand and rushed into the cave quickly. At this time, behind the candlelight, the mother-in-law was already extremely weak. She raised her head with difficulty and saw Huma with a ferocious look on his face, rushing into the cave with a knife in his hand. She was shocked for a moment, but she was too weak to do anything and could only watch Huma approach quickly. Laugh. He suddenly swung the knife hard, and the wind from the knife made the candle flicker and almost go out. At this moment of trance, the mother-in-law actually felt like closing her eyes and waiting to die, but she didn't expect that Huma's sword would be so powerful and full of masculinity. Those infant spirits that were trying desperately to get close to him, realizing how powerful he was, turned around and pounced on him, but he swung his machete vigorously and killed them easily, and they disappeared into thin air one by one. Then Huma took 2 steps forward, came in front of his mother-in-law, stuck the machete into the ground, and reached out to support his mother-in-law. "Grandma, are you okay?" My mother-in-law's eyes seemed a little cloudy, and she stared at Huma blankly. There seemed to be a kind of earth-shaking and tsunami-like changes in her eyes. Huma looked at her mother-in-law's sallow face and sunken eyes, and her heart trembled for no reason. From the moment I woke up, my mother-in-law looked eerie and scary, but later she seemed omnipotent. I chant sutras to drive away evil spirits, just to let myself have a good sleep. Help yourself to cut the blood tai sui, which is more precious than gold from the deep mountains, to prolong your life. Finally, he even went into the woods alone to find the ghost sent by the Ming family to solve the problem for him. Although he was old, he seemed strong and tireless. But now she is so weak. This seriously injured and exhausted old man was like a candle in the wind, making her feel unreal. "Mother-in-law, it's okay." He subconsciously comforted her. "Second Master and I came to find you. I also found a noble person from the city to help." The mother-in-law just stared at Huma in a daze, with endless emotions surging in her eyes. She suddenly turned her hand over and grabbed Huma's wrist with her skinny hand, applying unusual force. He lowered his voice and asked with difficulty and effort, "You? What are you?" Swish. When Huma heard this question suddenly, his heart trembled suddenly, and he looked at his mother-in-law in disbelief. My mother-in-law was very weak at this time, and she no longer gave me the endless oppression and gloomy feeling she did when I first met her. But this time, I saw her eyes clearly. Those dim and deep-set eyes were clear, as if they saw everything clearly. The heart was beating slowly but very loudly. Huma said slowly, "I am Huma, mother-in-law." "You are Sesame, you are Sesame," the grandmother murmured, holding Huma's arm even more tightly, and said softly, "But I understand my grandson. How can he be so sensible?" Buzz. At this moment, Huma felt a shudder that went straight to the depths of his soul. It turns out that my mother-in-law already understood it. He couldn't help but think of the taboos that the first reincarnated person he met told him, and he also couldn't help but remember that even the nobleman from the city, with such a high status and power, didn't even dare to show the slightest suspicion. Even in front of her subordinates, if they want to do her a favor, they need to put on a show for others to see first. And all this is because secret. The biggest secret for a reincarnated person is his or her own secret. Once it is exposed, no matter what identity or level of cultivation one has, one will die miserably. In order to keep this secret, I have been walking on thin ice and being very cautious, but my mother-in-law still saw through it. The second master is just outside the cave, and he may come in at any time to deal with the things outside. Xiao Hongtang was right next to me. I don't know if she heard it or not. If those nobles from the city become interested and come over to take a look, wouldn't they also hear about this matter immediately? His palms felt slightly hot, and he felt a little violent in his heart. It seemed as if he wanted to reach out and pick up the machete that he had inserted next to him. But just when this thought came to his mind, Huma noticed his mother-in-law's eyes again, and saw the deep worry and hope in those dim eyes. He had also seen this kind of look in his previous life. In this life, he was a reincarnated person, and the blood relationship between him and his mother-in-law was fake, but he couldn't understand that this look was fake. So, his eyes slowly regained their calmness, and he reached out and placed his hand on his mother-in-law's hand. Rubbing his palms that were as rough as tree bark, he looked into his mother-in-law's eyes and said slowly, "I am Huma, mother-in-law. I just remembered some things from before my reincarnation and forgot some things from this life. But I remember that you are my mother-in-law." The mother-in-law stared at Huma. Her pupils seemed to dilate slightly. After a long time, Huma suddenly saw endless joy in those eyes. She sat up slowly, and a strange light glowed in her dull eyes. She was completely different from the old and frail woman just now. She was still so powerful, mysterious, and unfathomable, but there was a gleam of pity in her eyes. "Yes, my little grandson." The grandmother held his hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would run away, her voice trembling. "You are my little grandson. My little grandson has grown up. God has a good eye. Our Hu family has suffered disasters, but our Hu family has not been extinct in the end." When Huma was held by her mother-in-law's hand, she was suddenly startled and broke out in a cold sweat. "My mother-in-law." He said he couldn't remember the exact feeling, but he was clearly aware that the mother-in-law in his eyes just now seemed to be on her last breath, like a candle in the wind. So he couldn't bear it and said something to comfort her that he didn't quite believe. But it was not until now that he realized that his mother-in-law was not like he thought. She might be tired, but she was not weak at all. So, what just happened was actually test? He couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if he really had the intention to kill at that moment. "Don't be afraid, my grandson." Seeing Huma like this, the mother-in-law showed a comforting smile on her face. She gently stroked his head and whispered, "I actually knew a long time ago that you were different from before. I knew it when you were just called back and your mind was still not clear." Huma didn't know how to answer, and a look of fear inevitably appeared in his eyes. But at this time, the look in the grandmother's eyes when she looked at him was filled with unprecedented love. She held his hand and said in a low voice, "But I have never doubted that you are not my grandson, because I personally brought you back, and I know that I did not bring the wrong person back." This answer caught Huma off guard, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. The grandmother looked at his expression and seemed to be even more reluctant. She sighed softly and said, "The soul is right, the horoscope is right, and even the destiny is right. If you are not my grandson, then who else is? It's just that you've been to the gates of heck, after all. There will always be some problems if I force you to come back. But this problem can't be blamed on you." She spoke slowly, with a deep sense of guilt in her eyes. "This is all Grandma's fault. It was Grandma who didn't protect you well. It was too late when Grandma found you. It's like..." She slowly looked outside the cave, paused for a long time, and then whispered, "Just like the doll on the locust tree. They have experienced the pain of reincarnation before they even know anything. So who can they blame?" When Huma heard her talking, his scalp suddenly felt tingling. What I said to her earlier was indeed meant to comfort the old lady. I couldn't bear to see her, who was already overworked, suffer such a blow again. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that he was the one who didn't seem to understand these things. My mother-in-law had already determined her identity from other aspects, but she just didn't quite understand why she had such a change. "So, who am I? Mother-in-law, how are you?" At this moment, hurried and heavy footsteps were heard outside the cave, and Eerie rushed into the cave, panting heavily. His forehead was covered in blood, and there was a big bump on it, which looked a bit funny. When he looked up, he saw Huma holding Granny's hand, and Granny was half leaning against the cave wall. He couldn't help but exclaimed, and hurriedly took 2 steps, holding his hands high, but he didn't dare to touch anything, and said in a trembling voice, "Are you okay?" "Second brother, you are so noisy that it gives me a headache." The mother-in-law seemed to be in a good mood. She looked at the second master with a hint of teasing in her eyes. "Although the gang sent by the Ming family is powerful, it is still no problem for me to deal with it. Why are you so reckless to bring him to such a dangerous place to find me?" This. The second master was stunned when he heard this, and said awkwardly, "It's not my fault, he had to come. Look how anxious he was when he heard that something happened to you." Yes. When the grandmother heard the second grandfather's praise, her eyes narrowed with joy. "My grandson was too young before and didn't grow up." She sighed slowly, leaned against the stone wall, and looked at Huma with a pair of eyes, which seemed to be filled with joy. She said softly, "Second brother, you are a grown man. It's not proper for you to cry in front of me. Wait outside for a moment. I have something to tell my grandson." The second master suppressed his grief and left the cave first. He just thought that this was his mother-in-law's last words, and it was not convenient for him to listen here. Xiao Hongtang also obediently went to the cave entrance and stood guard there. She was also very worried at first, but after seeing her mother-in-law, she felt relieved. It was just that she didn't understand other things, and didn't think there was anything wrong with her mother-in-law's condition at this time. Perhaps in her perception, her mother-in-law seemed closer to her at this time. Huma, on the other hand, held her mother-in-law's weak hand, and remained silent, unable to speak. He could feel the old man's closeness to him, and was glad that he did not make another choice. "I just felt my mother-in-law's weakness, and some inexplicable emotions surged in my heart. Child, Grandma is leaving." The mother-in-law looked at Huma gently, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Huma's heart trembled slightly, and he raised his head in disbelief. "You don't have to worry." The mother-in-law noticed the worry that flashed across Huma's face, and seeing that it was real, she felt more relieved and smiled softly. "I'm not really going to abandon you, but I have to go back to the ancestral temple and pave the way in advance. The Ming family failed this time and didn't let our family line be extinct, but they went too far and implicated many people. If I don't go back again, I'm afraid they will do something even more outrageous. But you don't have to tell this to outsiders, not even to your master. They don't understand." Looking at her mother-in-law's gentle eyes, Huma felt slightly relieved. He vaguely felt that what her mother-in-law said seemed to involve something serious. "But with my current understanding, I still don't understand these. What a pity." The mother-in-law sighed and said softly, "It will be hard for you when I go back. My grandson, your problem has not been solved yet, so I will leave you to suffer alone in this old Inshan mountain." One could hear the embarrassment and reluctance in her words, as well as the strong sense of self-blame. Huma listened and felt a little moved. He came to see his mother-in-law this time, just to figure out his own problems. Could it be that I really have to keep eating blood like this to stay alive? You were hurt too badly by the Ming family." The mother-in-law saw through his thoughts and sighed slowly. Or, really, he is already dead. When it comes to the word death, she is obviously a little resistant, as if she still cannot admit this fact. After a pause, he continued, "But, our Hu family, including your father and your mother, we have done nothing wrong. Why should we be destroyed and exterminated? So I don't believe it, Grandma. No matter what, Grandma must rescue you." Huma just listened silently and didn't dare to interrupt at this time. But, in the end, it's all Grandma's fault. She's not skilled enough, and it's a bit forced. The mother-in-law looked at Huma with a pair of guilty eyes and said slowly, "I can only bring you back, but this method of resurrection is only half completed. Logically, mother-in-law should stay and continue to treat you. But the Meng family is pushing me too hard, so I have no choice but to go back to the ancestral temple to deal with the matter there first. You need to complete the remaining half by yourself." In fact, after hearing this, Huma was already a little confused. But he had seen all the hard work his mother-in-law had done before, and now seeing her feeling so guilty, he felt even worse. He whispered, "You have done a lot for me, mother-in-law." "Well." The mother-in-law was just stroking Huma's palm. Huma had just started the fire in the furnace and killed the baby spirit, and now the fire in the furnace had not yet gone out. The warmth of this palm seemed to make my mother-in-law feel at ease and warm. She sighed slowly and said, "It is not enough. Your father is gone. I just wanted to raise you, but I didn't do it. If it were you in the past, I would definitely not be able to let go and go back to the ancestral temple, but now." As she spoke, she felt a little reluctant, and after a pause, she said, "It's not good to be sensible. Sensible children always suffer more. Don't suffer, mother-in-law." Huma's heart trembled as he listened. Without saying anything else, he subconsciously said out of sympathy for such an old man who had wasted so much effort, "You helped me exorcise the evil spirits and found so many blood tai sui for me. You have done a great job. I've only been here with Second Master for a month, but I'm better than everyone else. Second Master has taught me all his skills." Second Master was very surprised. He said that I had only been lighting the furnace for a month, but it was more powerful than his 60 years of boyhood skills. "Isn't it?" The mother-in-law also smiled, her brows full of pride. "After all, you are a descendant of our Hu family. The second brother is just a butcher." Talking bad about others behind their backs is the most enjoyable thing. The atmosphere in the cave seems to be a little more relaxed. The mother-in-law had a smile on her face, but looking at Huma's appearance, she gradually softened her heart and said softly, "Good boy, Grandma believes in you too. But Grandma said something to you. You must remember it." Huma quickly perked up and nodded. Grandma said in a deep voice, "First of all, you have to take Grandma back to the old fire pond. No matter who asks, just say that Grandma is gone. Don't mention Grandma to anyone in the future, let alone the Hu family, until the day I come to call you back in person. If we enter the old fire pit, then we will have to." When Huma heard this, he couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart and felt worried. "Mother-in-law is different from you." The mother-in-law smiled and said, "It's just a relic. It's no longer useful. It's easier to just throw it away." Huma still couldn't understand all this, but when she looked at her mother-in-law's clear eyes, she was sure that she was not trying to coax her, so she could only nod her head seriously and agree. "When Grandma enters the old fire pit, my grandson, you should heal yourself quickly." The mother-in-law sighed, looked at Huma, and said softly, "Now, how many pillars of Taoism have you achieved?" "How many pillars?" Listening to her words, Huma suddenly thought of the incense stick he saw in his dream. Originally, there was only a section less than 2 fingers long, but later, as he ate more blood tai sui and practiced diligently, he actually made a breakthrough. Now, there are already 1.5 sticks of incense. So, he tried to answer softly, "The night before yesterday, I seemed to have some changes when I was practicing." He did not describe the changes in the dream, but only the feeling of something melting at that time. "Yes." The mother-in-law smiled with satisfaction, nodded, and said, "Then you have already achieved 1.5 pillars of Taoism. This shows that our approach is correct." The mother-in-law sighed softly. "I can't do the second half of this method for you, but as long as you have the 3 pillars of practice, you can solve the problem of your half-eaten body." 3 pillars? Huma's heart was slightly moved. "When I have 3 incense sticks, I can solve the coldness in my body. 1 life is a pillar. If you have 3 lives of others and cannot get your breath back, then God is unreasonable." The mother-in-law sighed softly. "I asked you to learn skills from your second master because I was thinking about this day. In fact, the skills he learned are the right way, but people are reluctant to teach him. But you have to keep learning." As she spoke, she turned around with some difficulty, as if she was going to take the bag next to her. Huma hurriedly helped her get it and handed it to her, but she pushed it into Huma's arms again, just opened the bundle and said, "Keep these things, but be careful not to let others see them." "The red one." She pointed to a piece of paper that looked like a talisman inside and said, "This is Xiao Hongtang's horoscope sticker. Keep it and Xiao Hongtang will always follow you. Alas, she is also a poor child. Don't be mean to her in the future." "Of course not." Huma shook his head repeatedly and looked towards the cave entrance, where Xiao Hongtang was holding her little face in a daze. "I like Xiao Hongtang very much. You used to like bullying Xiao Hongtang and even tricked her into stealing things." The mother-in-law couldn't help laughing, but Huma couldn't respond. The mother-in-law laughed twice, then pointed to a jar in the bundle and whispered, "You are in such a bad condition now that you can't get away from Tai Sui. My grandmother has cut off all the blood Tai Sui in this Oldine mountain, but I don't know if you can hold on until the third pillar of Taoism. There is nothing I can do for the time being." Apart from shaking his head repeatedly and asking his mother-in-law not to worry, Huma couldn't say anything else. And the mother-in-law didn't seem to give him the chance to say anything. She used all her strength to take out an ancient booklet from the bottom of the bundle. Huma saw that there seemed to be words like Qingyuan Hu family and Jinsui on it. "This is our Hu family's New Year's book." The mother-in-law solemnly stuffed the booklet into Huma's palm. When she said this, even her expression seemed to become somewhat dignified. "We are the only two of us left in the Qingyuan Hu family. I, the mother-in-law, have to go back to stop the Ming family from doing those things. My ability is limited, and I don't know how long I can stop the Ming family. I can only hope for you, my grandson. Sooner or later, my grandson will learn a lot of skills, and we will settle the score with the Ming family together." Looking at her mother-in-law's serious expression, Huma felt tremendous pressure in her heart. A subtle emotion made him afraid to take the booklet. "I have a vague feeling that by taking over this booklet, I am also taking over some huge grudges." But facing his mother-in-law's face full of expectation, he could only sigh secretly in his heart and took the booklet with both hands. "I will," he earnestly assured his mother-in-law. "I will definitely do it. What took so long?" At this time, outside the cave, next to the old locust tree, the owner of Kaoxintang, who came from the city, was walking slowly with his hands behind his back. Seeing that Huma and Eryi had been gone for such a long time and had not come back yet, he also vaguely guessed something. Considering common sense, he would not rush over to urge them now, but he still felt dissatisfied in his heart. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "It's getting dark again. Whether it's collecting the remains or leaving a will, it takes time, right?" However, the person in the sedan chair next to him seemed to be very patient. He waited for a long time before saying only one sentence lightly. "Yes, miss, you are kind-hearted. Otherwise, he might not even be able to find the body of his elder." The old shopkeeper hurriedly stepped aside with a smile on his face. He was anxious because he was worried about the important event of the people in the sedan chair. Now that they are not anxious, then the fool will be anxious. Manager Sue. At this time, the person in the sedan suddenly asked, "Look at these two people fighting. What are their abilities?" The old shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, and then he looked again at the traces he had just observed, frowned, and said with a smile, "It's nothing more than the same old trick of exorcising evil spirits and inviting ghosts to drive away the ghosts." This old lady was able to attract the thunderbolt, which shows that she opened the gate of the mansion. However, she was forced to go nowhere with such an old locust tree, which shows that she has some skills, but that's all. How can you take her seriously, young lady? Yeah, that's the same thing. The people in the sedan were silent for a while, and there seemed to be a gaze from inside, looking at the vast mountains through the curtain. In the distance, there seemed to be a dark cloud floating heavy and misty, hanging low in the sky and rolling slowly towards us. It was hazy inside, and there seemed to be people in colorful clothes playing music, jumping around, holding banners and carrying sedan chairs, and holding staffs to drive away souls. It seemed real or illusory. Even she couldn't help but feel a little startled and lowered her head in a hurry, not daring to look. The old housekeeper and others beside her didn't even notice it at all. Second Master. The second master stood outside the cave, waiting anxiously for a long time, before he suddenly heard Huma's cry. He quickly turned around and looked at Huma, who had a lost look, and seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. Huma just stood there silently for a while before saying, "My mother-in-law told me to take her back to the old fire pit." The second master was shocked when he heard this. He rushed into the cave in 2 or 3 steps and saw that his mother-in-law had closed her eyes. However, she had a smile on her face, looked relieved, and seemed very peaceful. "My old sister who has suffered all her life." In the cave, the trembling and sad voice of the second master was heard. Huma stood silently for a long while, thinking about what had just happened. "After the mother-in-law gave me the things, she continued to give me many instructions without getting tired of it. It seemed that she was still worried and had a lot to say to me. However, after the candles lit in front of her burned out, she finally stopped slowly. She looked at me reluctantly, then slowly sat up straight, looked ahead, and suddenly cursed in a deep voice. "Why are you rushing me? Don't I know the time?" Huma felt a little depressed and looked at his mother-in-law worriedly, but saw that she also sighed slowly and waved her hand. He whispered to Huma, "They've already started burning incense over there. If I don't go over there, people will be suspicious. But my absence, grandson, will make things very difficult for you." At this point, Huma didn't know what to say, but her mother-in-law seemed to have finally made up her mind and said, "It's okay. My grandson has grown up. There are still people in the Hu family." The sound gradually became lower, and Huma couldn't help it for a moment, and his heart began to beat faster. He didn't know how long it had been, but he vaguely heard a sigh and felt vaguely that there seemed to be a figure slowly getting up, looking at him for a long time, and then walking to Xiao Hongtang at the entrance of the cave and touching her head. At this time, outside the cave entrance, it seemed as if the sky and earth changed color, and a black wind blew up. Faintly, a sedan chair, better than the one that the nobles in the city sat in, could be seen parked at the cave entrance. When my mother-in-law got on the sedan chair, there was a long and vague shouting, accompanied by the beating of gongs and drums, and then she slowly faded away. It was not until this time that Huma raised his head and saw that his mother-in-law had closed her eyes. The 2 candles lit by her body, just in time, turned into wax, and a little flame was slowly submerged in it. My mother-in-law went to the ancestral temple. Where is this ancestral temple? Huma looked at the extinguished candle and thought silently. She said she would call me back, but when will that be? Although the final conversation was dangerous, it finally made him feel relieved. My mother-in-law has approved of me, so there will be no danger. It's just that my mother-in-law can no longer do the things that I should do myself. After thinking for a long while, he adjusted his mood, and with a sad face, he came over and invited the second master in. Only Xiao Hongtang, who was standing by the cave entrance, was stunned and aggrieved. My mother-in-law really doesn't want me anymore. She doesn't even take me to ride in a sedan chair. Child. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice came from not far away, and it was the shopkeeper slowly walking towards me. He looked at Huma, as if he had realized something, and sighed softly, saying, "Did your master find it?" Huma nodded silently and said, "Mother-in-law has passed away." Poor child. The old shopkeeper sighed softly upon hearing this and said, "Although I don't know your grandmother, she is a respectable person for going into the forest to exorcise the evil spirits and risking her own injury to give the good old locust tree a glimmer of hope. My young lady said that such a person deserves great respect. Take this piece of cloth and use it to collect the body of your mother-in-law." As he spoke, one of the guards behind him came up holding a piece of black cloth. Huma thanked the other party, but couldn't help but look up at the sedan chair. Now that my affairs are settled, according to the agreement, I should tell her about the tomb of 100 corpses. However, she had repeatedly warned me in the dream not to mention it in reality, so it seemed that I had to wait until night. On that day, as it was getting late, everyone settled down nearby. Those who came from the city gave Huma some candles and paper money, and stayed up all night for the mother-in-law. It was not until nightfall when Huma fell into a drowsy sleep that she was able to connect with the reincarnated person. "Thank you very much." He was a little depressed and just said to the other party, "I have found my mother-in-law, and I should give you the information. The place you are looking for is called the Tomb of 100 Corpses, right? I do know this place. It is at the bottom of the East Bridge, in the Fox Coffin of Laoyin Mountain. I also need to tell you that a reincarnated person codenamed Erguotu had visited there a month ago. But you also need to be careful. There seems to be some danger there. When I connected with him, he was already at the end of his strength. He used some kind of method to seal himself up. He can hold on for another month. You go over now. It's a good opportunity to rescue him. As for how to divide the things, you two can decide." "Oh?" The reincarnated person codenamed White Wine seemed a little surprised and whispered, "Aren't you going?" "According to the unwritten rules among us reincarnated people, if you really go, even if your Taoism is not as good as mine, you will still be given a share. Reincarnated people still have such rules? Huma felt a little weird, but after thinking about it, he still refused with a wry smile. Forget it. I don't know what's there, but you're all so interested. It must be something really cool, right? Unfortunately, I have more important things to do now. After daybreak, I will set off to send my mother-in-law back to the village. It's not that I'm not moved, nor is it that I don't feel closer and more trustworthy towards these people who come from the same world as me, but will they really be willing to share with me something that they have worked so hard to obtain? Huma didn't quite agree with all this in his heart. Besides, his mother-in-law had already given him instructions, and it would be too inappropriate for him to just turn around and ignore her words. There was a long silence at the other end of the incense thread, as if Huma's words touched her. You're a smart guy. After a long time, she suddenly sighed. Her voice suddenly became hoarse, and she smiled and said, Maybe I can live a long time. I now believe that we will have opportunities to cooperate again in the future. Huma was slightly surprised to see her suddenly return to her hoarse voice. He had heard this woman say before that she deliberately changed her voice to such a hoarse one in order to be more careful. Now, this sudden change in voice gave me a different feeling, as if this person's voice was originally so hoarse and weird, but it just changed to that clear and beautiful voice. We reincarnated people are born to keep our own secrets, and we don't always trust the people around us. Her voice was still hoarse, as if it was not a human voice, but something else, forcibly imitating human speech. Plus, once I opened my eyes, I came to a strange world and faced strangers, men and women who might not even be older than me, flattering me and begging me to get close to them. So I was always lonely, and I was more willing to find some warmth among my own kind. But there are no constraints between people of the same kind. How much to trust and how much to trust is up to you to decide. You are so kind to everyone in this world. You are trustworthy to me. We may have a chance to work together again. Huma was moved when he heard her say this. What about you? You don't have a good relationship with your relatives in this world? Good? The voice was low and hoarse, not like a human voice, and it said in a sinister voice, They are almost all killed. Most of us reincarnated people were born as orphans. We weren't orphans at the beginning, but we became orphans later. Guess why?